Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A sudden wave of jewel thefts is sweeping the city. In 16 days, 16 burglaries have been committed, one each night. They bear the same trademark. Thousands of dollars of jewels are missing. The thief is a master at his trade. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 17th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way into work that morning, and it was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 45. Burglary detail.
Hi, Joe.
How are you, Walker?
Gonna be a scorcher out today.
Yeah, just like yesterday. Ben in yet?
I think he's over in communications picking up the mail.
Thanks.
You guys been busy?
Yeah, kind of. Jewel thefts.
Anything big?
No big hauls, but he's consistent. 16 nights in a row.
Same guy?
Think so. Same M.O.
Yeah, everybody's got troubles. Gotta check some records. See you later, Joe.
Okay, Willie. Burglary Friday. Yeah. Okay, Mike, soon as Ben gets back. He's picking up the mail. Right, bye.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Hannon just called. Chief wants to see us.
Take a look at these first.
What do you got, overnight reports?
Yeah, here, these two.
Yeah.
2 of them.
3 diamond rings, 1 sapphire, 1 necklace, jade. Big haul.
Look at the other one.
Lady's watch, diamond band, emerald bracelet, tourmaline brooch. What's tourmaline, Ben?
I don't know. Must be valuable. It's gone.
Let's see. Owner left house about 9 p.m., returned about 1:30 a.m., found property gone, scratches on the door.
Probably using the cellophane method. Hasn't missed yet.
2 in 1 night. Well, he's picking up his pace.
Must have a bag full of loot somewhere, whoever it is. You get the description sheets from pawn shop detail?
Yeah, got him right here. You take half of them. Let's see what luck we got this morning.
Yeah,
Nothing so far.
Me neither. Let's see. I'll get it, Joe. Burglar Romero.
Hi, Ben. Chief still wants to talk to you, boys. He's got an appointment at 8:30. Wants to see you before he leaves.
Okay, Mike. Just checking some buy sheets. Be right in.
Better make it fast. He's in a bad mood this morning.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Backstrand again?
Yeah, he's in a bad mood. Come on. Wonder what's bothering him.
Something's bad. He doesn't blow very often.
Chief of Detective's Office, Hannon. Go ahead in, boys. He's waiting.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, ma'am. I'll connect you.
Friday, Romero, sit down. Wait till I get the phone. Backstrand. Oh, yes, Mrs. Winthrop. Yes, ma'am. We're doing all we can. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Got trouble, Ed?
Taxpayer, Mrs. Winthrop. You two ought to remember the name.
We do, Skipper.
10 days ago, somebody lifted $2,000 worth of diamonds from her bedroom while she was at the symphony. Last night, she was hit again. A diamond watch, an emerald bracelet, and some kind of a brooch.
Tourmaline.
I don't care what kind it was. It's gone. What's the pitch?
We just read a report a couple of minutes ago, Skipper. Could be a tie-in with those other 16 jobs.
16 jobs in 16 days. You haven't got a lead on the thief yet?
Nothing shows up. No prints, nothing.
What about the pawn shops?
Nobody's tried to soak any hot stuff as far as we know. We double-checked the detail. We got every hock shop in town on the alert.
Whoever it is, they've got to try to pawn the stuff sometime. Unless they're going to give diamond rings for Christmas presents.
And they haven't tried the pawn shops yet, Skipper. We're sure of that.
Look, 16 burglaries in 16 days. Jewels and watches. Good ones. Well, it's got to stop. It's got to stop soon, you understand?
We'll stay right on top of it, Ed. We're doing all we can.
For 2 weeks, I've had half a dozen women calling me every day. Society women. Some of them figure they should get extra treatment.
They're only DR numbers to us, Skipper. They all get the same attention.
I'll try and explain that to some of them. They think you're in on the racket. Maybe you boys would like to take these calls some morning.
No thanks, Ed.
All right, then, let's get some action. Keep the pawn shop operators on their toes and get after every known fence in town. That's all. I've got an appointment.
All right, Ed. Check you later.
Holding a call for you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Oh, hi, Max. What? Well, hold it. Be right down. First break, Joe.
What do you got?
Necklace and a watch. Both of them on the stolen property list.
Where?
Henry's pawn shop. 5th and Main.
6 minutes later, at 8:25 a.m., Ben and I drove up in front of Henry's Square Deal Pawn Shop. Quick cash, no red tape, watches bought and sold. The proprietor was Max Murphy, an old friend of Ben's.
Well, pal, of all days, it had to happen yesterday. Took the day off and went fishing up at Big Bear. I left my nephew in charge, Harry. A real knothead, that kid.
How do you mean, Max?
Joe, if I told him once, I told him 101. Whatever you do, whatever they come in with to Hawk, check it with the list. Check it with the stolen property list. What does he do?
He forgot.
He forgot. Oh, a real knothead, that boy.
How old is he, Max?
32. A real knothead. I checked the slips from yesterday. Then I checked the stolen property list. There it is. Hot stuff.
When did the stuff come in, Max, do you know?
About 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Can we look at it?
Oh, sure. Back here behind the counter. There it is.
Did you check out the serial numbers on the watch yet, Max?
When I found out, yes. They matched to a T.
All right, let's see. Yeah. Description on this necklace matches, too. Let's have a look at your buy book, huh, Max?
Yes, sir, Joe. Here you are. There's a deal right there.
Here?
Yeah, that's him. That's how he gave his name.
Walter Tracy, 132 and a half Blackstone Court, Los Angeles.
Let me check the book for the description, Max.
Oh, sure. Yeah, here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Max, thanks. We'll be checking with you later.
Sure, Joe. Anytime. Sorry.
All right, Max. See you later.
You fellas take it easy.
Right. Want to check and see if we're clear, Joe?
Yeah, I will. 80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1. Are we clear?
Control 1 to 80K. Stand by.
Good lead, Joe. Got a description in here.
Yeah. It's too bad Max's nephew had to slip up.
Control 1 to 80K. Call your office immediately. Call your office immediately. KMA 367.
Wonder what that's about.
I don't know. I'll call in.
You got some change?
I'll use Max's phone. Use your phone a minute, Max.
Oh, you, Ben? Sure. Help yourself.
Thank you.
City Hall.
2524.
2524.
Burglary. Levine.
This is Ben, George. You got something?
Hot one. Universal Loan Shop, 6th and Barton Place. Guy just took in a couple of rings. He checked too late.
What you mean?
He checked the form after the guy left. It was signed Walter Tracy.
There they are, Sergeant. Both rings. Fine quality diamonds.
Don't you usually check your stolen goods list before you take in stuff like this?
Usually, yes. Last night, no. I don't know what I was thinking about.
Can we have a look at your buy book?
Right here. There it is. Walter Tracy. 699 Olive Street. 145 pounds, 5'9", dark hair, build, thin.
We'll have to slap a hold on these rings.
I know. I should have thought.
Can you think of anything else that might help us to identify the man?
Well, no. Had a light suit on. Nice cut. Very well dressed.
Thank you. That's all for now. Here's our card.
If the guy happens to drop back, give us a call, will you?
Sure will, Sergeant. Say,
Yeah?
I've got some nice watch bands. Yours look old. Can I interest you?
No, thanks. Some other time. Come on, Ben. That afternoon and the following morning, despite our alert and our warnings, 2 more pawn shops called in with reports of stolen watches taken in. We checked them out. The serial numbers on the watches matched those on the stolen property list. On the pawn shop account books, the loan was listed under the name Walter Tracy, The addresses were given as number 12 St. Vincent Place and 700 East Flower. The descriptions of the man were the same. Slight build, well-dressed, about 145 pounds, 5 feet 9 inches tall, dark wavy hair. We had the name and description distributed to every pawn shop in Los Angeles and surrounding communities. Through our informants, we checked up on every known fence in the city. For the next 2 nights, we received no reports of stolen jewels. That made up for the double burglary the night before. On June 19th, the box score read 18 successive nights, 18 successive jewel burglaries. At 3:25 in the afternoon, Ben and I sat down to check over the late incoming reports.
Got anything, Joe?
No, not yet, no.
Nothing here. Maybe the guys left town.
Nope, no such luck. Take a look.
That's it, number 19. He may set a record.
Well, he's making monkeys out of us, isn't he? Look, man's watch, lady's watch, Chinese amber necklace, diamond shirt studs, and a bracelet with 2 large rubies.
He's getting ambitious. How's the value listing?
I see. $1,800. One haul. I'll get it. Burglary Friday. Yeah. What? Yeah. Be right down. Stall him. Let's go, Ben.
Where?
Kaplan's down on East 2nd. Walter Tracy's in there now, trying to hock a gold watch. Ben, cover the door. I'll go to look like I'm shopping around.
Right, but watch your step. We don't know this guy.
Yeah, stay close to the door, huh?
I'm sorry, that's the best we can do on the watch.
Look, Mac, this is gold. 21 jewels.
Well, it's the best I can do.
Drop dead.
What's the best I can do? Don't get sore.
Yeah, sure. See you later.
That's him, Sergeant. Walter Tracy. I stalled him as long as I could.
All right, I'll check back with you later. Did you spot the guy that just came out?
Yeah, I went up straight.
Let's follow him. Hustle it. You spot him, Ben?
Straight ahead, about 15 yards. He's crossing the street.
Yeah, let's get up a little closer.
We'll lose him sure if the light changes.
Come on, run for it. Watch the traffic light.
That was close.
You might have spotted us as going faster.
Come on, Joe, run.
Yeah. Don't lose him.
This crowd's not helping.
Hey, wait a minute. I bet you're a cop. You're chasing somebody.
All right, let go of my arm, mister. Let go.
Well, you don't have to get tough. Lousy cops think they own the street. I'm going to write the mayor's office.
Come on, Joe. He's running for it.
Yeah, I see him. Watch the signal up ahead.
Hurry, Joe. Almost up to him.
Into the parking lot. Hey, you! Stop!
Look out, Joe. A gun.
Yeah, I see him.
Get away.
All right, smart guy.
It's a nice job.
Yeah. He's too fast for an honest man. Let's take him in. When we got back to headquarters, Walter Tracy was under technical arrest. We took him directly to the interrogation room. We searched him thoroughly. We had him take everything out of his pockets and put it on the table. Then we had him take all the money he had in his wallet, count it out, and hold it in his hand.
What is all this routine?
That's all the money you have on you? $47.17, right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep it in your hand. Ben, shake him down.
All right, Tracy. Take off your coat, shirt, tie, and your shoes and socks.
What kind of a pitch is this? I'm no hood.
Take them off.
Two-bit cops. You're not pinning anything on me. I don't care what you do.
Sleeves, pockets, lining. Nothing in the coat, Joe.
Get his shirt.
Take it light with the threads, huh? Costs money.
How about the trousers, Ben?
Let's see. Cuffs, pockets. No. Let me get the belt.
Zipper on the inside of the belt?
No, it's clean. Shoes are okay. All right, Tracy, let's see the soles of your feet.
I hope you don't mind. They're dirty.
Why don't you take a shower? Let's see. All right, Joe, nothing. Put your clothes back on.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, you. What's your name?
Huh?
I said, what's your name?
You telling jokes? Walter Tracy, you know that.
Your real name.
How old are you, Tracy?
27.
Where do you live?
No place. Just got in town a couple of days ago.
Where are you from?
Salina, Kansas.
Where you been sleeping the last 2 nights?
The park, Pershing Square.
Clothes don't show it. Pretty natty.
I had 'em pressed.
Where?
Down by the square. I don't remember.
You ever been arrested before?
No.
Where'd you get this gun, Tracy, the one you pulled on us?
I didn't know who you were. Could have been a couple of hoods. You kind of look like it.
Where'd you get the gun?
I won it in a crap game coming out on the train.
Where'd you get the watch?
Graduation present.
You want to run a make on him, Joe? The gun and the watch?
Yeah, I'll call him.
Go on, check. You can't prove a thing.
Pawn shop records, Gilmore.
Gil, is Friday. Can you give me a make on a watch?
Sure, Joe, go ahead.
Time Master, yellow gold, man's wristwatch.
Okay.
Case number 716F23.
Right.
Movement number B351708.
Got it.
Okay. Now give me a make on this gun, huh? 32 S&W automatic. Serial number 579461.
Okay.
Call me back?
Right. What's your station number?
2572.
I'll ring you, Joe.
Thanks.
Having fun?
What'd you do with all those jewels you stole?
When do I get out of here?
I don't think you're going to get out.
You got nothing on me.
How tall are you, Tracy?
Get your tape measure. 5'9".
How much you weigh?
140. I'm 27. My name's Walter Tracy. I come from Salina. I've been in town 2 days, and I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You sound smart. You don't act it.
And you're flying blind, copper.
What'd you do with those jewels you stole?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What color are your eyes?
I don't know. I'm colorblind.
What color would you say your hair is?
You colorblind, too?
You ever been arrested before?
Straighten out. He asked me that.
I'm asking you.
No.
You ever done any big time?
No.
All right, I don't care if you level with us or not. We're going to make you on those prowl jobs, all 19 of them.
Sure. You guys are smart.
You got in Los Angeles 2 days ago, is that right?
Yeah,
You don't know anything about any jewel thefts.
that's what I said.
And how come your name and your handwriting's on the account books in 4 pawn shops in Los Angeles?
It's not mine. You can't prove it.
We can, Tracy. Come clean. What'd you do with the stuff you stole from 1250 Moraga Drive, June 5th?
I didn't steal any stuff.
What'd you do with the rings and watches you took from 1400 Placerville Road, June 9th?
I wasn't in town.
What'd you do with the diamond dress pins you stole June 13th, 123 South Van Ness?
Did I do that?
You're not only kinky, you're a bad liar.
You prove it.
Border get you a sawbuck, your prints bounced, Tracy.
Our handwriting man's gone to work on those signatures of yours. You haven't got a chance. Now, come on. Where'd you hide this stuff?
You can't prove a thing.
Where'd you say you've been sleeping the last 2 nights?
In the park, Pershing Square. You want a map?
Clothes sure look nice.
I said I had 'em pressed.
But you can't remember where.
No, I can't remember where. That a crime?
Friday talking.
Joe, this is Gilmore. Here's the stuff you asked for.
Let's have it, Gil.
No make on the watch, no make on the gun.
Okay, Gil. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
You're in up to your neck.
You said that, didn't you?
You're gonna talk, Tracy.
Kind of tired.
All right, we'll let you sleep on it. Come on, Ben. Let's book him.
Right.
I'll get your jobs, coppers.
Sure. Come on. We took Walter Tracy to the county jail and had him booked on suspicion of burglary. He was still sullen. We knew we had the guilty man. Now we had to prove it. As it often happens, the victims never see the burglar. They only know he's been there. They can't identify him, but they can identify their property. Our job was to find the property. When we did, we'd have Walter Tracy. And the 19 victims would have their property returned. But Tracy wasn't talking, and we knew he'd never talk unless he thought it might help him. We took the problem to Ed Backstrand.
Smart punk, Skipper, but he's done time before.
How do you know?
Tried him out last night when we brought him in. He talks like it and he acts like it.
But he won't cop out. Are you sure?
He won't talk in 100 years. He knows he's got us in a spot.
Well, one thing's sure. We're not going to send him up without finding the loot first. He's planted the stuff somewhere in this city. We've got to find it.
Ben and I have got an idea, Ed. It's not going to be easy, but it might work.
What is it?
Tracy tried to soak some of the stolen property at 4 separate pawn shops in the downtown area.
Yeah?
At each one of those 4 pawn shops, he gave a local address. Now, we're sure he must have a room or an apartment someplace in town.
All right. Where?
That's where guesswork comes in, Skipper. Every one of those addresses he gave falls within a certain area.
How big an area?
Oh, you got that street diagram, Joe?
Yeah. Here it is, Ed. From Figueroa here to San Pedro, and from Pico down to 1st Street. The area's about 12 blocks wide, 14 blocks long.
That's a lot of territory. How are you going to cover it?
On foot, we'll take Tracy with us.
Plenty of legwork. You sure it's the answer?
We got to find the stuff, and it's the only way we can figure it.
Hotels, apartments, rooming houses. There must be hundreds of places he could stay in that territory. It'll take a couple of weeks.
Yeah, on foot it will.
All right. It's tough, but it's your idea. Go to it.
An hour after we left Chief Backstrand, we got Tracy out of his cell in the county jail and started our canvass of the appointed area. We took the usual precautions and handcuffed Tracy's wrists to our own. We started the search for his hideout at 1st Street and Figueroa. It was a warm day in Los Angeles. The temperature was 91. After the first 3 hours, I could tell Ben's feet were ready to give out, and so were mine. We couldn't even have the comfort of complaining. That had encouraged Tracy, and he was cocky enough already. He cursed and threatened every step of the way.
My legs off. All right, quit pulling, will you?
Come on, Tracy, up the stairs. Another one to check.
Warm day, Joe.
Yeah, a little.
What do you mean, a little? Must be 110.
Yes? What is it?
You the manager?
Yes.
Could you tell me which apartment this man has in your house, ma'am?
Who, him?
Yes, ma'am, this one.
Never saw him before. He don't live here.
All right, ma'am, thank you.
Yeah. Hot, ain't it?
When are you gonna get wise?
Come on, Tracy.
Well, that finishes this side of the street. You want to cross over, Joe?
Yeah, let's go.
I'm hungry. I want to eat.
After we cover the other side of the street.
You can't do this to me. I'm gonna get a lawyer. I'll have your jobs, both of you.
Yeah, come on. We only got a couple of hundred places to cover.
Hi, gents. What can I do for you?
You the manager?
I run the place, yeah.
Which room does this man have in your place?
Him? You made a mistake. He doesn't live here.
All right, thanks.
My feet are killing me. Wait till I get a lawyer. I'll burn both of you dumb cops. What do you think you're doing anyway? Making a guy...
All that day and the day after that and the day after that, Ben and I, with Tracy handcuffed to our wrists, canvassed the designated areas, from hotel to hotel, from rooming house to rooming house, and the apartments, too. Every day our feet ached a little more, our pace slowed down, Tracy got more irritable, and the weather got hotter. The second day it reached a high of 92, the third day 94, the fourth day 94. Police regulations say plainclothes officers must wear a coat and necktie on the street at all times. We wore our coats and neckties. The search continued into the fifth day. Our pace got even slower. Ben and I started to lose heart. After a while, we forgot our object was to recover the stolen jewels. All we wanted was to find Tracy's hideout. We knew we were right. We knew Tracy was our man. It was a point of pride. Whether your feet hurt or not, you don't give in to a thief.
Yes? What do you want?
You the landlady here?
I am.
Which apartment does this man have in the building?
Well, none of them. He's not one of my tenants.
Thank you, ma'am. Come on, Tracy.
By the sixth day, all three of us had special pads in our shoes. Our feet ached worse than ever. Tracy let us know about his every 3 minutes. By late afternoon of the sixth day, we'd covered more than half of the designated area. The temperature was 95.
You guys gonna go on forever? I'm sweating like a horse.
I'm getting tired of your moaning.
That looks like the manager behind the desk.
Yes, sir?
You the manager?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Can you tell us which room this man has in the hotel?
Him?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't live here. Hey, you fellas look awfully warm. Like to cool off in the lobby? We're air-conditioned.
No, thanks.
I'm hungry. When do we eat?
You're always hungry.
You got the biggest mouth on a cop I ever saw.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. I want to eat. Now. Wait till I give this story to the papers. Mistreating innocent guys. They'll break you.
All right. Come on, up the stairs.
I'm going to get a lawyer tonight. I'll show you.
Yes? Why, Mr. Baker, where have you been?
We questioned the landlady, a Miss Elizabeth Hunter. She told us that Baker, alias Tracy, had rented an apartment from her about 2 months before. That's all the information she could give us. Tracy clammed up. He would admit nothing. We asked Miss Hunter to accompany us as a witness. We took the elevator up to Tracy's apartment on the 6th floor. Miss Hunter, Tracy, Ben, and I.
Down this way. Here. Do you want me to open it?
Please, Miss Hunter.
What? There's a girl.
Walter? What is it, Walter?
I told you to get out of town if I didn't come back.
I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave without you.
I thought you slept in the park.
Take a jump.
Where's the stuff hidden?
All right, Ben, handcuff him to a chair. The girl behind him. We'll find the stuff ourselves.
All right, Tracy. All right, you're next.
I haven't done anything neither, so you can't prove it.
Billy, shut up.
That's better. No talking between you two. If there is, we'll separate you.
All right, Ben, you take the living room here. I'll try the kitchen, and get a window open. It's hot in here.
All right.
Sergeant, you will be careful of the furniture.
Yes, ma'am.
I had no idea. You, Mr. Baker, of all people.
Don't talk to him, please, ma'am.
Oh, yes.
Tin cop.
Why don't you spell?
Ben, look, it's only the beginning. He's got the stuff scattered 7 ways for Sunday. We're going to need help.
In the milk bottle?
Yeah, 2 rings, 3 loose diamonds, and this bottle of mayonnaise. We found some kind of a brooch in it. A couple of watches taped to the underside of the kitchen sink.
All right, you. Convinced?
Okay, Ben, call Backstrand. There was a definite possibility that Walter Baker, alias Tracy, had stored some of his stolen loot outside his apartment. We stood little chance of ever recovering it unless we got him to break. Ben called Chief Backstrand, and in 10 minutes he arrived at the apartment with another man from burglary detail, George Levine. Together we went over the 4-room apartment foot by foot. We found jewelry, watches, loose stones in every conceivable place. In cartons of cottage cheese, in jars of cold cream, in the garbage can, everywhere.
Who's your girlfriend? All right, I'll ask her. What's your name? I said, what is your name?
Billy. Billy Crawford. He didn't do anything. He didn't.
All right, Billy. Maybe you can tell us. Where's the rest of the stuff he stole?
He didn't steal. He didn't steal anything.
Billy, shut up.
Keep quiet, you.
Ed, wait a minute.
What?
Just a minute. I want to look over here.
Papers. Taped to the underside of that top drawer.
What is it, Friday?
No, you can't. You can't.
Look at these.
All right, you found him. I'll talk.
No, Walter, don't.
Parole papers. He's an ex-con.
Yeah, I'll cop out.
Don't do it, Walter.
Billy, shut up. Dumb dame.
The rest of the stuff, where is it?
On the roof. Inside the ventilator, the one near the front, you'll find a couple of paper bags. That's it.
Levine? Got it, Chief. I'll check it. Your papers say you did time in Oregon. What for?
Fell for robbery. Did 5. I owe him 7.
What about the girl?
Walter, I'm going with you.
Her? I don't know. You figure it.
All right, Friday. Romero, take the girl to Lincoln Heights and book her. We'll take him.
Right, Ed. Come on, Ben.
No, Walter, I want to go with you.
I'm sorry, ma'am. This way out.
All right, easy, lady.
No, wait a minute. Just a minute. Walter?
You're a dumb dame, Billy. So long.
Walter.
All right, come on, let's go. What's the matter? You feel all right?
He lied. He said he loved me. He lied to me.
Don't feel hurt, lady. He lied to everybody.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Walter Baker, alias Walter Tracy, was tried and convicted on 3 counts of first-degree burglary and received the maximum sentence prescribed by law. He is now serving out his term in the state penitentiary. A hold has been placed on him by the state of Oregon, where he will serve out 7 years for violation of parole. Billy Crawford, Baker's accomplice, was tried and convicted of receiving stolen property and is now serving time in the state penitentiary for women. You have just heard the 11th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official police files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Warden Clarence A. Larkin of Folsom Prison, Sacramento, who, on the evening of September 24th, 1937, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen this Saturday evening to a pair of adventure shows featuring 2 well-known Hollywood personalities. You'll enjoy Brian Donlevy, star of Dangerous Assignment. Also on Saturday's schedule is Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell. Listen to both of these exciting programs this Saturday over most of these same NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.
Friends ask me, Rocky, why can't you hold a job? That's a good question. And I don't know the answer. Maybe I just get restless or something. Anyway, whatever it is, me and steady employment don't get along. Now, you take the last job I had, steward on a big luxury liner from Bermuda to New York. I figured I'd like to see the ocean, you know? And a couple of guys were trying to help me, too. Only they wanted me to see it the hard way, from the bottom.
Come in.
Pardon me, Miss Nightingale. This is sick bay, isn't it?
Yes. Something wrong?
My heart is going pitter-pat.
I beg your pardon.
Nothing, Blue Eyes. I'm the steward from A-Deck. I came for the pills.
Pills?
The Dramamine for Lady Droop Snoot. You know, the Duchess in A7.
Oh, you mean Lady Harkness.
Yeah, anything you say.
Oh, you'll have to wait a moment for Dr. Harper. He'll be back.
That's too bad.
Is something wrong, Mr.
Fortune. Rocky Fortune. No, why?
Oh, you keep staring and winking.
Oh, I've got something in my eye. I'm just trying to wink it out.
Oh, you'd better let me take a look.
Yeah.
Oh, just sit down there in the light.
How's this?
Now, lean closer.
Like this?
A little closer.
Does this make it?
That's too close. Now, which eye is bothering you?
Right now, both. Try the left one.
Open wide.
Ah.
Your eyes, I mean.
Oh. Ah.
Don't be fresh.
Don't be so beautiful.
I don't see a thing.
I do.
Please, Mr. Fortune, you're not cooperating.
I don't even know your name.
My name is Helen Travers, R.N.
For real nice?
For registered nurse.
Yeah.
Now, about the eye, do you mind if I wash it out?
Honey, you can do anything you want. Would you like to take out my tonsils or saw me in half? Anything, just name it.
You're impossible. Hold still. There.
Ow!
That's for being so fresh.
Something wrong, Miss Travers?
Oh, hello, Doctor. The steward would like some Dramamine.
Oh, seasick? You don't look well. I haven't looked well since I was 9. It's for a passenger in A7.
A7? That's Lady Harkness, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm afraid I can't give you any more.
What's wrong, Doc?
The chief steward was up less than an hour ago to get some Dramamine for Lady Harkness. Stuff isn't candy, you know.
The chief? He just sent me up.
There must be some confusion here. I think you'd better check.
All right, Doc.
Sorry.
Not at all. It was a pleasure.
I hope your eye improves.
Yeah, the wash seemed to help it a little bit. Say, maybe I could come back later on for another eyeful,
I'm afraid my boyfriend wouldn't approve.
Anybody I know?
Yes. Yes, the chief steward. Goodbye, Mr. Fortune.
I walk out on deck, still thinking about Helen Travers RN, which stands for Registered Knockout, and leg it down to A-Deck. I get my hand on the doorknob of A7 when I hear something which ain't exactly music. Lady Harkness! Lady Harkness! Open up! Open up! When nothing happens, I put my shoulder against the door and heave. When nothing happens, I try the knob, and it opens. I practically fall into the cabin, which is dark in the inside of a coal miner's boot. The reason I fall is quite simple. Lady Harkness is stretched out on the broad loom like a dead lizard. I take one look and reach for the phone. Give me the ship's doctor, honey. Hurry. Hello, Doc. This is Rocky Fortune. I'm in cabin A7, and the place looks like Act 2 of Arsenic and Old Lace. You better get down here before... Oop. Whoever it is has been hiding behind the door when I come in. I never know what hits me. The top of my head exploded, and the floor kept coming up to meet me. Only it took a long time to fall, and I must have had some crazy dreams on the way down.
Rocky!
Huh? What?
Up here, on this cloud.
Well, Helen, how'd you get away up there?
I flew. Come on up.
How?
Fly.
Are you kidding?
Try it. You can fly. Spread your wings.
Holy mackerel, I got wings.
Flap harder.
I can't make it. Maybe I've been grounded.
Try again. That's it. Flap harder.
I'm off the ground. Hey, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen, I'm falling. Helen.
Take it easy, Rocky.
My wing, I can't fly.
Who can? Come on, snap out of it.
Hey, where am I?
In sick bay.
What happened? My arm.
Your arm is in a cast.
How come?
You must have fallen and sprained it. Dr. Harper told me to put a temporary cast on it, just in case it's badly hurt.
Gee, it feels like lead. What hit me?
I don't know. We found you stretched out on the floor of Lady Harkness' cabin.
Well, how's the patient? I'll say, you look awful.
We've been through that already.
Oh. How do you feel?
Arm
hurt?
Not bad.
Yeah, let's have a look, huh? Well, it's a nice job, Miss Travers.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, Fortune, if you can make it, the captain would like to see you.
What's on his mind?
Well, I don't know for sure, Mr. Fortune, but I'd guess it's the $50,000 worth of jewelry that was stolen from Lady Harkness.
I staggered down to the old man's cabin, feeling like somebody left me in one of those fancy washing machines with the dial set on rinse dry. When I get there, the reception committee included Lady Harkness, who is about 60, wears a tweed suit, and talks like an English Tallulah. The chief steward, who looks like a clothing dummy, and the old man. 350 pounds of human meanness.
Close the door, steward.
Aye.
I believe you know Lady Harkness.
Aye.
And the chief steward.
We've had the pleasure.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this the man you saw, Lady Harkness?
Young man, would you mind bending over?
Me?
You, up to it.
Okay, but what for?
Well, you see, it was dark, and I'd been asleep. When I opened my eyes, I only saw this strange man leaning over me. I screamed, and he put a pillow or something over my face before I could get a good look at him.
Is this the man?
Well, it might be, Captain.
All right, Fortune. Straighten up.
Do you mind if I sit down, Captain? I've had a hard tap on the skull.
You will remain standing in the presence of a ship's officer.
Thanks.
No insolence.
Excuse it. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Fortune, there is $50,000 worth of jewelry missing from this cabin. I don't suppose you'd like to confess.
Confess? Sure. I've been waiting all night to confess. You see, it was like this.
Get this, Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir.
I crept in through the porthole, see? And Lady Harkness here was asleep. I scragged the ice.
I beg your pardon.
Heisted the jewels. She started to wake up, so I smothered her with kisses. Then she screamed. I saw I couldn't escape, so I called the doc on the phone. Then I carefully swallowed the jewels, hit myself on the head with a piece of stale salami, broke my own arm, and passed out. And I'd be very happy to sign a statement.
That's screamingly funny, old boy. How'd you like a punch in the jaw?
Just try it, Hercules.
That's enough from both of you. Mr. Waters.
Sir?
I want Mr. Fortune's belongings searched. If you don't turn up those jewels, you have my permission to comb the entire ship from stem to stern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fortune, you may consider yourself discharged. You are confined to crew's quarters.
Just a minute, Captain Bligh.
Well?
Don't you think this amateur gumshoe work ought to be left to the law?
Mr. Fortune, in case you are not familiar with the maritime code, on this vessel, I am the law.
I execute a very unflattering salute with my good wing and stagger back to my bunk where I fall into the sack like a dead man. Only trouble is I can't sleep. My head aches, my arm aches, and my heart aches. And about 1 a.m., after 3 hours of whirling like a drunken dervish, I climb out of the hammock and head for sick bay, figuring I can pick up some sleeping pills. I get to the sick bay door just in time to hear voices inside.
Don't try to give me that.
I tell you it's true,
And I'll
Larry.
tell you you're a liar.
Larry, please.
Nobody's going to double-cross me, Helen, particularly not my own girl.
Larry, you've got to believe me.
I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
But I told you.
All right, baby. You want to play rough.
Larry.
Now? Okay.
Good evening. Am I interrupting something?
Fortune, get out of here.
You know, Emily Post says it ain't polite to hit a young lady unless she belts you first.
Get out.
You all right, Miss Travers?
Yes. Please, Rocky, do as he says.
Sure. Anything you say. Only before I go, Chief.
Yes.
Here.
Rocky.
Yeah, I suppose they'll hang me for mutiny now. Oh, well, it was worth it. I go back to my pad and spend a few more restless hours trying to figure out what goes between Larry the steward and Helen Travers. In the morning, I wake up and head back to sickbay for a checkup on the arm.
Ah, how's it feel?
Hurts.
I think I'd better x-ray in case it's a green twig fracture instead of a sprain.
Does that mean you take the cast off?
No. We can x-ray right through the cast. I'd hate to spoil Miss Travers' beautiful work.
Her beautiful work weighs about a ton. How long do I wear it, Doc?
I'll let you know after the x-rays. Just step over here, please. Now, place your arm right here. That's fine. You just hold that, huh? Now. Just hold steady. Ah, good, that's fine. Now, you wait here. I'll go into the dark room and develop it. Huh?
Say, Doc, is Miss Travers in this morning?
No. She said you didn't feel well. Had a bad night, I expect.
I expect she did.
This will only take a minute or two. Just make yourself comfortable, huh?
I sit down and slop my way through a couple of issues of National Geographic while the doc steps into the dark room. After a little while, I have a visitor.
Oh, it's you.
Come on in, Chief. Looking for a little medical aid?
I'm looking for Helen.
Oh, that's a lovely mouse you got under your eye. Did you bump into a door?
Very funny.
Have a seat. The doc's in the closet developing some x-rays.
Is she here?
Haven't seen her. Say, they find the missing jewels yet?
You know darn well they haven't found them.
Did you look in the captain's cabin? You know, I don't trust him. He's a sneaky character.
Fortune, when we get into New York tomorrow, the police are going to have a little talk with you, and frankly, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Chief, I'm going to level with you. If you were in my shoes, I'd throw them away. What's that?
It came from the dark room.
Try that door there.
Locked. There's another door that leads to the office.
Come on. Here. Helen.
Doctor!
Holy smokes.
Is he...
Stone dead.
Dr. Harper.
Take it easy, baby. You can't do him any good now.
What happened?
I don't know. I came in late. I wasn't feeling too good. I remember that he wanted me to change the developing solution because he was going to x-ray Rocky's arm. So I went right into the dark room. First I thought I was alone. It was so dark. And then I saw him. I saw him on the floor with his scissors and his bag. Larry, he's been murdered.
Take it easy, honey. Come on, Chief. You better notify the skipper. You also better radio the New York Harbor Police to meet us. While the chief steward goes over to phone the old man, it suddenly occurs to me that I'd better have a couple of ready answers. So I go back in the little dark room to take another look at Dr. Harper and snoop a little. Just when I think I've struck oil, the skipper barges in.
Fortune!
Yeah?
I don't want anything touched.
Just window shopping, Skipper.
You are under arrest.
What's the charge? Or don't you need one?
The charge is murder.
Now look, Captain.
You will be placed under guard in the forward lazarette until the police board ship.
Just what makes you think I slipped it to Dr. Harper?
You were alone with him when the chief steward arrived.
He was in the dark room.
You had plenty of time to kill him and go back to the examining room. And you'll have plenty of time to pay for it, too. The rest of your life, I predict, Mr. Fortune.
I got news for you, Skipper. As a fortune teller, you got a crack in your crystal ball. The lazarette is a small iron box down in the hold of the ship, just big enough for me, a couple of mice, and a few hundred feet of anchor chain. A couple of deckhands take turns guarding me, which consists of sleeping on a little cot just outside the bulkhead door. I get 3 square glasses of water a day and all the bread that me and the mice can eat. I am not happy.
On your feet, Mr. Fortune.
Well, well. And to what do I owe this pleasure?
To the fact that I want to talk to you.
Is that gun just a conversation piece, or do you always carry
The
it?
captain authorized your guard to carry sidearms. I'm your guard for the next watch.
Just the two of us?
Just the two of us.
How cozy.
Get back against the wall and keep those hands above your head.
Anything you say, Larry.
I'm interested in what you say, Mr. Fortune.
Concerning what?
Concerning what happened to those jewels.
How should I know?
I say you've got them.
You've been smoking Dramamine.
I'll give you one more chance to start talking.
And if I don't?
I empty this gun at you.
Wait a minute, Buster. That's homicide, remember?
I can always say you tried to jump me.
I don't get this. Is there a reward, or are you interested in those jewels for personal reasons?
Just start talking.
Okay, I'll talk.
And make it good.
I'll make it as good as I can. Is this good enough? I had my hands up in the air, and I brought the arm with the cast down on the top of his skull as hard as I could. He went out like a wet candle, and I cracked the plastic cast right down the middle. I was still trying to figure out my next move when I discovered we were not alone.
Put up your hand.
Sure, it's getting to be a permanent position.
Hand me that gun.
Help yourself.
Robbery, murder, assaulting a ship's officer. You know, Fortune, we can make trouble for you.
I suspected as much.
You could save yourself some heartache by confessing where you hid the jewels.
Why don't you ask the guy who heisted them?
I suppose you can identify him.
Your chief steward, sir.
That's an interesting bit of information. Can you prove it?
No.
All right, Mr. Fortune. Back in the lazarette.
Will you listen to what I have to say, at least?
Save it for the homicide boys. They'll be coming aboard when we reach quarantine in the morning. 'm back in the Bastille with my rodent companions. I spend the rest of the night trying to imagine what it's going to feel like when they sit me down in a Sing Sing Chippendale with wiring by Con Edison. Trouble? You'll excuse the cliche, but it shouldn't happen to two dogs because one dog couldn't handle it all. Along about daybreak, I'm nervously peeling pieces of plaster off my arm when I get the shock of my life. But before I can recover, somebody arrives. All right, Fortune. On your feet.
I've been on them all night.
Let's go. The police cutter should be here in 15 minutes.
Now, look, Captain, before the gendarmes start working me over, I think I can crack this case. I'm serious. I can trap the Doc's murder in just 10 minutes. Will you listen to me?
No.
Well, can I at least get some medical attention?
What for?
This cast is falling off. And I'd hate to appear in the police lineup with a crummy cast. Might look like you twisted my arm.
I'm not an unduly cruel man, Fortune. We'll let the nurse take a look at it.
Atta boy, Captain. I knew that underneath that rough exterior that beats a heart of solid stone. Ten minutes later, I am in the sick bay, feeling like an oyster which has just escaped from 6 months in an undersized shell and is about to be eaten alive.
Rocky, I was so worried about you.
Hi, baby.
When the captain told me you'd broken the cast on Larry's head,
How is he?
He's sleeping it off in the captain's cabin. Let's get that new cast on your arm.
How about a new arm while you're at it?
Let's get the old one off.
The arm or the cast? Hey, take it easy.
This won't hurt. Here, I'll just tap it a few times with this mallet. And there.
What's the matter, honey?
Matter? Oh, nothing.
Don't kid me, baby. You look like you just shot 6 holes in the high 80s.
There's nothing wrong.
Suppose I tell you what's wrong.
All right.
The jewels are missing.
What jewels?
The Lady Harkness loot. The jewels you mixed into the plaster for this cast in my arm.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy like King Solomon. You and Larry, boy, heisted those jewels. Larry did the muscle work and conked me when I came into the cabin at the wrong moment. Then he got scared and passed the jewels to you.
But
you knew that they'd searched the ship, so you put them into that plastic cast on my arm, figuring you'd get them back after the ship made port and we were all ashore. That's why you were so nice and sweet to me. I was worth plenty to you.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
All figured out. I even figured out why you knocked off the good doctor.
Tell me. I'd be interested to know.
You didn't plan on us taking any x-rays of my arm in the cast. And you knew the x-rays would show those jewels and they would fix your cute little wagon, but good. So you knocked him off and ruined the plates. I noticed the ruined plates in the dark room.
Finished?
I ran out of gas.
You can save your breath and just put up your hands.
You too? I'm going to need a special game warden if this keeps up.
Get over there against the wall.
My favorite position.
All right. Where are they?
Where are which?
The jewels you took out of the plastic cast.
That's an interesting question.
I'll give you just 5 seconds to provide an interesting answer.
I don't hear you, baby.
1, I can always say you tried to escape.
Such a pretty girl, too.
2, I'm ready to pull this trigger, Rocky.
Young and tender.
3, I mean it.
Too young to have to die.
4.
In the electric chair.
All right. 5.
Hold it!
Grab her!
All right. Quiet down, miss. You okay, Fortune?
Okay, Skipper. Except for a slight heart attack. You heard what she said?
I was listening through the porthole.
So, what kept you?
Well, I just wanted to give her enough rope to hang herself.
You nearly gave her enough to include me.
Oh, sorry. You know, I must apologize, Fortune. Until you showed me how the jewels had been hidden in your cast, I really didn't believe a word you said.
Forget it. I got a dishonest face.
Well, naturally, if there's anything I can do to make up for it now...
Just one thing, Skipper. About my job. You remember how you threatened to fire me?
Yes.
Well, fire when ready, Gridley, because if you don't, I quit.
Tonight, NBC Radio has presented transcribed Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young man known as Rocky Fortune. Others in the cast included Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Marvin Miller, Norma Varden, and Shep Menken. Tonight's script was written by George Lefferts and Andrew C. Love directed. Eddie King speaking. Now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Sometimes I don't know what this younger generation is coming to. Did I ever tell you about the 10-year-old cowboy who held up the stagecoach with a water pistol and got away with 50 grand? Of course, I thought the kid was only kidding. But as the man in the hot seat said, brother, was I in for a shock. I'll tell you about it next week. See you around.
Next week, then, tune in again when Frank Sinatra returns as Rocky Fortune. One of the finest things anyone can say about you is that you're a good neighbor. That spirit has been a tradition in American life all through the years. Today, in hundreds of cities, this spirit of goodwill is expressed in a different way. It's expressed in our support of the local community chest or United Fund. This support is the modern way of being a good neighbor. Through your community campaign, you can make just one yearly contribution that takes care of many needs. You know that your money is collected and administered honestly and efficiently. So make sure that your campaign pledge is large enough to cover these needed services for an entire year. This is your chance to be a good neighbor. So give to your community chest or your local United Fund. Enjoy Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as Rocky Fortune.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and the big neon signs light up the dark office that overlooks Broadway on the corner of 53rd Street. Behind a second-hand mahogany desk, relaxing in a swivel chair, is the leading figure of the Diamond Detective Agency, combination stockholder, office boy, and clue chaser. He is Richard Diamond, and his mind is on a lovely redhead named Helen Asher as she sits on a couch talking about things he likes to hear. At this moment, however, another scene is taking place in the wealthy district of Long Island. A long black convertible is just pulling up to an old English mansion, and a curvaceous blonde steps from the car. She is met at the door by her brother.
Well, good evening, my dear sister. You're looking simply ravishing.
How would you know the difference?
Oh, drop dead.
You disgusting excuse for a man. Why don't you sober up for 5 minutes and take a look at yourself?
I did once. Oh, by the way, our dear stepfather would like to see you in the study.
Tell him to go.
I already did. Now it's your turn.
I don't want to. Now get out of my way, Chris.
Suit yourself. But Murray Lang's in there with him.
Murray?
Did I start your heart going pitty-pat?
Oh, shut up.
You better go in and protect your money, darling. Bye, jailbird.
I don't care what your plans are. They concern my daughter, and that's enough for me to put a stop to them.
You're not going to put a stop to anything.
You can't intimidate me, Lang. You're just a cheap, no-good gangster, and your methods are too well known to frighten me. Come in!
Oh, hello, Liz.
Hello, Murray.
I'm glad you're here, Elizabeth. Mr. Lang and I were just discussing your future.
I'm surprised you put up with it this long, Murray. Come on, let's leave my dear stepfather until he simmers down.
Elizabeth, I want to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to you. Let's go, Murray.
Listen to what he has to say. Maybe you'll get a laugh out of it.
Well, what is it?
I've just been talking with Lang about your intention to marry him. I have advised him that if such a thing were to take place, it would result in the most serious of consequences.
Is that all?
No, that is not all. When you got into your trouble with the police, my dear stepdaughter, you were paroled in my custody. If I should report to the board that you had violated the terms of your probation, you would most certainly go to prison.
Why, you... What's the matter? Aren't you satisfied with the salary you collect for taking care of Mother's estate?
How dare you, you little
Sit
snip!
down. You look bigger behind a desk.
Well, just yell and scream all you want to. After Monday, you better start looking for another source of income.
You know very well it's not the money. But your greasy boyfriend here would certainly like to get his hands on it.
Look, you, I don't give a hang if you are a midget. I'm not going to stand here and listen to you.
Murray.
No, baby, I won't take it. I'll wring his scrawny little neck.
Go on, lad, go on. It would give me the greatest of pleasure to call the police and have you locked up.
I'll fix it so you won't have a head to call anyone with.
Murray, leave him alone. Can't you see that's what he wants?
Yes, well, Mr. Lang.
Come on, Liz, let's get some fresh air.
I want to say one more thing. Just remember, Father, my probation expires Monday. After that, you won't control any part of my income, so you better start getting packed.
And if I report you to the probation board in the morning?
I wouldn't. If you do that, you'll not only stop being my guardian, but you'll stop breathing.
Get out. Get out, both of you.
Come on, Murray.
Try to intimidate me. I'll make them both sorry. Detectives. Private detectives, yes. Foreign. Here's one. Full-page ad must be doing very well. Richard Diamond, private detective. If you've got a case, share it with me. Richard Diamond. Circle 7.
Yeah?
Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
I want to hire you for a few days.
Oh, you saw the ad. Well, it just so happens I'm available.
I can't tell you much over the phone, too many extensions in the house, but it's about my daughter. I'm afraid she's going to get herself into some serious trouble.
Well, how old is she?
20.
Tell her to wait a year.
My name is Chase, Ralph Chase. I live at 82 Maple Drive, Sands Point. Will you come out this evening?
$100 a day and dibs on the icebox.
I'll see you about 8. Goodbye, Mr. Diamond.
What was that all about, Rick?
Oh, got a job, baby.
When do you start?
Oh, yes, you're right.
No, Rick. You can start it in the morning. You can't break another one tonight.
Now, come on, Helen, baby. A job's a job.
And a date's a date. I won't let you break this one.
Your car downstairs?
Yes, but I can drive myself home. Please, Rick. You promised you wouldn't break another one.
Keys in it?
Yeah, look. I want to hire you to protect me for this evening. I've been receiving mysterious phone calls, and I'm in fear of my life.
Really?
You've got to take the job. Old friends come first.
I'll have to get home and shave before I start working.
You mean you'll take it?
After 12:30. Bye, baby.
You beast.
Oh, you must be getting tired from driving that big car around all day. Grab a cab, honey. It'll give you some rest. I'll take good care of your car.
What?
Want $1 for the cab?
Huh?
No. On second thought, you only live about 25 blocks. Walk will do you good.
Rick.
Deep breathing all the way up Fifth Avenue. Nothing like it. Bye, baby.
Oh!
On the way to the car, I thought about Helen. The most wonderful girl in the world. Money, looks. But she had one bad fault. She wanted to get married. I got into the big sedan and headed for my apartment. I'd been up late the night before with the blonde singer, and I was feeling tired. Funny how things change. My nights in college were just as busy, but at 1 o'clock the next afternoon, I was out playing football. I face facts pretty well, so when I got home, I took a nap. I slept until 7 and got up and dressed. I drove Helen's car out to Long Island, and at 8 o'clock sharp, I was ringing the doorbell of the Chase Mansion. It was a big house, all right. If they built another one like it, Long Island would sink.
Well, to someone at me chamber door. My name's Chris. Boo.
Blow your booze some other direction. Your breath would wither a lung.
My alcoholic exhalations are composed of the finest ingredients. You must have a weak stomach.
Look, if you'll just stagger out of the way, I'd like to see Mr. Chase.
Dead or alive?
What?
Nothing. I was just thinking out loud. Well, go right ahead. And after your talk with my stepfather, you can find me in the bar. You'll probably wind up like I am.
That's a sweet thought. Where can I find your stepfather?
Probably in the library, lying in my money.
I left him leaning against the front door, gagging on the fresh air. I wandered down a long hallway and a big sitting room, furnished with enough antiques to make the Metropolitan Museum give up in shame. There was something about the place, a heavy quietness, like a bar of gold in a dark room. A shot had come from up ahead, and I tried a couple of doors before I found the room.
Mr. Chase! Mr. Chase!
In here! In here!
Mr. Chase?
Yes. Come in and shut the door.
I looked over at Ralph Chase crouching behind a desk. He got up slowly, all 5 feet of him. And I tagged him for a guy who would give $1,000 for every inch you could put on his legs. He looked like he could afford to be a mile high. The tall French windows were open at the back of the room, and you could still smell burning cordite.
Someone tried to shoot me from the garden.
Yeah, I heard the shot.
You must be Diamond.
That's right. Don't you think you better shut the French doors and pull the drapes before someone takes another shot?
Yes, very good idea. You pull the shade diamond. Hey, you can start earning your money right now.
You're a little excited, but I'll start to work.
Right. Be careful, he might still be out there.
Well, I doubt it. I can't see anyone out here.
Oh, he just missed me. You can see where the bullet hit the wall. I jumped and hid behind the desk.
Didn't you hear him on the porch?
No, he must have stood in the soft grass that surrounds the garden.
That's a good 10 feet from the house. You're lucky he didn't move in closer. He probably wouldn't have missed. Got any idea who it was?
Of course, it was Murray Lang.
Murray Lang? The gambler?
Yes, do you know him?
Well, I used to be on the force. Set him up 6 years ago on a larceny rap.
Then you know what he's like. He was in the house this afternoon. We had an argument and he threatened me.
An argument with your daughter?
Yes, about my daughter. How'd you know?
Well, you told me she was getting herself into trouble. She couldn't have picked a better playmate than Lang to get there with.
Father, we heard a shot.
Not really.
Oh, let's go. He's not dead.
My stepchildren, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, well, lovely.
I'm quite alive, so you can both stop looking so unhappy.
Does it show?
Come on, sis. Let's find the guy who fired that shot. I want to give him a few pointers.
Where's Murray Lang, Miss Chase?
Yes, he's the man you want. I'm sure he
Don't be absurd. Murray left 3 hours ago. What are you, a cop?
Does it show?
You're wearing too much cologne. Come on, Chris.
Oh, she's nice.
That's Elizabeth. The boy's her brother, Chris.
I'd hate to draw straws.
I married their mother and raised those 2 brats after she died. The courts appointed me executor of the estate.
They don't like you handling their money, is that it?
Yes. Since they've been old enough to ask for 50 cents to go to a movie, they've condemned me for watching their interests.
You said you were worried about your stepdaughter. Tell me about it.
I'll make it brief. Hate long explanations. Elizabeth got into some trouble with the police. Hit and run. She had been drinking. The man died. Liz was sentenced to a year in Folsom. But I got her off on probation.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Drive around with her and spoil her aim?
Monday the probation expires. She says she is then going to marry this hoodlum, Murray Lang.
And you don't want that because you think he's after her money?
Exactly. When she marries, the will reads that I shall, as executor, turn over half of the estate to Elizabeth.
What about Christopher?
He looked irresponsible when he was born. His mother left instructions that he should not receive his share until he is 35. That's another 8 years.
Well, your stepdaughter's old enough to know what she's doing. I can't see how you can stop her.
That's what I want you to do.
And if I do, you'd be in a pretty good spot.
What do you mean, Mr. Diamond?
You continue as executor.
I can understand you thinking something like that, but believe me, as much as I dislike my stepchildren, I wish to keep them in line for their late mother's sake.
Oh. Well, Mr. Chase, I'll take a look around outside. Maybe I can come up with something that'll point out the would-be killer. If it was Lang, you can stop worrying about Elizabeth. Sing Sing doesn't boast a wedding chapel. I went out through the French doors and started looking around on the soft grass that bordered the garden. I had a fat hunch, so I stopped looking and started wandering. I was halfway through the rose bed when I spotted them. It was Elizabeth and a man. In the darkness, I couldn't make him out, but Murray Lang was my best guess. They went up a narrow path to one of those Chinese pagodas at the far end of the garden, and I slipped up close enough to give my ears a workout. It was Lang, all right.
I don't care what you think. I didn't take a shot at the old man.
Then who did? He's got a policeman in there now, and he's going to start trouble.
Let him. I'm clean. Maybe it was that lushed-up brother of yours.
Chris hates him, but he'd never try to kill him.
Well, then stop hounding me. Maybe you took a shot at the old boy.
Murray.
Well, you got a good reason. I'm tired trying to buck the whole Chase household. If you love me, let's take off tonight and get married. Tell the old man to go to the devil.
You can certainly wait till Monday.
Yeah, but he won't. He's going to cause some kind of trouble and get you tossed into Folsom. He's not going to give up all that money just because you're through with your probation. He probably cooked up that shooting just to get the cops here.
Murray, what's going to happen to us?
Oh, ask your stepfather. He's been doing your thinking for you.
I don't have to. We'll get married Monday.
Okay. I'm staying clear of this place till then.
But what if there's more trouble? I haven't got anyone to turn to.
You worry about it, baby. I got a police record that makes yours look like a merit badge.
I was too good a target in the moonlight, so I started back up the walk to the house. As I passed a hedge, I noticed a funny-looking plant that was shoving its way out of the foliage. I'm sorry I did that. It was the Johnny Jump-Up variety, blackjack type. The guy on the other end of the sap gave it to me right over the eyes, and I went down like a crapshooter making a pass. I rolled over and watched the moon melt and run down in my eyes. Something warm and sticky spread over my face and turned the night red. Yeah, I was bleeding again. I guess I showed signs of recovering, so he started all over. This time he used his foot in my side. Oh. Oh, a couple more kicks in the ribs and in the right place, and he could have whipped up a fast course of Nola. I felt tired, so I rolled up in an old rose bush and went to sleep. When you finally start coming around, it's like swimming your way out of an acre of mud. If you've taken enough beatings before, you diagnose things in a hurry. The pain in your head is where you got sapped. The ache in your ribs is where he booted you. And the thought in your mind is, it's something about an eye for an eye, if you've got one left. I sat up slowly and looked around. No one in sight, and my watch said 10 o'clock. I'd been out for an hour, and I was feeling lonely until I started to get up. I made it to one knee and looked down at the best reason I could think of for staying home nights. It was Murray Lang, and you couldn't blame him for staring. He wasn't impolite, just dead. Something on the walk beside him gleamed in the moonlight. I took out my handkerchief and scooped it up. It was a little nickel-plated .32. You could still smell the fresh powder in the barrel. I put it in my pocket and stumbled back to the house. Chris opened the door.
Well, you shouldn't drink so much. I never get so loaded I look like that.
Well, try it sometime. It might be an improvement.
Boo.
I told you once before not to do that. Now tell me, where were you 10 minutes ago?
I was in the bar.
Who was with you?
Red and green midgets. Now let go of my collar.
Okay. Where's the phone?
In the hall. Hey, what's going on? Who beat you up?
Nobody. I always bleed like this on warm nights.
Huh?
Big pores.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis talking.
Who taught you how? Did you sit up nights with a parrot?
Oh, very funny. Only one guy could think up a lousy joke like that. What do you want, Diamond?
A picture of you. I'm going to show some doctors that mercy killing has its points. Now, let me speak to the lieutenant.
Comic.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Hello, Walt. This is Diamond.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the bicarbonate.
What's the matter?
I get stomach trouble every time you call. Go ahead.
All right. I got a killing for you.
I know it. Why can't you be a good boy and stop finding corpses?
I'm out at Sands Point, 82 Maple Drive. I think I've got the murder weapon in my pocket.
Who's dead?
An old friend, Murray Lang, and you better step on it. There's a drunk staggering around the place, and he's liable to spot the body and put it in the cold shower to sober it up.
Oh, all right. We'll be right out. Hold the fort.
So Mr. Lang's dead.
You better stop sneaking up on people, Buster.
And you'd better stop telling me what to do in my own house, Mr. Diamond.
You sobered up pretty quick.
I heard what you said about finding the murder weapon. May I see it?
No. It stays in my pocket until Homicide gets here.
Whose gun is it?
It's a 40-pound broadsword. Now stop trying to look like a Chicago muscle man, or I'll start slapping
you. Oh, there you are, Diamond. I've been looking for you. Great Scott, what happened to your face?
Someone was giving away hints.
Chris, did you have something to do with this?
Hardly. Mr. Diamond has a decided advantage over me. He has muscles. I'll be in the bar.
What's happened? Where's Elizabeth?
I don't know, but her boyfriend's got troubles. He can't explain the hole in his chest.
Lang? What do you mean?
He's out in the garden. Someone shot him.
Is he dead?
And if he's not, he's trying awful hard.
Then we'd better call the police.
That's been taken care of. What kind of a gun do you own, Mr. Chase?
You don't think...
No, I don't. I just dig around till I come up with something. What kind of a gun do you own?
Why, a 45... Now, wait a minute, Diamond. If you've got any ideas about this murder, you'd better wait until the police get here.
Now, look, Chase, I've been insulted in your house, had the air let out of my ego by your beautiful stepdaughter, and beat up in your garden. That's a full night's work, and now I'm on my own time. Where can I find Elizabeth?
I don't know. She may be up in her room.
So where is it?
End of the hall, head of the stairs, first door.
Thanks.
It's beginning to rain. What about Lang's body?
Well, if he catches cold, call me. I went down the long hallway to the foot of a massive staircase. The only light was the one burning in the room I just left. I looked over at over my shoulder and saw Mr. Chase framed in its dim glow, watching me. In that moment, I thought who Chase reminded me of. A triangle hat, his hand in his vest, and Napoleon had a twin. I went up the stairs 2 at a time.
Yes?
Pardon me for barging in, but some guy in the garden just beat all the bashfulness out of me.
How dare you? You get out of my room.
You better put on something a little warmer, honey. That thing would start a Harry Carey epidemic in Boston.
What do you want?
Yeah. What did you do after Lang left you in the garden?
What?
Big ears. I overheard everything you said.
I see someone pushed your face around. It's an improvement. Did Murray catch you eavesdropping?
Well, if he did, he won't have much time to gloat.
What do you mean? If you've done anything
Aren't you
to Murray...
getting ready for bed a little early?
I don't know what you want. I don't have to answer any of your ridiculous questions. Now, if you don't turn around and get out of here...
What's the matter, baby? The drawer empty? Lose something?
No.
Maybe this is it.
Where did you get that gun?
It was lying in the garden beside your boyfriend's body.
Beside it?
That's it, lover. Now sit down and relax.
Is Murray dead?
Like Jimmy Fiddler's gossip column. Didn't you hear anything after Murray left you?
Oh, no. I was crying. I ran back to the house and came up here.
Is there another way back to the house besides the path that Murray took?
It's one that leads to those outside doors. I came right to my room. Please leave me alone.
This is your gun, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't do it. I didn't. Murray and I were going to be married Monday.
Ballistics will probably show it's the one that did the job. You better tell me everything you know.
I don't know anything. I didn't shoot Murray. Someone stole my gun from the drawer. Oh, please find out who did it. If they hold me, I'll go to prison anyway. Please, Mr. Diamond, please.
It's going to be tough if this is the gun. I'm pretty sure it is. You could still smell the powder when I... The powder.
What's the matter, Mr. Diamond?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Look, you stay in your room. Maybe I can do you some good. I promise you'll stay here.
Sure. I'm not going anyplace.
And try and snap out of it. Sometimes you keep losing until there's nothing left to play with. It breaks the jinx. I went downstairs and started looking for Chase. As I passed the doors leading to the garden, I stopped cold. A flash of lightning turned the garden flat white. Someone was standing over what was left of Murray Lang. Well, like the view?
Oh, Diamond. I was just looking at the body.
I talked with your daughter. She says the gun that killed Lang was hers.
What?
Claims they had an argument, but won't admit she shot him.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. Certainly she had no reason... Unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless she found out Lang was just after her money.
Well, that's possible. Anyway, if she did do it, I still can't figure who worked me over.
Maybe it was Lang. You told me yourself he didn't like you.
Maybe it was Elizabeth.
Oh, no. It would have to be somebody very strong. She might have kicked you, but never could she have hit you hard enough to crack your head open like that.
Yeah, tell me, when does Elizabeth come into her money?
Why, at the end of the probation. The court set it aside until she was cleared of all charges.
Who gets it if she goes to prison?
Well, I'm the sole executor of the estate, but she's not going to jail. She didn't do this thing. I'll get the best counsel in the country.
I'm sure you will. Tell me something, Chase. It's pretty obvious that my face got pushed around, but how did you know my ribs got the same treatment?
What?
It doesn't show. It just hurts.
Why, well, you told me. What are you getting at, Diamond?
You'd have to reach pretty high to sap me, but if you were mad enough, you could make it.
This is absurd. I'm going inside.
And when I get grouchy, it's better to listen. I'm liable to use you to make the flowers grow.
Go ahead, Mr. Diamond. I'm listening.
Well, everybody in this house has some sort of motive for killing. With Elizabeth, it could be the old story of a woman scorned. With your lushed-up stepson, he could want to put the blame on his sister so he'd get more than his share of the estate. And we certainly know you stand to profit if Elizabeth goes to prison, because you retain custody of the family fortune.
I'm getting wet, Mr. Diamond.
Everybody's story's weak, but only one of them doesn't stand up. You said earlier this evening someone tried to shoot you from outside your library.
Of course they did. You have the shot and saw the bullet hole.
That's right, I did. But you told me he was standing outside the room by a good 10 feet. Nothing to say, Chase?
You're trying to catch me up in something.
Oh, you are so right. Now, when I walked into that room, I could still smell burning cordite. To smell fresh gunpowder like that, the gun would have to have been fired outside the room. You staged it, so I'd think someone was trying to kill you.
Is that all, Mr. Diamond?
Outside of the slip you made about kicking me in the ribs. Now, let's go inside.
I don't think so, Diamond.
Oh, that the 45 you were telling me about?
Yes. Go ahead, make a try for it. I'm going to show you how it works.
You kill Lang with your stepdaughter's gun, and you're going to collect the money if she goes to prison. Oh, you're a slob.
My stepdaughter could easily kill 2 men tonight.
You're in a spot. You can't shoot me with that 45 and make it look like the same person killed Lang, too. So you've got to get the 32 in my pocket.
Give me Elizabeth's gun, Diamond.
You try and get it, Chase.
Why, you...
Rick, are you out there?
Better give it up, Chase. That's the law. He eats little men like you.
Out there, Lieutenant. Drunk said he saw him go out.
Rick! Stay right there, Diamond. Another killing won't matter if you try and stop me.
For Pete's sake, if you're out there, Rick, answer me. I'm getting soaked.
Just keep your mouth closed, Diamond. I'm getting out of here.
You'll never make it, Chase. They'll pick you up inside of an hour.
Not if you're too dead to tell them. Yes, that's it. If I kill you, I'll at least have...
You should watch your step, Chase.
Keep your head down, Lieutenant. Somebody's mad. Shut up, Otis, and get out from under that bench. Rick!
Over here, Walt.
What's going on, Rick? Who's doing all the shooting?
Oh, we took turns. He was just going to kill me when he tripped over the body of his first victim. I used this 32 in my pocket, shot him twice.
He's dead, Lieutenant. Give me my baking soda, Otis. Yeah, Lieutenant. Don't look so unhappy, Rick. He was going to kill you.
Oh, I'm not unhappy. I'm just sore that I didn't have time to take the gun out of my pocket. I ruined a darn good coat. The 3 of us went back in the house, and Otis took Christopher up to bed so he could sleep it off. Walt listened to the story as I told it to Elizabeth. She cried a little and thanked me with her eyes. Walt went downstairs to clean things up, and I sat by her bed until she went to sleep. She didn't even wake up when I kissed her goodbye. Oh, I guess it was better that way. I said goodbye to Walt and Otis and headed for 975 Park Avenue. I was late. My face could use a mile of bandage. I hoped Helen wouldn't mind.
Yes? Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Francis. Tell Miss Asher I brought a car back.
Oh, how bad a wreck was it, sir?
Give me a glass with a backbone, will you, Francis?
Yes, sir, right away, sir. Miss Asher's in the study.
Thank you. Goodness. Thank you. Hi.
Well, it's about... Oh, Rick, not again.
Mm-hmm.
Your poor little face.
Yeah, my poor little face.
Well, you just stretch out on the couch, and I'll get you a nice tall drink.
Francis is already on his way. Oh.
Feel better?
Yeah, oh, yes. Got a pillow?
I'll hold your head up. How's this?
Mm-hmm.
Like some music to go with it?
Sure. Turn on the radio.
You comfortable?
Mm-hmm. How about you?
Uh-huh. That music sounds like San Francisco. Remember the top of the mark?
Yeah, fun, too.
Mind if I turn off the light? The glow from the fire is enough.
You're cured.
Better?
Much. The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. A little high. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Me.
I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm.
I like your singing, too.
Thanks. Off with my overcoat, off with my glove. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. Why do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
That was nice.
Hey, why did you turn the radio off?
This is nicer. Come here, Rick.
Oh, honey. Honey, you're reading my mind.
Here's your drink, Mr. Diamond. Oh, my goodness.
You have just heard the fourth of a new series, Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Betty Moran, Jay Novello, Jack Edwards, and Tal Avery. Music was under the direction of David Baskerville. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by William P. Rousseau. Even here in America, we're liable to have a few misconceptions about freedom. Many of us regard it as an outright gift with no strings attached. Well, that isn't quite so. All of us have received a heritage of liberty, a legacy of freedom forged in other days. Remember that the liberty you enjoy is a precious legacy, a legacy that can be lost through disuse. Don't ignore freedom, work at it, for freedom is everybody's job. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
(10 p.m. Eastern Wartime). Your dial is set at 660, WEAF, New York.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
That's us, Tom. Take it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Over.
Police instructions. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24. Wanted by police. Over.
I'm just checking my list, Joe. Yep, we got a man in 24. I'll tell him. Municipal Tower. We have a man in seat 24. The name he's traveling under is John J. Jones.
John J. Jones. Maybe that's his right name, but the police want him. They know him as Boston Blackie.
Maybe you've met Boston Blackie before on your local movie screen. In case some of you haven't, I think you'll soon be fast friends of his. And maybe you've already tried new Soapy Rich Rinso, too. In which case, you don't need me to tell you how good it is. But if you aren't using Rinso now, I can't think of a better time for you to start. Now, when summer is here, you certainly don't want to spend hours on wash day scrubbing and boiling clothes. Well, just keep in mind that Rinso gets out the dirt without hard scrubbing or boiling. A short soaking in Rinso's lively suds, a few quick finger rubs, and you'll be ready to hang out a Rinso whitewash. Try this on your clothesline and see if you don't start whistling while you wash. And now, meet Boston Blackie. Outside the law is no strange territory to Blackie, but never does he stray for personal reward, although the police, and notably Inspector Faraday, find no solace in his motives and only bewilderment in his ability to remain out of their reach. Meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You Chicago police have been very cooperative. Thanks a million.
Glad to help you, Inspector Faraday. When we send a man to New York, you can return the favor.
Glad to. Anytime, Captain.
There's the plane now, Inspector. See it? Blackie has got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Well, Blackie's liable to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs, and the next minute...
No handcuffs.
No, Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made the charge stick anyhow. Never have been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, are you, Miss Moray?
Oh, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed and the money stolen. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized him from the picture of Boston Blackie that was in the paper last year. Oh, I'm sure it was Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here comes the plane now. Do you think he'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's lots of money in this world, Miss Moray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Moray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room here until our plane leaves for New York. Talk to him yourself. I can't get anything out of him. Go ahead now. Monahan's in there guarding him, and I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Oh, Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
Oh, I'll try. Blackie? Boston Blackie, would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Detective Monahan, could Mr. Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Oh, sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll out to the window.
Would you please come over here with me, Blackie?
Why, sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Moray. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know, you never saw me before in your life, Miss Moray.
I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble? What is this, a new switch on the share the wealth plan?
Oh, please let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
Oh, so you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money, huh?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't. And I knew you could get away from Inspector Faraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence.
The very worst, I could have said I was mistaken in the identification, and then they would have had to let you go. Only by then it would be too late.
Say, look, let's get organized. Too late for what?
To recover the diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If a diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Oh, please help me.
Well, with these handcuffs on and 2 New York detectives guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs, haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I knew I had to reach you, and I just messed up everything. No, I'll never.
Oh, wait a minute, Miss Morey. We'll figure some way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thanks. Put your hand. You got out of the handcuff.
Okay, now. There, your eyes are nice and dry. Now blow. You feel better now?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Let me have your bad time story.
I don't know how I can laugh.
Oh, it's easy. You just open your mouth and close your eyes and think of Inspector Faraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Morey. Tell me the whole story before Faraday gets restless.
Well, I'm engaged to George Atwater.
Yes?
We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Jonathan diamond.
The Jonathan, huh? Oh, that's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions.
Yeah, Miss Murray, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he had a little too much to drink, and I thought it safer if he left it with me. He agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the diamond, there'll be a mess. The police don't know anything about the diamond?
No. That's why I made up the story about my grandfather and the stolen money.
Well, when do you have to produce the Jonathan, Miss Morey?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then. He'll want it, and... Oh, Blackie.
Tomorrow night. Well, it doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call the detective over here.
I'm all right, but why?
Don't ask questions. Just get him over.
All right. Officer, would you come over here a minute, please?
Sure, Miss Fletcher. Well, did he tell you anything?
No, but I've got something to tell you, Monahan.
Indeed, and what's that?
This.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I'd better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Have you got that?
Yes. Oh, Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm going to New York, and I'll do my best. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Jonathan diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Look, Blackie, I've been out all night on it. Nobody knows nothing. All I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it. None of the boys would touch it. That is, except Duke Walton. I'm telling you, it's as hot as a pistol, but Duke's been bragging that he'll grab it one of these days.
Yeah? Well, where can I find him?
Well, I checked that, too. He's out of town. That's definite. Yeah, he's been gone a week. Now, look, boss, why don't you lay off?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time. I'm going to waste some of it on a visit to the Atwater house.
Ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know they got an awful lot of dough, those Atwaters.
You know something, Shorty? After the way that Morey girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mr. Atwater.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
Mr. Jones, Mr. John J. Jones. Mr. Atwater doesn't know me, but you can say it's about his son.
About Mr. George Atwater, Jr.?
That's right.
He's in, sir. Would you like to see him?
George is in? Well, I certainly would like to see him. When did he get back?
A little while ago, sir. He returned earlier than we expected. Come this way. He's in the library, right here. Shall I announce you?
No, thanks. I'll go right in.
Very good, sir.
Hello there. Mr. Atwater?
Yes, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
Well, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée's.
Oh, a friend of Lee's?
That's right. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the night before last, when you left Miss Morey, you were a little,
Oh, what do you mean, a little? I was a lot.
Well, I don't mean to be personal, but did you stop off anywhere on your way home?
No, I got a cab and came right home.
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Jonathan diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but, well, we keep it here in the library, in this wall safe. Only it's not here now.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me, even though you are a friend of Miss Morey's. Well, you could hardly expect... So this is a holdup, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if I lock the library door, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. There we are. So the Jonathan was kept in the safe, huh? The combination, Mr. Atwater, and keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it. Oh, the safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside the safe, but go ahead and open
Quiet. Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first number. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I ever saw. There, that's the second number, all right? Do you want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find it out for myself. There. Now, that ought to do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. Oh, so the Jonathan diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this, then?
That's the Jonathan, all right. I meant to leave it at Miss Morey's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open this door. Open it up. Open the door, Mr. Atwater. We're the police. Open up.
Faraday, he must have had Shorty watched and trail me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door, do you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hand. Well, this seems to be my day for unexpected visitors.
Now keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming.
I'm going.
You'll have to hurry. He's going through the window. Quick. He's got the Jonathan diamond. He must still be in the garden.
I've got 2 men out there. Maybe I can spot him from here. Come on, Monahan. Blackie, stop!
Shoot, we've got him.
And he's got the Jonathan diamond.
At last. Boston Blackie caught red-handed.
Well, it does look as though Blackie is in for it now, but I have a hunch there's still plenty of action coming up. And shifting from Blackie to Whitey, that is Rinso White, I'd like to tell you about a completely different kind of action, the kind you get with Rinso suds in your washer. Yes, those Rinso suds are so peppy and lively, they get your clothes sparkling white and bright with as little as a 5-minute run per load. And when I say sparkling white, of course I really mean exactly, Rinso White. And there's no better way than that whistle to describe the special kind of white Rinso gets your clothes. That's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Simple, isn't it? No wonder Rinso is the only soap recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. And, of course, a short run is not only easy on your washer, it's easy on your clothes, keeps them new-looking longer. So next wash day, do yourself a big favor. Whistle up a Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. And now, back to the adventures of Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
How do you like ourselves, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Oh, sure. This one's wonderful. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Oh, come on, Faraday. How about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that terrible?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Oh, very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, and he told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Faraday.
Blackie, we had to grab you on that Morey girl's charge.
All right, so you grabbed me.
A $10,000 stick-up, Blackie. That isn't important now. We'll talk about that later. But where's the Jonathan diamond?
Jonathan diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie, you've had that diamond in your hand. Now you had it when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Where is it now?
Now, you listen, Faraday. You've got to get me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't a thing to hold me on.
No, breaking into the Atwater house.
I broke out of the house, not into it.
Oh.
Now, see if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and you stole the Jonathan diamond. How about that?
You sure I did? Does that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No to all those things. But we've got George Atwater as a witness.
A witness to what? I was calling on him at the suggestion of a mutual friend, Inspector. We were having a chat when somebody started to pound on the door. I got scared and jumped through the window. You know, things like that happen, Inspector. People get scared and they jump.
Blackie, I'm telling you this man to man, we've got a case against you. Atwater's word against yours that you robbed his safe, and slugging Monahan in Chicago. The Moray girl's testimony that you robbed her grandfather. That'll add up to 10 years at least.
Go ahead, Inspector.
All right, I'll be honest, Blackie. Young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute and we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right, you tell us where you hid it, and I'll get him to drop all charges. I'll even talk to the Moray girl to get her to go easy if you return her dough. Now, how's that?
I don't know.
Oh, you must have it stashed somewhere. Give me your word of honor to deliver it back to me today, and I'll let you out. Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Don't you want to get out of jail?
Well, I don't know now, Faraday. It's kind of a nice jail. You know, air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy.
Okay, Faraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. You understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. And thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Faraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Moray, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Oh, yes, of course. Nobody's here. Did you...
Did I get the diamond? Well, yes and no, Miss Moray. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
But that's impossible. He didn't. I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Well, Miss Moray, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window of the Atwater house in exactly a half an hour?
Well, all right, but what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Moray, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Moray, please.
Mm-hmm.
If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not?
Because nobody knows I put the diamond back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater. Well, here it is. There, you see? It was open. And here's the box that holds the Jonathan diamond. Put your flashlight on it, and we'll take a quick look.
All right, there. But, the box is empty.
Uh-oh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed.
Quick, that's Atwater now. Put out that flash and get back of these drapes. Hurry.
All right.
7, 6, 9.
What are you doing, Black?
I'm counting the clicks on the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello. This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I... Well, I don't care about that. We made a deal. I don't owe you a dime anymore, and you got what you wanted. Well, you have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm washed up with you and that crooked roulette wheel of yours. We're all square. And if you call me here again, I'll turn you over to the police. Yes. If I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. You'll what? Don't be foolish. Who'd believe that? Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Moray, but I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
How can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears haven't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has the Jonathan diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Well, yes, kind of. You see, I promised Faraday that he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours, and I can't keep that promise. Well, I hope the OPA hasn't put a ceiling on tempers, because if they have, he'll hit it.
Hello? Police headquarters.
Inspector Faraday, please.
Just a minute. Faraday speaking.
This is Blackie, Faraday.
Your time's up, Blackie. Have you got the Jonathan diamond?
Well, no, Inspector, I haven't.
You're stalling. Now, Blackie, you've crossed me for the last time. I'm going to have a dragnet out that'll have you down here before you know it, and you're going to stay in jail this time.
Yeah, but, Inspector, listen, He wouldn't listen, Shorty. I've got to work extra fast now.
Gee, Blackie, look, if there's anything
Hold
I
it,
can
Shorty. I'm going to try that number Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello, Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who's this?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you've got. Atwater says that...
Atwater says, huh? Okay. I'm in an old house, 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay, bye.
Worked, eh, Blackie?
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there to get Faraday his diamond. Unless his dragnet gets me first.
Blackie, duck down. Duck down this hallway.
Okay, what is it, Shorty?
Prowl car just coming this way. I never saw so many cops as we pass on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flattened out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. But who really stole the Jonathan diamond?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Moray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Moray could report it stolen to the police.
Ixnay, boss. Coppers. Okay, now. Look, boss, why did Atwater want the Dane reported?
So he wouldn't be involved. This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, has something on Atwater and wanted the diamond as his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. He stashed it in his own safe until he could reach this guy and turn it over to him. Only you opened the safe before he could do it. And he had to figure out a new story, huh, boss?
Sure. All he had to tell the cops then is that he was afraid that Jonathan wouldn't be safe at the girl's apartment and that he went back in to get it.
Oh.
I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe. But Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Quick. Come on, it's okay now.
So long.
Yeah, who is it?
I called you a little while ago.
Okay.
Open up.
Okay.
Well, Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
Think so?
Sure.
Lucky you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad for you. Now I gotta bump you.
Wait a minute, Duke.
I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you on a little trip. Now sit down in that chair and put your arms behind your back. Go on, I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. Now I'm gonna tie you up nice and pretty like that. How do you like it? Too tight for your pretty hands to be tied?
Well, yes, if you really want to know.
I don't. I'll give it an extra yank just to make sure.
Hey, Duke.
Huh?
Duke, look under the door. That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up, Blackie. Lucky? I guess I was just born under a lucky star.
Maybe. But don't forget, Duke, sometimes stars have a habit of falling.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ducking right out of here.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire! Come on, get out of here!
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Jonathan Diamond are getting out of here, and both of us are nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you, pal.
Now, wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. No use trying to bust them ropes, boy. Maybe the fire will bring them through for you, huh? Hey, you did it. How'd you get out of them ropes? Never mind, ain't gonna do you any good.
Oh, yes, it is, Duke. This place is on fire. Go on, try and get out.
I don't have to try. I'm getting.
Take a look at the door, Duke. It's locked.
Sure, it's locked, and I'm gonna open it right now. Hey, where'd the key go to?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Hey, don't throw it like... Hey, where'd it go? I gotta get it.
Sure, you're gonna get it, but good. You missed me, sucker.
I'll sucker you out. Get you for this, Blackie, if it's take a million. Oh, hey, you're breaking my wrist.
Drop that gun. Okay. Now, where's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire will both be trapped.
Well, there's no fire, sucker.
Huh?
My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door.
But
Now, give her that diamond. You must have it on you. When you thought there was a fire, you'd have never left without it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I found your phone call was a phony, I give it to a guy to hold for
You're
me.
lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Now, turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Yeah, okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on me.
Well, we'll see. It's not here. Not here. It's not here.
It's me, boss. Everything all right?
Okay, Shorty, I'll let you in. Wait till I pick up the key. Now, don't move, you.
Well, it worked, huh, boss?
Yeah, it worked, but do you recognize this guy, Shorty?
Sure. That's Duke Walton, the guy I was telling you about. It was bragged he'd have the Jonathan diamond.
Well, he hasn't got it. I've searched him. He's clean, Shorty.
He's holding out, the dirty heel.
Yes, the dirty... Heel? Heel, huh? You know, Shorty, I think I've got something there. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Yeah, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
Now, that's being very sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of that slot it's in and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Faraday out of a great big hole. Well, it's bargain day, Faraday. You've got your diamond, and I've got Miss Morey. Right, honey?
Well, for a while, Blackie. Then I've got to go back home to Wisconsin.
Oh, well, can we go now, Inspector?
Okay, Blackie. Go ahead. Beat it. You're in the clear. Only remember this. You make one slip, Blackie, and as sure as my name is Faraday, I'll be on your neck.
You'll be on my neck, eh? Okay, Inspector, but before Miss Morey leaves for Wisconsin, I hope I'll have her there for a little while first.
Oh, say, one more thing about Rinso. That same Rinso that's such a big help on wash day. I'd just like to add that it's also a mighty big help 3 times every day at dishwashing time. Even your greasiest roaster is a cinch to wash in those rich Rinso suds. And, of course, Rinso's grand for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Walls, floors, woodwork, windows, tiles. They all come sparkling bright and clean with Rinso on the job. So get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for housework, and for a wash that's... And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't do it.
But, Mr. Manletter, it's the only way your business can be saved.
I don't care about that. If the only way it can be saved is by risking the life of my friend Boston Blackie, well, I'd rather it were lost. I won't ask Blackie to keep that appointment. I don't even want to know about it.
All right, Mr. Manletter, if that's the way you want it.
I'm going out and try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later, and remember, I don't want Blackie to hear about this.
Hello, Mary. Get me Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for this program by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap specially made to stop...
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a question to ask you. What is hell? Where is it? Some say it's a place that the soul goes to after death to be purified. Others believe that hell is right here on earth. That indeed life is a synonym for hell. Which is right? Are both right, perhaps? Don't know. One thing sure, though. If life on earth isn't hell for everyone, it certainly can be for some. Henry and Matilda Smith, to mention only 2.
No, Henry. I don't believe you. You couldn't have done such a thing, not you.
Yes, Matilda. Me. I did it.
You only imagine you did. I've heard that when people are starving, they imagine all kinds of things, horrifying things. They hallucinate.
No hallucination.
I don't believe you.
Believe me. Believe me. Look, I'll take off my coat.
Look and believe.
No! You shed blood!
Soaked in blood. Dripping with it. Dripping with blood.
Our mystery drama, The Diamond Necklace, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the classic story of Guy de Maupassant by George Lefferts and stars Mandel Kramer and Marion Seldes. I have asked, where is hell? What is it? I have often pondered the question and came to no resolution. But surely one thing is true, that if life on earth is not itself hell, it is often a very convincing imitation. The statement you're about to hear proves that. A statement, an account, written by a man named Henry Smith in New York City in the year 1897. A memoir, if you will, of a special kind of horror.
Yes, I'm going to kill myself. With this gun. Put a bullet through my head and end once and for all the mortal terror, the hideous misery of these past 10 years. Believe me, it is not the horrors I've been through because of the diamond necklace. Not the 10 frightful years of grinding poverty and unremitting torment. Not the murder nor the suicide, not the utter misery, not these that make me take my life. But the shock, the awful shock of what I heard today. A shock which may, for all I know, have unhinged my mind. But in any case, has destroyed all desire to go on living. Where to begin my story? Anywhere will do, I suppose, so I'll begin with that moment when, in sudden frustration, I flung the glass of wine against the wall.
Henry! Oh, darling, my darling.
I'm sorry, Matilda. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just don't think I can bear anymore. It's too much.
Oh, darling. Dearest, the world hasn't come to an end. All right. You've had bad luck for a number of years.
Bad luck? Abominable, that's what it's been. Has anyone worked harder than I have to be a success?
No, my darling.
Has anyone tried more than I have? Tried and tried.
Sweetheart.
What happens? Every time. The glove shop. All our savings in the glove shop, and it burns to the ground on opening day. All of our savings gone. And then the job at Mountjoy's for 3 years. 3 solid years. I break my back as a clerk, and then I'm promoted to floor walker, and what happened?
But it isn't your fault you came down with the flu.
It's never my fault, Matilda. That's the point. I try, and I get nowhere. This morning I go back to Mountjoy's. 2 weeks ill, and I go back to the floor walker job, I think. So you go out, you buy a steak, a bottle of wine, and we'll splurge a little to celebrate. Sorry, Smith, Collier says. Collier the Great. Collier, head floor walker. Sorry, Smith. We had to give the job to Platow. It's just too much, Matilda. I can't take it anymore.
Oh, please. Look. Here. Another glass of wine. Drink this one. It will relax you. Things won't look so black. You'll see the brighter side.
What brighter side?
Well, our love, for one thing.
Oh, how can you love a failure?
I don't love a failure. I love you. And you're not a failure. Henry, dearest, we're young. We're healthy. We're in love. Together we can face anything, overcome anything. Oh, darling, that reminds me. Something came for you in the mail today. It looks important.
What is it?
Here.
Oh, expensive envelope. It's addressed to me. I'll soon find out what it is. Beautiful paper. We sell this kind of heavy vellum at
Henry, what is it?
I don't understand this.
What is it?
Here, see for yourself. Here.
Mr. and Mrs. Roger Van Wyck Mountjoy III request the pleasure of your company at a dinner party the evening... Request the pleasure of our company? Well, that's impossible. He owns Mountjoy's, and you're...
Just another clerk? Is that what you were going to say?
No, dearest.
Not as impossible as you may think. an invitation like this?
But they take a floor walker job away because you've been ill 2 weeks.
Because maybe, just maybe, Mountjoy has something better for me. He's noticed how hard I've worked these past 3 years, the long hours I've put in, the overtime without pay.
Henry, do you think so?
Well, how else do you explain the invitation?
I don't.
Matilda, dearest, this is it. My luck has changed. Dinner with the Mountjoys. Why, it can mean only one thing. Not just a promotion, but a big promotion. Now, I'll have to rent some dinner clothes. I don't have any.
But, darling, I can't rent a gown.
You'll buy one.
With what?
We've got $43
Oh,
saved
no,
up.
I'm not going to touch our savings,
You've got
Henry.
to, darling. This is important. Take what you need. Take it all. Buy the best gown you can find. Something that will be worthy of your beauty.
Oh, but, darling, you don't understand. I'll need more than a gown. Shoes to match, a handbag, other things. I'll need jewelry of some sort, a pin or a necklace, a string of pearls. Where would I get that?
Yes, that is a problem, all right. Now, listen, wait a minute. How about your friend, Mrs. Forrester?
You mean borrow something from her?
Why not?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
She's loaded with jewelry of all kinds, isn't she? Every time you talk about the days when you were governess to her kids, you always
She has
mention...
a lot of jewelry, but I'd feel awfully awkward. I'd be embarrassed.
Why? Matilda, you're friends. You go to her house for tea.
Oh, once a year, maybe.
Well, even so, you are friends. She likes you.
Well, if you think it would be all right...
Why shouldn't it be? Look, this invitation from Mountjoy himself, it's my big chance, Matilda, the chance I've been waiting for, working for. We can't pass it up. We have got to go to that dinner party. So, sweetheart, you go buy that gown, and you borrow that jewelry.
Of course, Matilda, certainly. Oh, it's awfully good of you, Mrs. Forrester. I hesitated to ask, but...
Nonsense, dear. Well, come along into the boudoir. We'll go through all my jewelry, and you shall have your pick. Tell me, how is that handsome husband of yours?
Oh, he's fine. Fine. And about to get his big chance at Mountjoy's, too.
Oh, an opportunity I'm sure he deserves. Well, now, my jewelry is in these boxes. Now, you start looking while I go tell Hortense to make tea for us.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Forrester. Thank you.
Nothing? Well, but surely, Matilda, surely there must be something that will go with your new gown. These pearls. This emerald pin. One or another of these diamond brooches. Oh, surely there's... So that's it.
What?
Oh, there is something, but you're too shy to ask for it.
Well,
Now, come. Tell me, what piece has caught your eye?
That one.
The diamond necklace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't ask you for that.
Of course you can, and you're right. As always, your taste is impeccable.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, who asked for thanks? Oh, I will ask one thing, though, Matilda, dear.
Anything.
Now, be sure to have the necklace back to me by Saturday. See, I'm going to a dinner party that night.
Oh, but I'll return it on Thursday, the day after the Mountjoy party.
Oh, any time at all, my dear, but no later than Saturday. And, Matilda, tell your husband I couldn't be more delighted over his good fortune. He deserves it. And so do you.
Thank you, driver. No, that's all right. Keep the change. Matilda, wait. Let me help you out.
Henry, look. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful? It's a mansion. All lit up, blazing, with those new electric lights.
It is a sight, isn't it? Look, the front doors are wide open. You can see people dancing in the ballroom.
Oh, those gowns the women are wearing. Henry, do I look all right?
You look like a fairy princess. The gown, the diamond necklace. You are a fairy princess. Come, princess. Let's knock them dead.
A butler or someone that would give the invitation to?
Well, it doesn't seem to be. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, look.
What?
The man coming toward us. That's Roger Mountjoy himself. Matilda, he's going to greet us personally.
Can I help you?
We're here for your party, your dinner party, Mr. Mountjoy.
You know me?
Why, of course.
We've met, have we?
Well, Not actually. I've seen you, of course, any number of times at the department store, but we've never really met.
Then I'm afraid I'm rather at a loss to understand what you're doing here.
Well, Mr. Mountjoy, I'm Henry Smith.
Oh?
I'm employed by you at the department store. A clerk in sporting goods. You invited me and my wife to your party tonight.
So you're the mistake. You are the mistake that was made.
The mistake?
Let me see the invitation.
Certainly.
Yes, addressed to Henry Smith. Spelled S-M-I-T-H. That fool secretary of mine.
I don't understand.
Well, it's simple enough, Smith. I have a friend, a close friend, named Henry Smythe. Spelled S-M-Y-T-H-E. My secretary simply sent the invitation to you instead of him. A mistake. A ridiculous mistake.
Ridiculous?
What else would you call it?
Unfortunate. Embarrassing.
Unfortunate, embarrassing, ridiculous, whatever you call it. I am not in the habit of inviting my clerks to my home. Now, I'll say good night to you and to your decidedly attractive wife. I'm very sorry, my dear, very sorry.
Being sorry doesn't help matters much, Mr. Mountjoy. Your secretary makes a mistake, and we make all sorts of preparations for your party. Clothes that we can hardly afford.
I said I'm sorry. Good night.
No. You can't just put us out like this.
Henry, for heaven's sake.
Not put us out like beggars. I don't mind for myself, but my wife has looked forward to this. She's bought a new gown, new shoes, accessories, looked forward with great anticipation.
Please,
you
come.
Cruel, you heartless.
Henry! Good night, Mr. Mountjoy.
Perhaps we'll meet again, Mrs. Smith.
I don't think so, Mr. Mountjoy. Come, Henry. Henry, it was a mistake. An unfortunate mistake.
Wrong, Matilda. A ridiculous mistake. You heard him. You heard the great Roger Van Wyck Mountjoy III. A ridiculous mistake, Smith. Yes, ridiculous, all right. A clerk spends the savings of nearly 2 years.
Maybe I could take the gown and the shoes back.
Cab fare all across town, there and back. And to him, it's ridiculous.
They might refund it. They might...
Punched him in the nose is what I should have done. Punched him in the nose.
Oh, and found yourself out of a job in the morning. If you still have a job at Mountjoy.
I don't give a damn if I've got a job there or not. I don't give a damn if I ever see the inside of Mountjoy's again. I don't give a damn if...
Henry. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?
Where's the necklace?
The necklace?
Yes, the necklace. The diamond necklace, Matilda. Where is it?
Gone. Henry. Henry, I've lost the diamond necklace.
If you're a man listening to my voice, put yourself in Henry Smith's shoes. And if a woman, in Matilda's. And tell me that hell doesn't exist on Earth. Go on. Tell me. I'll return shortly for Act 2. To the thoughtful person, the emotion of terror need not be activated only by the horrendous. There are many forms of terror. The quick and sudden terror which makes the soul scream out in agony. The slow and eroding kind which makes the soul moan in mounting fear. Is the terror of a man going to his death any greater than, say, a baby wailing with hunger and in fear there may not be another meal? Henry Smith can give you the answer. I can hardly write these words. My hands are numb. Not only with the bitter cold of this heatless room,
The chill of the winter wind seeping through the broken window. But also the horror. The true horror. Memory brings back to me. Her words.
Gone, Henry. I've lost the diamond necklace.
How could you have lost it?
I don't know, but it's gone.
Take off your wrap, maybe.
Maybe what?
I don't know. Maybe when it slipped from your neck, it got caught inside the wrap.
Oh, I doubt if it could...
Well, look anyhow.
No, it's not here. It's gone, Henry. A fortune in diamonds lost.
Now, don't panic. We mustn't panic now. We'll just keep calm and just think. Try to remember. When did you last have the necklace? When did you last notice it?
Don't know. I can't remember.
Well, you must. Now, did you have it in the cab going to Mountjoy's?
Yes. Yes, I had it then, and I remembered... Yes. I had it when we got out and walked up the steps to the door.
You're sure of that?
Oh, yes. I remember putting my hand on it, patting it.
Did you have it in the cab on the way home from Mountjoy's?
I don't remember.
Try to remember, please. Try. Did you or didn't you?
I don't know. I was too upset to notice.
Well, you've got to find that necklace.
Where are you going?
I'm going out to find it.
What?
I'll try and find the cab that we hired on the way back. I'll go to Mountjoy's house and look around outside. Have we any money?
Money?
Well, I can't walk to Mountjoy's. It's too far. I'll have to take a cab.
Let's see. We have $2 and some change left.
All right, give it to me.
Oh, Henry, wait. There's no food in the house for tomorrow. You don't get paid till Saturday.
No, I don't.
Henry?
Oh, that scares you, doesn't it? $2 and change. No food in the house. No pay till Saturday. Oh, it's frightening. I think I'm going to be sick.
Henry. Oh, my darling.
No,
Henry.
All right, I'm all right. I'm all right. Expect me when you see me.
Henry.
What?
Forgive me.
Oh, darling, it isn't your fault. Get that thought out of your head. It isn't your fault.
It is my fault. It is. Is that you, Henry?
Yes.
Well, I must have fallen asleep. It's nearly dawn. You didn't find it?
No.
I could kill myself.
Matilda, please. Sweetheart, you mustn't feel guilty about this. What we've got to do now is figure out what to do. Now, have you any idea how expensive it was, the necklace?
No, but it came in a Carteret box.
Carteret? The most expensive jewelers in town. Must have cost a fortune. Well, I guess there's no way out but for you to tell Mrs. Forrester.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I couldn't possibly do
You'll
that.
have to. There's nothing else we can do.
Oh, there's got to be something. I'd rather die than go to Mrs. Forrester and tell her I lost the necklace. I can't do it, Henry.
I don't know what else.
Well, replace it. We'll have to replace it.
Replace it? How?
Well, I'll go to Carteret's and describe the necklace. They just might have a duplicate. Well, they might.
And if they do, what then? You hand them this $1.39 I've got left and take the necklace to Mrs. Forrester? You going out of your mind?
If I haven't, I'm close to it.
Look, go to Mrs. Forrester tomorrow.
I can't, Henry. Please don't make me go there.
When have I ever made you do anything? All right, we'll find a way out of this. All right, look, you go to Carteret's tomorrow and see what you come up with, and we'll just have to take it from there.
But what if they don't have a duplicate?
That isn't what worries me. What worries me is, what if they do?
Well, madam, I would say this necklace is quite nearly a perfect match to the one you described.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. How much is it?
$6,500. Madam, are you all right?
Yes, quite all right. I suppose that it must be paid for all at once.
All at once?
I mean, there's a new way of paying for things these days.
If you mean the installment buying, madam, our customers have no need of it.
Yes. Well, now I'll let you know.
As you wish.
$6,500, you said?
Yes, $6,500.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Brock. Henry Smith.
Frankie Matthews sent you to me, eh?
Yes, he works in the department next to mine, in hats.
I got more than one client from Mountjoy's. What I'm saying, you're in good hands, Mr. Smith. Let's see, your full name?
Henry James Smith.
Oh, James. Address?
227 East 9th Street.
227 East. Okay. How much you want to borrow?
$6,500.
Uh-huh. Any collateral?
If I had collateral, I'd have gone to the bank, Mr. Brock.
Somebody twisted your arm to come to me.
No, of course not.
So why insult me, Mr. Smith? I don't need you. You need me, right?
Yes.
The way I operate, I make you a straight loan at interest. You pay back the principal when and as you can. As long as you pay the interest each month, we got no problem.
How much interest?
1%.
1%? 1% of $6,500. That's $60.50, right?
Right.
Well, that isn't too bad. I guess I can manage $60.50 a year, I guess.
A month, Mr. Smith.
What?
1% a month, $60.50 a month.
A month? But, well, that's usury.
Hey, you know something, Smith? It's a good thing I don't charge for insults. You'd be in a real mess if I did.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that... Oh, good Lord, I couldn't possibly afford all that, not on my salary.
I'm sorry to hear it. You wasted my time.
Oh, no, wait now.
I'm waiting.
Well, I'm... All right, I'll take it. And don't worry, I'll find a way to pay the interest. Don't worry.
I won't. I never worry, Mr. Smith. I let my clients do it all.
Why, no, Matilda, dear. I wasn't in the least concerned.
Well, I did say I'd return the necklace Thursday. Here it is, Saturday.
But I'll not be wearing it till tonight, and... Well, it certainly wasn't your fault. The clasp broke.
Oh, but the clasp isn't quite the same as the old one. Look, I'll show you.
Oh, no, don't bother. Just toss the box over there.
Mrs. Forrester, I was wondering...
Yes, dear.
Would you know of anyone who might need a governess?
You?
Yes.
You're in need of employment?
Well, Henry doesn't make much, and I thought I might help out a little.
Oh, I see. Well, see, now, I'm afraid I don't know of anyone who needs a governess, no, but I...
Yes?
Oh, no, that wouldn't be for you.
What? I'm not proud, Mrs. Forrester. If it's honest work...
Well, honest enough, my dear, but exhausting. You see, a friend of mine, a very large family, needs someone to do washing.
A washerwoman?
I told you it wouldn't be for you. Well, I'll ask around among my friends and let you know if I come up with anything.
Thank you.
Now, just let me be sure I have your address correct.
Oh, we're moving.
Are you? Oh, do you know where?
Yes. 121 Delahanty Street.
Delahanty? But, my dear, isn't that thought to be something of a slum area?
Oh, not that bad.
Matilda, child, has something gone wrong? Are you and Henry in some sort of trouble you're not telling me about?
No.
Well, then why are you willing to take a job as a washerwoman? Why are you moving to Delahanty Street? Oh, very well. I won't press you, but please do keep one thing in mind. I'm always willing and ready to help you in any way. You will keep that in mind, won't you, dear?
Yes. And thank you, Mrs. Forrester. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, my dear. And thank you for returning the necklace. Oh, if you ever want to borrow it again...
Thank you. I don't think I will. Not ever again.
We made a deal, Smith. A month ago to the day. Now you come in and tell me you can't pay the interest.
Well, not all of it, Mr. Brock, but...
But what?
I've got $34 of the 60.
60 and 50 cents.
Yes. And if you'll just accept that...
Sure. Sure, let's have it. You bring the rest tomorrow. Same time. 6 o'clock.
But that's impossible.
Impossible, huh?
It's taken me a month to get $34 together. How am I going to get practically as much again in just a day?
That's your problem.
Well, it's a problem I can't solve. Look, I'll pay you. I'll pay you every cent I owe you, but you've got to give me time.
Time is money, Mr. Smith. And you haven't got much of either. Let me show you something. You see this?
Yes.
What is it?
A switchblade knife.
Very sharp, Mr. Smith. Razor sharp. Now, I'll tell you how it's going to be. You come here tomorrow at 6 o'clock and you have the money, or I'll take a piece out of your right ear with this knife.
Mr. Brock.
You come back tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and if you still haven't got the money, I take a piece out of your left ear.
You're a...
I know what I am. You better know what you are. You're a loser, Smith, and you're a loser because you're a sucker. Tomorrow, Smith. Same time. Oh. And, bring your wife.
My wife? What for?
Who knows? Maybe she could even, save you from losing your life. Who knows, Smith?
If ever terror, cold, chilling terror, struck through a man's soul, it strikes through Henry Smith's. Snared by circumstances he did not create, he is now like an animal caught in a trap, quivering with terror, shaking with horror, and all because of a diamond necklace. A diamond necklace borrowed and lost. I'll return shortly for Act 3.
This is Hugh Downs for the U.S.
What bitter, cruel, insupportable tragedy can smash a human life because of one mischance? Henry and Matilda Smith have discovered this to their sorrow. Had Henry or Matilda thought for a moment, they might have realized that the party invitation from Roger Mountjoy had to be a mistake. In any case, had they realized this, certainly Matilda would never have borrowed that diamond necklace from Mrs. Forrester and lose it. And had Matilda not lost it, well, let Henry tell us.
Outside is strengthening, getting colder. Snow was beginning to fall. The last snow I shall ever see. One that I had never seen the light of day, never been born. When I remember what took place in Brock's office the next day, going to his office filled me with fear. But not going would have made me more fearful still. I entered his office in a cold sweat and found myself trembling with nerves as he said,
I thought you'd find the money somehow. I was sure of it.
I haven't found it, Mr. Brock. I haven't got it.
You didn't bring your wife, so I figured you had the money.
No.
Maybe you don't hear too good, even with ears. You remember this? I see you do. But also you remember maybe that I said bring your wife. Well?
I remember, Mr. Brock, but look, give me just a little time.
No, not time. This is what I'm going to give you.
Oh!
Here, look. You see this? This little piece of pink stuff on the tip of the knife, that's you, Smith. Just a little, very little piece of your ear. But don't you worry about it. It's bleeding a lot, but it'll heal. Now, you be smart. Go and get your wife, Smith. Bring her here.
She's working.
Yeah, I know. Doing the washing of some rich dame. Ruining her hands, ruining her looks, her body. Especially her looks and her body. Now, you don't want that, now, do
Mr.
you?
Brock, she's helping me get the money to pay you.
There's easier ways.
I will not bring my wife here. You think I don't know what you mean by easier ways?
Oh, you know all right. You're smart, real smart. Now, look, let me lay it out for you. You're into me for $6,500. Now, like I tell you, I don't care about you paying off the principal. I got ways of getting that in time. What I want now is the interest. Now, your wife could make more than that in one night.
You dirty rotten.
Hold it.
You miserable.
Hold it unless you want me to do more with it.
Hold it.
Hey, wait, give me back that knife. Damn you, give it back.
Stay away from me. I warn you, stay away.
Why? You'll use the knife on me? I don't think so, Smith. You're gonna go and get that sexy wife of yours and you're gonna bring her here?
Matilda, you're home.
Yes, my back was... I was working over the tubs today, and it began to pain again, so I... Henry! You're white as a sheet and trembling. Henry, what happened?
I killed a man, Matilda. I killed a man.
No.
Brock, the moneylender.
No, Henry, I don't believe you. You couldn't have done such a thing, not you.
Yes. Yes, Matilda, I did it.
No, you just imagine that you did. I've heard that when people are starving, they imagine all kinds of things, horrifying things. They hallucinate.
No hallucination.
I don't believe you.
Believe me, look. I'll take off my coat. Look.
Oh, God.
And believe.
Your shirt, blood.
Soaked in blood. Dripping with blood.
Take it off quickly. Take it off and I'll wash it.
You can't wash it. Nobody must know. And you'd have to wash it in the kitchen or the bathroom down the hall.
There's no running water in this room. Oh, take it off and I'll hide it. I can't believe... I just can't believe you. You're always so gentle.
He was threatening me with a knife. He cut my ear and he was threatening me again if I didn't...
Didn't?
Bring you to him.
Me? What would he want with me?
I don't know.
But he must have a reason. He wouldn't threaten you with a knife unless... Oh.
What's so funny?
I was thinking. Oh, just thinking. What a surprise he'd have in store.
Surprise? Brock?
He must have heard how I looked a month ago. He doesn't know what that month has done to me. Why didn't you tell him? Why didn't you tell him that since the night I lost the necklace, since the night of the Mountjoy's party, the party that looked so exciting, and was going to be so thrilling.
My secretary made a mistake. A ridiculous mistake. Ridiculous.
Only it was all a mistake.
Sweet.
A horrible mistake.
Sweetheart, oh, sweetheart,
Worse than
please.
horrible, I lost the necklace. I'm the one who couldn't face Mrs. Forrest.
Please, no.
Why couldn't I? I'm the one who made you borrow all that money. I'm the one who made you a murderer. Oh, God, forgive me for what I did.
You did nothing, darling. You lost a diamond necklace. It could have happened to anyone. And it's over now. All the misery is over.
Oh.
Yes, Brock is dead. I killed him. But I did it in self-defense. I'm not excusing myself. Don't think that. You kill a man, you take a life, whatever the reason, you must pay. Somehow or other you must pay, and I will. But in the meantime, we're out from under the burden, the awful burden of paying that monthly interest. Even the loan, we can forget it.
How?
Well, who knows about it? It was between Brock and me. Who else would know? All I'm saying is that what's happened gives us a break, gives us time to recover and make a fresh start. No more 12-hour washing days for you, no more extra jobs for me. We can get some rest, we can eat better, we can restore our health so that... Who can that be?
The police.
I don't see how. Well, one way to find out. Yes?
Hi. May I come in?
Who are you?
Well, I'm afraid we never had the pleasure of meeting face to face, Mr. Smith, but Arnie told me about you, and maybe he told you about me?
Arnie?
Arnie Brock. I'm his wife, Doris. Or I guess I should say, his widow.
No. You won't do this. I won't let you do it.
What else is there to do?
Something. We'll find a way. You go behind my back, you go to that Brock woman, and you...
I agree to do what she wants. What her husband wanted. There's no other way. If I don't do this, we'll both sicken and die. This way, once the loan is paid...
But it will never be paid, Matilda. The interest alone, the monthly interest.
No interest. Not anymore.
What are you talking about?
Well, I agreed to become a hostess on one condition. I would pay off the loan with my earnings, but no more interest.
And she agreed?
Well, there seems to be a shortage of girls, of compliant girls. Here.
What's this?
It's the agreement I made her sign. No interest, and... Now, would you please hook me up in the back?
No.
Henry, please.
In that dress. In the very gown you bought for the Mountjoy party.
It's brand new, Henry. I never got to wear it very long. Never got a chance to dance in it, as I thought I would. Oh, that music was so lovely. Remember when we came through the open front doors? All those gay people dancing and drinking and chatting. So many lovely gowns. All those gorgeous colors. And the electric lights. I've never seen them before. So bright, so glowing. The music. The music. Oh, if we'd only danced together, Henry. One dance. Just one. We only had that to remember to dream on. Dance with me. Henry, dance with me. Take me in your arms and dance with me. Don't you hear the music? It's the waltz. It's a waltz, Henry. They're playing a waltz, a divine waltz, and I'm in your arms, floating in your arms. Turning and turning, my feet scarcely touching the floor.
Stop it, Matilda.
Turning and turning.
Matilda, look out, to the window. No. 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 She was dead when I reached her. 5 stories below, in the courtyard, crumpled, broken, dead. We buried her in the gown that she loved so much, the only pretty gown she'd ever had. And I saw the coffin lowered into the ground and heard the first shovelful of dirt fall on her face. I made her a promise. A promise it took 10 years to keep. 498, 499, 500. The debt is paid, Mrs. Brock.
Look, tell me something. After she died, your wife, you could have taken off. Flown the coop, I'd never have found you. Instead, you worked yourself to death, close to it anyways, for 10 years. How come?
It's the way she would have wanted it.
Excuse me, I beg your pardon.
Yes?
Are you, by any chance, are you Henry Smith?
Yeah. Why, Mrs. Forrester.
Well, of all things. Now, I saw you sitting here in the park, and I thought, now, that man reminds me of someone. And then I realized, Henry Smith. It's been a long time.
Yes, a very long time.
And how is Matilda? She stopped coming to see me quite a few years ago, and I tried to get in touch with her, but you'd moved and left no forwarding address.
She's dead, Mrs. Forrester.
Oh.
10 years now.
Oh, I am so sorry. She was such a
Delightful little person. So serious, so sincere. I remember lending her a diamond necklace to go to a party. She accidentally broke the clasp, and really, I've never seen anyone so terribly upset over such a little thing.
A diamond necklace is not a little thing, Mrs. Forrester.
Well, I suppose not, but not if it were a real diamond necklace with genuine diamonds. Mine were paste. Fake diamonds, worth no more than, $100. Oh, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, what? Oh, please, someone help me. This man has fainted.
I cannot live with it. The shock, the horror of learning that the diamond necklace was a fake. It doesn't matter now. Nothing has mattered to me since Matilda died. If, as I've heard, there's a life after death, this gun will take me to Matilda in that other life. If not, I'll at least be out of this one.
In the words of Guy de Maupassant, how would life have been for these two if Matilda had not lost the necklace? Who knows? How strange life is. How small a thing will ruin or save one. I'll return shortly. Story to certainly one of the greatest of all short story writers, Guy de Maupassant. I've suggested in the past that we give a thought, a brief moment of thanks to such men as Oscar Wilde and Edgar Allan Poe, to whom really we owe so much. To that list, let's add Monsieur de Maupassant. I'm sure he'd be pleased. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time...
The play is The Golden Deed by Andrew Garth, dramatized for radio by Eileen Cullen.
Crumbs. Mummy? Mummy, will you help me finish blowing up the wall?
Well, just a moment, darling. Wait till I've unpacked the tea things.
I will help you, Tony.
We'll have to get him a real raft someday. The old airbed's looking pretty tired.
It's a nice raft.
There you are. Is that enough?
Uh-huh. Oh, say thank you, darling.
Thank you, Kira. Look, Mummy, over there. There's a man here today.
Oh, so there is. Well, never mind. There's plenty of room.
May I go in now, please?
Yes, but be careful. I'm going to sunbathe first. You'll go with him, won't you, Kira?
Of course, Mrs. Mellenby. Come along, Tony.
Race you, Kira.
All right. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Keep close to the edge, Tony.
Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby. Mrs. Mellenby, it's Tony. He's rather far out, and I can't make him hear me.
What's the matter?
Where is he? Oh, God.
Tony! Tony! Come back! Come back this minute! You're much too far out! You're very naughty! Tony! Come back!
He's blowing him out!
He's still... Tony! I'm coming! Help me!
Someone in difficulty?
Yes, sir. The little boy and his mother.
All right, don't worry. I'll get her.
Tony! Tony! God, help me.
Don't struggle. I'll soon get you in.
Right. Come on. Help him.
I'll come back for him in a minute now. Stand on your back. Relax. That's right. Now, we're in the shallows. All right?
Oh, Mrs. Mellanby, how dreadful.
Look out. I'll get him, don't worry.
He's a strong swimmer. He will save him, Mrs. Mellanby.
He's drowning. The raft sinking.
It's all right, Mrs. Mellanby. He's there. He's holding him.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, there you are, young man. Don't go frightening your mother again like that.
Tony, haven't I told you over and over again to stay near the edge?
But, Mommy!
Well, he's learned his lesson.
With the wind, Mommy.
Have some tea, Mrs.
Yeah,
Mellanby.
that's just the thing. Just what you need.
And you, too. You must be absolutely worn out.
I take a lot of wearing out.
I simply don't know how I can ever begin to thank you.
Really, it was nothing. I'm glad I happened to be around, that's all.
I'm afraid I panicked. You see, I'm not a strong swimmer, and Kira doesn't swim at all. I simply don't know what we should have done without you.
Here's the tea.
Ah, thank you. That's splendid.
I honestly thought those last few yards were going to be too much for me.
I rather wondered myself, to tell the truth. The wind blew up so suddenly.
I can't forget it. When I saw the raft overturn.
I'd rest a bit if I were you.
Do please tell me your name.
Oh, if you really want to know, it's Roscoe. Frank Roscoe.
And I'm Sally Mellanby. That awful boy over there is Tony, as you know. This is Kira from Norway. How do you do?
Norway. I've always wanted to go there.
Are you on holiday here?
No, I'm on business of a sort. I'm having to find a small farm, just prospecting around, you know. But it looked so good today, I decided to take time off for a few hours on the beach.
Thank goodness you did.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Mellanby, and thanks for the tea. I'll push along now.
Have you far to go?
Oh, no, not really, just a few miles.
Have you a car?
No, I came by bus and walked along the beach.
Then we must take you home.
Oh, don't think of it. I don't want to break up your picnic.
Oh, we're not in the mood for picnics now. At least I'm not.
Oh, well, Tony looks none the worse. That's something.
Where are you staying?
Oh, a little place called Fresney Stoke, near Bath. I'm at a pub there.
But we live in Bath. We'll drop you off on the way. It couldn't be easier.
Oh, it's extremely kind of you. Well, if you're sure it's no trouble, I'll just get my things.
Come along, Tony. We're going home now. Come and help us pack up.
Why are we going home?
What sort of a farm are you looking for, Mr. Roscoe?
Oh, just a few acres for a poultry farm. I'm one of those, redundant army chaps, you know. Too old at 40.
It must be difficult starting all over again. Have you always been in the army?
Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't know anything else. Still, I expect I can learn.
Do you know this part of the country?
No, hardly at all. But a friend of mine recommended it. He said he'd heard the land here was comparatively cheap. I hope he's right.
Well, he may be.
Mummy, can I have a new raft?
Oh, I should think not.
And that's what I call bad timing.
We're coming into Fresney Stoke now. Which is your pub?
The Plough.
Oh.
There it is, just on the left.
Yes.
Very modest, but I'm going carefully. Well, thank you for the lift.
Mr. Roscoe, I know my husband will be very anxious to meet you. Would you come and have dinner with us tomorrow evening?
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mrs. Mellanby, but it really isn't
necessary, you know.
Please, Mr. Roscoe, you saved our lives, and you could have lost your own.
All the same.
My husband would never forgive me if he didn't have a chance to thank you himself.
Well, if you put it like that, I'll be very happy to come, of course. Where exactly do you live?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll come and pick you up in the car. I'll be here at 6:30. Will that do?
It'll be fine. I shall look forward to it.
Till tomorrow, then.
Right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Roscoe. What can I get you?
Whiskey, please. Large one. Whiskey? Thank you, sir.
A grand day it's been.
Wonderful.
Did you manage to get your swim?
I did indeed. Have a drink yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll have a light ale.
Lovely bit of country you've got round here.
Very nice, isn't it?
You been here long?
Oh, I've been in this house 20 years.
I wonder if you know some people named Mellenby.
You mean Mr. John Mellenby?
Could be. I met a Mrs. Mellenby today. Dark, very attractive, with a small son.
That's right, sir. Pretty big shots in Bath they are.
Are they?
Oh, yes. Public work, you know. He's president of this and that. Fine people and very well liked. Don't throw their weight about like some.
What does he do for a living?
Mr. Mellenby? Oh, I don't think he does anything now. Don't need to.
Oh, lucky man.
He used to be a lecturer at Bristol. Archaeology or something of the sort. He's interested in antiquities, I know. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the richest men in Bath. Got it all from an uncle some little time ago. You can always count on him for a subscription if the cause is good.
He sounds a generous type.
Very generous he is, sir.
I think I'll have another large whiskey, landlord.
In here, Mr. Roscoe. John, darling, this is Mr. Frank Roscoe.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Roscoe, my wife has told me all about what happened yesterday. I can only say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
There was nothing to it, Mr. Mellenby.
Well, you must allow me to thank you. I owe you more than I can ever repay.
I'd really be happier if you forgot all about it.
No, I'm not likely to do that. But I understand. Now, what will you drink? Gin and something or sherry?
Oh, gin and French for me, if that's all right.
Yes, of course. Sally?
A sherry, darling.
You have a beautiful house.
It is attractive, isn't it? It's a design they're never likely to improve on. Perhaps you'd like to look round later. There are some lovely fireplaces.
I would indeed.
Well, this is quite an occasion. Your very good health, Roscoe.
Happy days.
Do sit down. I can't imagine why we're all standing. A cigarette, Mr. Roscoe.
Oh, thank you.
My wife tells me you've just left the army.
Yes, I was a major in the Gloucesters when they axed me.
And now you're planning to become a chicken farmer.
Yeah, that's the general idea. Does it sound crazy to you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
People make fortunes out of it.
The thing is, I've been used to an open-air life, and I don't think I could stand a desk.
I suppose you've been into the economics of it.
Well, I've been browsing in the books a bit.
You ought to talk to someone who's actually running a poultry farm.
Yes, that'd be a great help.
I can't think of anyone offhand, but I'm sure we can find someone.
Yeah, I've been abroad so long, I feel almost a stranger here. But I expect I shall soon make some friends.
Well, you've made some already.
Oh, jolly nice of you.
You're not married, are you?
No, I'm not. But perhaps when I get more settled. Must have someone to collect the eggs, what?
What size of a place had you in mind?
Well, the gratuity won't run to anything ambitious. About 3 acres, I thought.
Oh, as little as that?
Oh, I'll be working on the battery system. You don't need a lot of ground for that.
What about a house?
Shack. Small bungalow will do to start with.
You know, John, Eleanor's been talking about selling her cottage and field. Eleanor Bright is a friend of ours, Mr. Roscoe. It's a charming little cottage full of possibilities.
You're worrying too much about me, you know.
Oh, we just want to help. Would you like me to ask her about it?
That's very decent of you.
You know, it's going to be quite an undertaking, starting from scratch.
Yes, I'll be all right if the money holds out.
Yes. Forgive me if this sounds impertinent, but if an interest-free loan would help over the early stages, you've only to tell me.
Oh, that's most generous of you. But I'd like to stand on my own feet as much as possible.
Well, bear it in mind. And talking of standing on your own feet, Sally tells me you haven't a car.
No, I passed the test and got a license, but I guess the car will have to wait till I can see my way more clearly.
You'll find public transport here very thin once you get off the main roads. It'll be difficult to do on foot.
And you'll have to cover such a lot of ground.
You could borrow my car.
Oh, but you'll be needing it yourself.
We've got 2 cars. I can easily share Sally's. What do you say, darling?
But of course, it's perfectly simple.
You're very kind, but I'm sure you'll find it inconvenient.
There's no reason at all why you shouldn't borrow one.
It's very tempting. Certainly saved me hours of foot slogging.
You can take mine with you tonight.
You're the most generous people I've ever met. Actually, it'll solve another problem, too, because I've got to find some new lodgings.
You mean you're not staying on at the Plough?
No, they're booked up solid after tonight.
Look, I've got an idea. We've got lots of room. I'm sure John agrees with me.
Yes.
Come and stay with us for a while.
Oh, now, look, you people are much too kind. I'm just a stranger.
It's all settled. I'll collect you at the Plough tomorrow evening, and you can use our house as a base till you're fixed up.
But really,
We
can't.
insist.
Oh, well, I give in. I'm overwhelmed. It'll be an enormous help, and apart from that, I'll enjoy it a lot.
So would we. Now, I think dinner's ready. After dinner, I'll show you your room.
How's the day gone, Sally? Has Roscoe been out exploring?
Yes, he's been out all day. John, I hope he's a good driver. He went down the drive at a speed that would have alarmed you.
Well, I'm considered a cautious driver, you know that.
I rang Eleanor, and she said he could see the cottage any time. The key to the farmhouse next door, so he was going to have a look at it. Oh, and I spoke to Mr. Adams, too.
Ah, there he is now.
I hope he's had some luck.
Oh, I meant to give him a map of the district.
Oh, I forgot about that. There's one in my car.
Never mind, there's a spare one in the desk, I think. I'll look it out later. Ah. Had a good day, Roscoe?
Very promising on the whole.
What about Eleanor's cottage?
Oh, I think it might be a bit grand for me. By the way, Sally, these are for you.
Oh, they're lovely. But you shouldn't spend money on flowers.
No.
Can I have the elastic?
I've got something better than elastic for you, young man. Look here.
Boxing gloves. Oh, super.
Have you done any boxing at school, Tony?
Yes, I have, and I'm a very good boxer. Except that I keep my eyes shut.
Oh, well, that's not much use, is it? You'll have to practice. I'll soon teach you.
How did you get on with Mr. Adams?
Oh, fine. He was very helpful. I think I just about got the practical side sewn up.
Can I have a boxing lesson now, Uncle
Anytime you like.
Let Uncle Frank rest just now, darling. He's been out all day.
Are you a heavyweight?
That's right, son.
Are you a champ, too?
Well, I used to box a bit for the regiment. I did pretty well. Pity you can't have a crack with us, Mellenby, but I guess that leg of yours has let you down.
Oh, I dare say the leg would be all right, but boxing's not really my line of country.
How did you get the limp? Trouble with the Hun?
No, I was excavating a wall and slipped. The knees played me up ever since.
Oh, bad luck.
Come on, Uncle Frank.
Coming on, man. Now, you just see if you can batter me into unconsciousness.
I wonder if Roscoe's really trying. He doesn't seem to be making much progress, does he?
Well, give him time, darling. He's only had 3 days.
Don't make him too comfortable. You might regret it.
Well, we did press him to make use of us, you know.
Yes. I don't mean to sound ungenerous, but I'm uneasy.
John.
Let's have a drink.
Yes. All right. John, I hope you're going to like him.
I'm having a darn good try.
It was rather awful last night. I can't imagine what got into him.
The answer's simple. Gin.
I don't feel it could have been only that. He didn't have so much. But he seemed like a different person. I don't understand him at all.
Well, we don't really know him very well.
He suddenly seemed such an exhibitionist.
I think he was trying to impress Kira.
I don't like talking about him like this. It seems dreadful after what he did.
Yes, I'm not forgetting that.
But actually, I think I'm a bit afraid of him.
Oh, nonsense.
But it's true. I feel quite terrible about it. Surely it should be easy to like someone who saved Tony's life.
Not to mention yours.
I do admire him enormously for what he did. But...
Of course, it's a forced relationship being so obliged to anyone. And he doesn't have to turn out compatible just because he's physically brave. Anyhow, Sally, we'll do everything we can to help him. We must do that.
I wish you weren't going to this dinner tomorrow.
Well, I can't very well get out of it, darling. And if I leave early, I should be back by 10. All alone, darling?
Oh, John, so glad you're back. Just a minute, I'll turn this off. How did it go?
Oh, quite well. Some good speakers. Jones was fascinating about the Shetland dig.
You must be tired.
How's our friend been?
He was quite all right at dinner, except
Where is he now?
walking round the garden with Kira.
Oh.
I hope he's not going to turn out to be a wolf.
Oh, I don't think Kira's likely to come to much harm in the garden.
Haven't you noticed how he looks at her?
I've noticed how he looks at you.
No, John, be serious. I'm really very worried.
About Kira?
She's only 18 and rather impressionable. I didn't at all like his manner to her this evening. I wish you'd do something about it.
Speak to him, you mean?
Yes, I think you should. I could talk to Kira, but I don't want to upset her. Do you know, they've been out there nearly an hour.
Oh, better put the garden light on. It'll help them to find their way back, besides serving as a hint.
They're coming now.
Oh, hello. You're back, Mellenby.
Yes, and very glad to be home.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mellenby. I didn't know it was so late.
I could take that as a compliment, eh, Kira?
I think I'll go up. Good night, Mrs. Mellenby.
I'm coming too, Kira. Don't stay too long, John.
No, darling, I won't.
I think I'll turn in, too.
Have you a big program tomorrow?
4 places. One of them sounds quite promising.
Oh, good. Just switch that lamp off, will you?
All right.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Roscoe, just a word of warning. I'm sure you'll understand. The fact is...
What are you driving at?
Sally's a bit worried about young Kira. Don't let her get too fond of you.
What's the idea?
She's very young, you know, and we're responsible to her parents. She obviously admires you, and we don't want her upset, so watch out.
Come off it. A man in my position has to take his fun when he can get it.
Don't try to take it here. That's all.
Oh, don't be so damned censorious. Oh, okay, old man. I certainly don't want to abuse your hospitality. I'll lay off her. No more walks in the garden, eh? I promise.
Thanks.
Bath, 9201.
Oh, Sally, sorry to bother you, but I've had a bit of an accident with the car.
An accident? How do you mean? Are you hurt?
No, no casualties, no damage to speak of, but I'm stuck and I'll need some help to get clear.
But what's happened?
Got my near side jammed against a wall. I was trying to pass a caravan in a lane. What's the best place to ring for a breakdown van?
Where exactly are you?
Oh, I'm ringing from the call box on the main road, and the signpost says Eversley half-mile one way and Crouch 4 miles the other.
Oh, I know the place. It's Blackett's Lane, where they're rebuilding a bridge.
That's right. We're just beyond the bridge.
Well, aren't there any workmen who can help?
Not a damned one. I wouldn't have bothered you.
Well, I'll ring our garage.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sally. Awfully sorry. Bad show, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. Could happen to anyone.
What's the trouble? Roscoe, I suppose.
Yes, he's had some sort of accident with a car. I'm ringing the garage.
What's he up to now?
What a nuisance. I think I ought to run over there, John. Doesn't seem to be a reply. I wonder what's happened if no one turns up.
Well, I'd better come along with you. We might be able to lend a hand. There we are. It looks a pretty tangle.
Hello, Tom.
We thought we'd better come ourselves.
Oh, sorry to bring you out, John. Well, I've put up a bit of a black.
So it's your car, is it?
This is John Mellenby and Mrs. Mellenby. I'm staying with them. How do you do?
Well, Mr. Mellenby, if you don't mind my saying so, this fellow's not fit to drive a... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bawl at you.
My name's Chesterton, by the way.
How did it happen?
Well, he was going a heck of a lot too fast.
He's
to start
talking
with.
through his hat. I'd have been all right if it hadn't been for the bridge.
It's an accident black spot, as a matter of fact. There's been talk of widening the lane.
In any case, it was ridiculous trying to break a caravan through.
We wouldn't have thought of it if someone hadn't told us there was an old quarry which would make a good stopping place.
I know the quarry. It would make a good stopping place.
This is my wife, Eve.
Oh, hello. And I'm Sally Mellenby.
How do you do? Anyhow, there doesn't seem to be much harm done. Do you think the three of us could lift it?
No, we've tried already. We're both pretty hefty. I doubt if you'd make much difference, old man.
Well, I'll try the garage again from the call box.
Oh, thanks very much. Well, what about you folks joining my wife and me in a glass of sherry while we wait, eh?
That's a very nice suggestion.
Well, we might as well make the best of it. Yes, come in and see the homestead. That is, if we can get in. I'll go ahead. Can you squeeze through?
Yes, I think so.
If George can manage, we ought to be able to.
Oh, but what a marvelous caravan.
It is nice, isn't it?
Oh, we find it's better than staying in hotels if you want to see the country. You know, this way we're independent.
It looks wonderfully compact.
Yes, it is. It's got practically everything.
Yes, life would suit me all right. Especially if I had a woman like Eve.
What the hell are you insinuating?
Insinuating? Nothing, old man. Keep your shirt on.
Now, look here.
I love the big windows.
Yes, it's almost like living out of doors without the discomforts.
My little boy would love it.
Oh, so you like our home, eh?
It's wonderful.
The breakdown van will be along shortly.
Oh, good.
Isn't this charming, John?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Sherry, Melanie?
Thank you. Oh, this is very hospitable of you. You're on holiday, are you?
In a way. Well, if it takes us years, so much the better. First England, then all round Europe with a bit of luck.
Where are you from?
Trinidad. I'm an oil man. At least I was. A mining engineer.
Chap in my regiment, redundant like me, was thinking of going out there.
Are you planning to go back there eventually?
Well, we haven't really got around to deciding that, have we?
We had a wonderful stroke of luck.
Oh, yes, you see, I bought myself a small Crown concession in the bush, and it turned out that there was oil there.
That was very smart of you.
Oh, well, it's my line of course, and I had a hunch. But I had to pass because there was another fellow after it. But I guess that's the way to make decisions quickly. Impulse, that's the thing, don't you think, Mr. Mellenby?
I suppose it makes for an exciting life.
Yeah, sure it does. Like the way we packed up and came over here.
We even got married 2 days after we met. Did you?
I guess we're talking too much about ourselves. More sherry, everyone.
How long are you staying around here?
Oh, it depends what there is to see. I've heard Bath's an interesting place.
Oh, it's unique.
My husband can tell you all you want to know about Bath.
If you happen to be interested in architecture, it's a sheer delight.
What about those famous waters? Do you think they'd get this corporation of mine down, eh?
Someone told George that a spa course was just the thing to tone one up.
Oh, does he need turning up, Mrs. Chesterton?
Those repairmen should be here by now.
Oh, there they are, I think.
A bit of trouble, eh? You folks have fairly got yourselves wedged in. What have you been trying to do? All right, Mr. Mellenby, we'll soon have this straightened out. Heave away, lads.
You'd better come back with us, Roscoe. The man will take the car back to the repair shed.
I wouldn't let him drive if I were you, Mr. Mellenby. Oh, by the way, you'll let me know what the bill is.
Oh, it won't amount to much.
I wonder if you'd like to bring your little boy to see the caravan sometime, Mrs. Mellenby.
Do you mean it? I know he'd adore it.
Oh, well, come and have tea one afternoon. May I ring you?
Yes, do. The number's Bath 9201. It's in the book.
I shall look forward to it.
So shall I.
Ready, Sally?
Yes, just coming.
I'll be seeing you then. Goodbye.
I've just come from the garage. The car should be ready by tomorrow.
Well, I suppose we should be thankful it's no worse. Are we going to let him go on using it?
I'm a bit stumped. I don't know what to do.
He may be more careful after this.
For 2 pins, I'd ask the man to leave the house at once.
I don't think it would be wise, darling. He could be terribly nasty. It may not be for much longer. It would really be better if his departure came about naturally.
He's so unpredictable. His behavior to Mrs. Chesterton yesterday.
He just sat and leered at her.
He's an unspeakable oaf where women are concerned. Is he in the house, by the way?
Upstairs, I think.
Hello?
Yes, it is Bath 9201. Mr. Roscoe? Wait one moment, please. It's for Mr. Roscoe. The gentleman was quite rude.
You say it was for me. Who is it?
I don't know, Mr. Roscoe.
Oh. Yes, who is it? Oh, you will you? Oh, for God's sake, pipe down. What's all the fuss about? Don't be so ruddy, silly. It was only a friendly gesture. Now, you better watch your step, too, or you'll get hurt. Oh, shut up. You make me sick. Damn fool.
I wonder what mischief he's up to now.
He sounded horrible. Darling, I don't think I can stand any more of it.
I wonder if he's making any real effort about the farm. Suppose we give him 2 more days, then I'll ask him to find somewhere else to stay.
All right. 2 more days.
Is Mrs. Mellenby in?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, I'm Mrs. Chesterton. May I come in?
Of course.
Oh, Mrs. Mellenby, Sally.
Oh, hello, Eve.
Do forgive me coming in like this. I've really come to apologize for George.
What's George done?
Well, I mean about his telephone call last night. I hope Mr. Roscoe's not about, is he?
No, he's out of the way. But what's the trouble?
George was so angry with him, he just rang up and blew his top. I knew he should have asked for you first.
You mean it was George who rang Roscoe last night?
Well, yes, didn't you know?
What was it all about?
Mr. Roscoe turned up at the caravan yesterday. As it happened, George had gone into Bath to ask about the waters. I must say he was pretty unpleasant to deal with, but I got rid of him. When George came back, I told him about it. He was so furious, he just rushed to the phone box before I could stop him.
I don't blame him in the least.
I don't quite understand. I mean, he's a guest in your house. You don't seem to like him very much. He's so different from you.
We're under an obligation to him. We were trying to help him.
But we don't really know him at all.
What's the matter with the man?
As a matter of fact, John had to warn him off Kira, our nice Norwegian girl.
Well, he better not risk anything with George. He was brought up rough and tough, and I'm afraid he's not very civilized.
It's Roscoe who's not civilized.
What are you going to do about him?
We're going to tell him he's got to go.
There's more coffee.
Not for me, thanks, darling.
No more for me. Mellenby, I wonder if we could have a word in private.
In private?
Well, I'm going up to say goodnight to Tony. I'll leave you alone with my husband, Mr. Roscoe.
Well, what's worrying you?
It seems that I'll have to take you up on that offer of a loan after all, old man.
You mean you've found a place that suits you?
No, I haven't found anything, and unless I can raise some money quickly, I'll have to give up the whole idea.
Why, what's happened?
Well, the fact is, I owe quite a bit. I hoped the chap would wait, but instead of that, he's dunning me for the lot right away. That was the happy news I got in that letter this morning.
How much do you owe?
I suppose I better come clean with you. £7,000.
That's a lot of money.
Well, you're telling me, old man. Still, it wouldn't mean a lot to you, would it?
It's a lot of money by any standard.
I'm told you've given much more than that to charity. Well, surely I'm a deserving cause.
You're pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. You owe me for 2 lives. You've talked a great deal about gratitude. Okay. This is the payoff.
You put things very bluntly.
Well, not much point in beating about the bush. You promised to help me, and I need help. I'm claiming it as a right.
All right, Roscoe. I'll be equally blunt. I accept that I have an obligation. It's been weighing on me quite a bit. I still want to help. But I'd like to be quite sure I'd be doing some real good.
Well, I'm the best out of that.
You're asking me for a present of £7,000. Don't you think I'm entitled to ask a question or two?
What do you want to know?
To whom do you owe this money?
Well, I don't see that it matters. But if you must know, he's a colonel in RE, or was. He's retired now, lives in London.
Would you think it prying if I asked how you came to borrow so much money?
I would. But I'll tell you. It was when we were stationed in Kenya. I bought a farmhouse as a speculation. Lancaster lent me most of the dough, had a private income. And the Mau burned the place down, and I had a debt. Nothing to show for it.
Wasn't the property insured?
I thought it was, but it wasn't. Not against Mau.
And now your friend is asking for the whole capital back.
That's right, old man. Wants it urgently.
Would you object to showing me the letter he wrote?
I can't. I tore it up and threw it away.
Oh, it's a pity. How did he know you were staying here?
Oh, I wrote to him. Just to keep him sweet, but it merely set him off.
Of course, you could start paying him now out of your gratuity.
I'll need that for the poultry farm.
You still plan to buy one?
Of course. For 7,000 from you, I'll have nothing to worry about.
What is Colonel Lancaster's exact address?
Oh, that's my affair. No need for you to go chasing after him. All you've got to do is discharge your debt. Well?
I'll have to think about it.
You better think quickly.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Do you mean to tell me, John, that the whole thing's an invention?
He certainly invented Colonel Lancaster. I've been through the army lists, and there's no such name in recent years. And so I thought I might as well look up Roscoe himself. It went against the grain, but after all, we've taken him completely on trust. There was no Major Roscoe in the Gloucesters.
You mean it's not his name at all?
Oh, it may be his name, but he was never in the army. The whole thing is a tissue of lies. Another thing. You remember he told us the plough was booked up? Well, the landlord told me today it had been a bad year. He's never been without empty rooms.
He's just a confidence man.
Looking for a victim. And he found one. He simply tricked his way into our house.
But, John, he couldn't have saved me from drowning as part of a plan.
No, I know. It's probably the only genuine thing about him. He did a spontaneous action and then seized on the chance to exploit our gratitude.
It's fantastic. What are you going to do?
What baffles me is how he ever thought he could get away with it. That story of his never even began to sound true.
I suppose he was just trying it on.
Do I really seem so gullible?
Well, darling, you do give a superficial impression of not being too worldly wise.
Even so, he must have known I'd never hand over £7,000 without some sort of a check. In fact, I'm sure he did know. I made it clear enough. And it must have been obvious he'd be shown up as a fake.
It's very odd.
He'd have done better to ask me straight out for a gift when he first came here.
Perhaps he's just not a very good confidence man.
Why did he have to say he was a major in the Gloucesters?
And when he told me that, he'd only just met me. He didn't even know you had money then.
And if he'd planned to ask for money on that scale, you'd think he'd have behaved a bit better.
I think he's completely unbalanced.
Damn the fellow. It was bad enough having to be grateful to him before. It's intolerable now.
Mind if I have a drink?
Yes, help yourself.
Oh, thanks. Where's Kira?
She's gone to the pictures.
Oh, perhaps it's just as well. No. Melanie, let's get this over. What have you decided?
I checked up on your story.
You did? Pity. So I didn't think you could be quite the sap you seem to be.
Really? You don't have to be insulting as well as everything else.
Anyway, there it is. There's no Colonel Lancaster. You weren't a major in the Gloucesters, so you've no gratuity. And I'm pretty certain you haven't been seriously looking for a farm.
You're dead right, damn silly things, hens.
Well, at least we know where we are. I can't imagine what you think you're going to get out of all this.
I think I'm going to get £7,000.
You surely don't expect that now.
Indeed I do. I saved your wife and child, didn't I? I did my golden deed, and that's what it's damn well going to be, golden.
You're wrong, Roscoe. If you think I'm going to pay $7,000 to a brazen crook, you're making a big mistake. I could prefer a serious charge against you. But if you cleared out now...
It's you who are making the mistake.
It would be more comfortable all round if you went straight away.
Oh, would it? Now, let me tell you something. I like it here. The house is nice, the food's adequate, and with £7,000 in the bank, I shall get along fine. So I'm staying. I even like your wife.
You must be out of your mind. Get out of here.
You don't know me very well yet, Mellenby, but you're going to very soon. You've been underrating me. I'm not afraid of you. I could break you across my knee. And I'm not afraid of Chesterton either, the big slob. I went around to see his wife again today, just to show him.
I'm going to call the police. I'm warning you.
Oh, that's what you think.
John!
How much use you trying any rough stuff, little man? Doesn't take much to knock you down, does it?
Get to the telephone, Sally.
Now, don't move, Sally. I'm not having any sneaking out. We're coming to a full understanding before anyone else moves.
You'll never get away with this, Roscoe.
Oh, won't I?
Oh, dear God.
Now, perhaps we can talk things over quietly. Sit down, Sally.
You'll go to prison.
On the contrary, I'm going to stay here, and you're going to keep quiet about me. You're going to pretend you like having me around. Don't answer that.
It may be clearer.
If it is, you can wait. Now, let's get this quite clear. You'll play along with me, and if you don't, you'd better take a last look at that sweet child of yours. Ever heard of people using razors? Who could that be? Come on, who is it? Where have you been up to?
We don't know who it is.
Go and see. But remember what I said. Don't move, Mellenby. I said don't move. Where is he? Where's that devil at? Oh, so there you are, Roscoe. I'm going to break your ruddy neck.
Look out.
I'll teach you to come creeping after my wife. Oh, no, don't force me, Chesterton. You'll only want... I'll kill you, you little... Oh! Well, very good training, are you? You're satisfied? Come on, get up. You devil.
John, do something.
Mellenby, put down that chair. Oh. Thanks, John.
Do you think he's all right?
Yeah, he's only knocked out. He'll be around soon.
I'll get some water.
Thank God you came.
Oh, what a mess. Sorry, Sally.
I can't imagine what he's been like tonight.
I warned him. He came to the caravan again today and went for even.
He's been threatening us, hitting John.
Why?
He was trying to get money out of us.
Damn.
I've brought some water.
Oh, come on, dash some in his face. But watch out. He may be shamming. Oh.
He looks pretty bad.
We'll have to do something about him before Kira gets back.
Oh, why don't we take him upstairs?
No, he can't stay here. I don't want anything more to do with him. I want him out of the house. He's horrible.
I'll ring the police.
Now, you don't think we ought to wait till he comes round?
Why?
Well, after all, we did both go for him.
I think we ought to tell the police about his terrible threats. He was talking about razors.
We'll just have to put ourselves in their hands.
Did you see a razor?
Yes, he threatened to use a razor on my little boy if we didn't give him money and keep quiet about it.
Oh, I was bluffing, of course.
I'm not sure.
Oh, John, I'm so scared.
Well, it's harmless enough at the moment, anyway.
Yes, but what about later?
Darling, we've either got to keep him here for the night or call the police. I think the best thing is to hand him over now.
Oh, I'm so tired I can hardly think. All I want is never to see him again.
You know, you two aren't in a state to make decisions just now. I think we should keep the police out of this if we can. What do you say we wait till the morning?
We've got to get rid of him. I can't bear having him in the house.
Look, Chef.
Now, what about me dumping him in the car and taking him along to the caravan for the night? I'll keep an eye on him.
Oh, if only you would. Well, what about Eve, then?
Oh, he won't object if I sit over him with a spanner. Anyway, I don't think he's likely to give any more trouble.
I'm surprised he's out so long.
Well, what do you say, John? You'll be out of your way and...
Please, John.
I feel a bit worried.
I think it's the best way, you know. No one will see him then.
We'd better hurry. Kira's due back any minute.
Well, you'll have to help me get him into the car, I think, John.
I'll try and straighten up here.
Perhaps I'd better come with you.
No, I'll manage. You stay and look after Sally.
It's very decent of you to take him off our hands.
Don't worry. Come over in the morning, and between us, we'll fix up Mr. Roscoe's future. Come on, now. You take his feet, and I'll take his shoulders. Come on.
I only hope I never see him again. Yes? Who is it?
It's Eve. Eve Chesterton.
Oh, Eve, it's you. Has George got back?
Yes, he has. Sally, I'm so sorry about it all. It must have been dreadful.
It was horrible. A man like that should be shut away for good.
Is John there?
He's in the bath. Why?
George thought I'd better ring just to let you know. Roscoe came round, but he keeps going off again. I want George to call a doctor. What do you think?
Oh, I see. Well, yes, perhaps it would be better. Try Dr. Hamley. His number's Bath 9207.
Bath 9207?
Yes, 207. Well, I'll tell John, and he'll come round in the morning.
Yes. Well, good night, then. Don't worry.
Good night. Hope you get some sleep.
Who was it?
It was Eve. Roscoe came round, but she said he keeps going off again.
They wondered if they ought to get a doctor.
I don't much like the sound of it. I wonder if I ought to ring Hamley and take him round right away.
Darling, I think we can leave things to George. He's on the spot. Honestly, I'd wait till the morning. You can go first thing.
God, I'm tired. What a night.
Try and forget it.
Forget it? I'll never do that. Yes? Willoughby here.
John. Chesterton. I'm sorry I had to ring.
What's happened?
I'm afraid I've got bad news.
Roscoe?
You better brace yourself. He's dead.
No.
I'm afraid so.
Have you called a doctor?
It's too late. There's no doubt about it.
When did you find out? What happened?
About half an hour ago. I'd been out for a stroll. Couldn't sleep. But when I came back, I had another look at him. He was gone.
George, why didn't we get a doctor right away?
Who the hell would have dreamt he'd go out like that? Now, listen, does anyone else know what happened tonight? You didn't tell Kara.
No, we didn't say anything.
I'd like you to come round. We must talk.
All right, I'll come straight away.
Don't make any more noise than you can help when you leave. And keep your chin up.
Oh, hello, Eve. Where's George?
Oh, John, I'm glad you've come. He's over there in the bushes.
George, what in God's name are you doing?
You've been quick. Good man.
What are you doing?
You want to take a last look at him?
Stop, are you mad? We can't do this.
What, man? What else can we do?
We can tell the truth. We must. What's got into you? Stop it. Put down that spade.
Let me finish, John. It'll be light in half an hour. We have no choice. I'll do that when I'm through. It's almost done.
This is madness.
Let me get on with it.
Can you give me a drink, Eve? Water, anything?
Yes. Here you are.
Thank you.
You look awful. Sit down.
George is mad. Do you know what he's doing?
I tried to stop him. Truly I did, but he wouldn't listen to me. John, I'm terrified.
You've good reason to be. We all have. If only I'd known. What's that?
Who's coming on at this hour?
False alarm. It's only the milk lorry. Oh, it had me worried for a second.
George.
I'm sorry. Sorry if I was a bit rough out there just now, John, but I had to finish what I'd started. Oh, I know what you're going to say. I ought to have consulted you first.
If I'd even dreamed...
It just wasn't time for a discussion. I had to use what darkness there was left.
But why? We're not criminals. It was an accident.
Now, listen to me, John. Of course it was an accident. We neither of us intended to kill him. But what would it look like if tonight's story leaked out? We both hated his guts.
I don't care what it looks like.
You soon would. Can't you see we wouldn't have a dog's chance? We both went for him, and between us we knocked him unconscious. We were 2-1, 3 if you count Sally.
We've got to tell the truth.
There's not a jury that wouldn't bring in a verdict at least of manslaughter.
Eve.
I think George is right. It would look bad, John.
Oh, we'll have to take our chance. We only did what we were forced to do. He was threatening to use a razor.
He hadn't got a razor, though. That's what the jury would pick on. They'd say we weren't either of us in actual danger of our lives. Oh, believe me, John, I know what I'm talking about. There was only one way to look after ourselves, and that was to put him in the ground. And I'm glad he's there.
You're wrong. You've put us both in the wrong, hopelessly. Don't you see? What you've done now is criminal.
Oh, maybe it is, technically. But not any other way, not morally. Anyhow, I did it on my own. I'm not asking you to take responsibility for it.
You are. I know about it. That's enough.
Oh, keep quiet about it, that's all. In any case, I don't see how you can do anything else. They'd never believe you hadn't had a hand in it.
I can't keep quiet about it.
Yes, you can. All you've got to do is to give out that Roscoe's pushed off somewhere else. You don't know where. Fortunately, he didn't speak as if it had any roots here, did he? He came out of the blue and he's gone back into it.
Everyone leaves traces. What about his things up at the house, his clothes?
Oh, yes, you'll have to pack those up double quick. I'll get rid of them.
Suppose someone found him.
By the time I finish with the place, there won't be a sign.
It's so miserably cold-blooded.
Yes. I didn't enjoy it. Oh, John, I know how you feel. Don't imagine I don't understand. But the thing is, it was necessary.
Eve doesn't think so.
I didn't at first, John, but perhaps George is right. No one would believe you.
I'll have to talk to Sally.
Yes, you do that. Ask her if she wants her life ruined. All our lives. 4 lives ruined for that bastard. Now, I know you're a man of principle much more than I am. But I've only tried to do the best for all of us.
I'll come back later anyway.
Yes, and bring the clothes. And, John, for God's sake, be careful. Watch your step.
John, darling, do you think George is right?
How can you ask?
No, of course, I know. But I mean, right about what would happen if you told the truth. Would you be sent to prison?
If only we'd done it right away. But now it would sound terribly bad in a court of law. I'm horribly afraid he may be right. But it need not have been like this.
Well, surely they'd believe it was an accident.
Unfortunately, the law goes mainly by results.
I couldn't bear it if they sent you to prison.
The trouble is, we didn't do any of the things we ought to have done after it happened. What sort of a figure would I cut in the witness box? Roscoe was a man who saved my wife and child from drowning. And even supposing we got over other things, actually burying him, we'd never get over that. I think we've got to face it. The verdict would be manslaughter.
What would that mean?
Anything up to 5 years.
John, 5 years? But it would be so unjust. You've done absolutely nothing. It's unthinkable. You can't do it. I won't allow it. Suppose we keep quiet. What then?
Well, if we say he left here last night... But if inquiries ever did start, things would get very difficult.
He said he had no relation.
You never know. There's always something one hasn't provided for.
It may be very wrong of me, but I think I'd rather take the risk. Do you think we could ever carry on as if it hadn't happened?
I doubt it.
But we can't bring Roscoe back to life. What good would you be doing by telling the truth?
I believe in law and order. I have a very deep feeling about it.
I know, but there must be some exception.
I don't think so.
Yet, when you found out Roscoe was a fraud, you were going to let him go free because you were grateful to him. You were making your own rules then.
Yes, strictly speaking, I was wrong. But at least I wasn't doing it to shield myself, which is what I'd be doing now.
You really want to confess, don't you?
I hate the thought of living with a lie.
More than the thought of prison.
I think so.
Listen, John, I think we should keep quiet. George has forced your hand. I know he's been terribly wrong, but you've done nothing. Please think of me and Tony.
I simply hate the whole thing.
John, it's nearly breakfast time. We've got to be prepared with a story for Kira and Tony. Roscoe left last night. Good morning, Kira.
Good morning, Mrs. Mellanby. Tony, please run and ask Uncle Frank if I shall boil an egg for him.
Oh, Uncle Frank's gone.
Gone?
Gone where, Mummy?
He left last night. He had to make up his mind in rather a hurry. He asked me to say goodbye to you both.
He has stopped looking for a farm?
He heard of one in Sussex, Kira. That's south of London. And he thought he'd better look at it straight away.
Is he coming back, Mummy?
No, I don't think so, darling.
But he's left his boxing gloves and punch ball. They were in the shed. I just saw them.
Oh. Well, if he wants them, I expect he'll send for them.
Perhaps he'll forget. It's a jolly good punch ball.
Frank was sorry not to see you, Kira. I'd have told you last night, but I thought it might upset you a little.
I am not upset.
Well, I thought you rather liked him.
At first, perhaps, but not later. He was not a nice man, I think.
No, he wasn't a nice man.
Everything all right, John?
I think so. Here are his clothes. The case was his, too. Where will you hide it?
Oh, the ground's the best place.
There, where the earth's soft, near the other. But I'll have to wait till it's dark. You can leave it to me. I'm grateful to you, John. I know how you feel about it, but don't worry.
What are your plans now?
Oh, I thought we'd move on tomorrow. Eve can't wait to get away.
Yes. Where will you make for?
Oh, we'll stick around in England till we're sure there's not going to be any trouble. I don't leave you in the lurch. And if anything did crop up, we'd need each other like hell. Short of that, I think the less we see of each other, the better.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I'll give you a ring in a week or two just to check up and let you know where we are. I feel pretty bad about it. I know I was a bit high-handed.
If you consulted me, I'd never have...
I knew that.
But I've accepted the position now, and I'll go through with it.
Good man. Say goodbye to Sally for me.
Daddy, come and watch me with the punch ball. Don't worry, Daddy, just now, Tony. He'll come out later.
Do eat some breakfast, John.
I'll just have some coffee, I think.
And you simply can't go on like this. You look so ill. Oh, what's the matter? What's in that letter?
It's addressed to Roscoe.
To Roscoe?
Yes, I've opened it. I didn't know what else to do.
What is it, John? Is it bad?
Very bad, I'm afraid. Where's Kara?
Upstairs. She's busy. Read it to me.
Dear Roscoe, I was surprised and distressed at the contents of your letter. The money I gave you was specifically for investment in the company, and as I gather you have not yet closed the deal, it should still be in your possession in full. You certainly had no right at all to use any part of it for your own purposes, which, judging from your evasive tone, I begin to think you must have done. Indeed, I am now seriously wondering whether the company ever existed and whether I was not taken in by a smooth talker. I feel very worried and upset and angry. And the purpose of this letter is to tell you that I expect the return of the £7,000 in full and immediately.
John.
I can accept no excuses. If I do not receive your check by first post on Friday morning, I shall go at once to the police and ask for your apprehension on a charge of false pretenses and fraud. In view of our past relationship, I much regret this, but you have left me with no alternative. Charles E. Faulkner.
So, he did owe money.
That part was true.
And if this man, Faulkner, tells the police about him, I suppose they'll come here.
They're bound to. It was Roscoe's last known address.
He says Friday, doesn't he? That's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Well, what can we do?
Imagine the questions they'd ask. All of them awkward. All of them full of pitfalls.
Surely we could make up a watertight story between us. He told us he was going to Sussex, but he didn't tell us where. After all, I don't see why they should suspect us of anything.
It wouldn't be long before they did. They'd start to check up on his movements. They'd go to the station and find no one had seen him. Whatever story we told, they'd be able to disprove it. We'd be caught in a web in no time.
We must plan
They'd
something.
question the neighbors. Someone might have heard me drive off in the early hours. They'd find out about the caravan. The charge could easily be murder.
Murder?
We've got to stop the police coming here. I think I know how it might be done. I'll have to see this man Faulkner, and I'll have to see him today. His telephone number's on the letter. If he's a decent chap, it may work. Oh, good afternoon. Mr. Faulkner?
Yes, Mr. Mellenby. Do come in, won't you? In here.
Thank
you. You'll find that chair quite comfortable.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't explain over the telephone. I felt I had to see you. So as I had other business in London, I thought it might as well be today.
You said it was about Frank Roscoe. Is he a friend of yours?
Roscoe has been staying at my house in Bath for a week or two as my guest. This morning he showed me a letter he just received from you. I gather he owes you £7,000.
He does indeed.
Well, I've come to settle his debt.
What? You mean Roscoe has sent the money?
No. I mean I should like to pay it for him.
Forgive me, Mr. Mellenby. I don't understand. Why on earth should you do that?
It's very simple. You see, just over 2 weeks ago, Frank Roscoe saved my wife and child from drowning at the risk of his own life.
Really?
It's put me under an enormous obligation to him. Now I feel I have a chance to discharge the debt.
Oh, this is most surprising. I am bound to say I think it would be a most quixotic action. If you saw my letter to him, you must know my view of him. The truth is, the man's a complete rogue.
Oh, he's a rogue, all right. That may be why I'm anxious to square my account with him. It isn't at all pleasant to be indebted to a rogue.
Believe me, Mr. Mellenby, he doesn't deserve your consideration. He's a fraud. He's behaved abominably to me.
How did you come to meet him?
Well, oddly enough, it was through a kind deed that he got to know me. It was in connection with a cause with which I am closely associated. After a meeting, he offered me a generous contribution. I had never met him before, but we had a drink and a chat, and I must admit I took to him.
I know. He can be charming and persuasive when he feels like it.
We became quite friendly. And when he talked about the business he was interested in, a fleet of pleasure boats on the less active canals, I think it was I who first suggested investing some money in it. Damn it, I even pressed him.
That was the £7,000.
Yes. Shortly afterwards, he went to the West Country to buy some additional craft, he said.
And nothing else happened, I suppose?
Not for some time. He had promised to send me some share certificates, but nothing came. Then I had some financial troubles, and I badly needed that $7,000, or its equivalent. By now, I'd begun to think I'd been a simple fool. And I was about to make inquiries when he wrote to me from Bath, promising the certificate soon. But it was a very vague letter.
He was playing for time, of course.
Yes. Well, I'd begun to have real doubts now. And I wrote to him rather stiffly, asking him to return the money at once.
Yes, it was a letter that worried him a good deal.
Well, I had no acknowledgement, not even an excuse. I felt really angry by this time, and I wrote the letter you saw. I can't help feeling it would be best to put the matter in the hands of the police.
The fact remains that he did me the greatest service one man can do another.
It's odd. He does seem to be capable of generous impulses.
One way I can repay him is to save him from going to jail. Indeed, I'm committed. I promised him, before he left, that I'd settle his account for him.
Oh, he's gone, has he?
Yes, I made it a condition that he should leave my house at once. And he cleared off after breakfast. I don't even know where he's gone. What I do know, Mr. Faulkner, is that you'll be doing me a service by accepting my check and not pressing a charge against him.
I think I can understand why you don't want to hand him over. But as for the money...
If I pay it, I can, I hope, forget about him.
I admit I need the money, but I feel very reluctant to accept it from... Well, forgive me, Mr. Mellenby, but from a stranger.
The circumstances are unusual. He owed you the money. I feel I owe it to you.
But he should be punished.
Yet in your letter you indicated that if he paid the money back, you wouldn't pursue it.
No, yes, of course, if he'd paid it of his own accord.
Whatever his faults, he's an unusually brave man. It's a mitigating factor, surely.
It's such a large sum. Forgive me for asking, but can you really afford it?
I can well afford it.
Have you put me in a quandary?
I'm asking it as a favor.
I must say your action is a very generous one, even if it is quite misguided.
It's settled, then. I have the check here, ready made out.
Have you been very determined? Thank you, Mr. Mellenby. And let us hope that neither of us is ever troubled by Frank Roscoe again.
I think perhaps we've seen the last of him.
John, you look so dreadfully ill. I simply can't bear it. Kira's noticed it, too.
I'm ashamed of myself, Sally. I try, but I can't get it out of my mind. I think it gets worse instead of better.
Only I could help you. I'm quite certain George isn't making himself ill like this.
He's tougher than I am. People are made differently.
All you did was hit a man twice your size who was wrecking your home and threatening your child and actually beating George to a pulp.
I feel I killed him.
But that's nonsense. Anyhow, I'm sure it wasn't the chair that hit him. I think he struck his head on the fireplace as he fell. You're speaking now as if you meant to kill him.
I lifted that chair out of sheer uncontrolled fear. I think I had murder in my heart.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising at such a moment.
Thought is gnawing at me day and night. I'm going mad with
Darling, you're not being fair to yourself. It was all his fault.
He started it, I know, but it doesn't alter the fact that I'm going to be haunted by this for the rest of my life.
John, do you still want to confess?
I feel it's too late. It's impossible now.
Because if you do, darling, I won't try to stop you. anything's better than seeing you like this.
I'm committed. Apart from anything else, I gave George my word I'd see it through. I can't go back on it.
You're sure?
Quite sure. Well, perhaps things will seem better now that I've got it off my chest. At least I've confessed to you.
If only I could give you absolution and some peace of mind. Shall I turn the wireless on, John? Quite a good concert tonight. John.
Hmm? What did you say?
What is it? Something in the paper?
Yes.
Let me see.
There.
Plans to divert the new Bath-Radbury Road through Blackheath's Lane and so bypass the village of Eversley, a black spot for accidents. The lane in its new form will be 30 feet wide. The Gazette understands that Blackheath's Lane will be closed to all traffic from September the 15th until its reopening as a bypass.
They'll find him, of course.
How deep do they dig when they build a road?
A road to take heavy traffic would have to have tremendous foundations.
They might add all the width on the other side away from the
Don't let's deceive ourselves. They're bound to find him.
John.
Sally, we're in a frightful mess.
What can we do?
They'll find the suitcase with his things, and they'll check up on the laundry marks. They'll find out who he was and come straight to us.
We've got to find George.
They'll learn about our association with the Chestertons. They'll ask all those questions we decided we couldn't answer. They'll find out about my check to Faulkner. It'll be the end of us, if they find the body.
But you said they must.
We made a dreadfully wrong decision, but there's no way back.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to move him somewhere else.
John, oughtn't we try to find George first? You can't do it alone.
I wonder, perhaps we could get the AA to look for him.
Yes, that's it.
Yes, but if he's in a quiet spot like the quarry, it might take days. We haven't the time. The lane's to be closed on the 15th. That's only 10 days from now. The workmen will start moving in well before that. I think we ought to start at once.
You don't mean tonight?
No, I'd have to make some plans first, find a suitable place. I'm afraid I'll need your help, Sally.
Of course.
I'll spare you all I can.
Oh, darling.
We'll move the suitcase first, get acclimatized.
John, you're all right.
I've just about got to the point where I don't give a damn, that's all.
You actually slept for 6 hours. Do you feel better?
Oh, my back aches. Have you seen Kira?
Yes, she didn't hear us coming.
Oh, that's a relief. Did you get any sleep?
No, not really. I'd no sooner closed my eyes than I had the most extraordinary thought. I almost wakened you to tell you about it.
What was it?
You remember when George rang you up that night to tell you Roscoe had died?
Yes.
What did he say exactly? Can you remember?
What do you mean?
I mean, did he say when it happened, finding him dead?
Yes, he said about half an hour before he rang me.
And how long after that was it before you reached the caravan?
About 3/4 of an hour, perhaps less.
John, do you realize how long it took you to dig that new hole last night?
What is this leading up to, Sally?
That's what kept me awake. If George was telling the truth, he had less than an hour and a half to dig much deeper, a full-size grave, and he had started filling in again before you got there. Could he have done it?
I see. No, I don't think he could.
He's very strong, of course.
Yes, but he had to find a suitable place to dig, telephone me, and get back. And he was digging in a tougher spot. I'd say it was absolutely impossible. Sally, this is fantastic.
If we're right, it means that Roscoe died sooner than George said he did. And he didn't tell you about the death until the grave was almost finished.
It seems incredible.
He went ahead on his own because he didn't think you would agree.
Simply can't believe it. You mean he kept back the truth as a calculated policy?
Unless you're prepared to consider an even worse alternative.
What do you mean?
Isn't it obvious? If Roscoe died when George said he did, then George started digging his grave while he was still alive.
Well, that can be ruled out right away.
Can it?
If he had the slightest suspicion that Roscoe was going to die, he'd have called a doctor, not dug a grave. He's not a monster.
We don't really know him very well.
We know him well enough for that, I think. Why would it would have been deliberate murder, just as if he had hit him with a spanner.
Perhaps he did just that.
Sally.
Darling, I've been thinking about this for hours. It seems to me that if he deliberately finished off Roscoe himself, that would account for his not phoning you and his haste to get rid of the body. There might have been marks he didn't want you to see.
It is a point. But there's not a scrap of evidence to support it.
Isn't there? Didn't George keep on saying that Roscoe wasn't fit to live?
That's a very different thing from killing him.
Well, his feeling about Eve was primitive, and he'd had a rough upbringing. He was just the sort who would take revenge, and there was almost no risk. He'd know you'd have to cooperate afterwards because you were in it, too.
I was in it. It was my blow that knocked him out.
Look, a strong, tough man like Roscoe, honestly, John, did he look as if he were going to die when George took him away? He was already beginning to come round. We were both absolutely staggered when we heard he was dead, and we had good reason to be, don't you see?
I can see you're trying to take the load off me. You know, you've really thought all this up because you want it to be true.
Surely you agree there's a case.
I can't see him as a cold-blooded murderer deliberately finishing off a helpless man. Though there is one point you haven't even thought of.
What's that?
He was very willing to take Roscoe to the caravan. He actually suggested it.
There you are, then.
And he cleared out of the district pretty quickly. Well, that was natural. Sally, we must try to find the caravan.
Yes, I'm sure it's the thing to do.
Well, if you're right, he may be on the continent by now.
The ferry boats are pretty well booked up at this time of the year. I don't think he'd get a place for a caravan at such short notice.
No, perhaps not.
Do you remember the number of George's car?
Yes, I made a note of it when Roscoe got stuck in the lane with the caravan.
What exactly will you say if we do find him?
It could be very awkward. We'll just have to take a step at a time. Now, I'll begin by telling him about Faulkner's letter and then about the road widening. I'll tell him about my digging for the suitcase and the time it took me.
Suppose you were convinced he'd done it. Would you tell the police?
I suppose we face that problem when it arises. We've got to find him first. I'll get on to the AA now about the caravan. This looks like the site.
Yes, this is it.
I'll drive slowly round in a moment, and you keep a lookout.
Heavens, there are hundreds. I'm surprised at them coming to this sort of place.
They wanted to lose themselves in a crowd there. Can you see them?
Yes. I believe I can see the car and the caravan.
Give me the glasses, will you?
Here. Can you see George?
No, but if the car's there, they must be.
How do you feel?
Pretty keyed up. Do you think we can go through with it?
You're not expecting him to get violent.
Oh, there are too many people about for that. We'll feel our way and go easy on accusations. We'll decide on the next step when we've compared notes afterwards. All right?
All right, darling.
Then here goes.
There's Eve.
Well, of all things. George, it's the Mellandys.
What? Why, hello, you two. Well, this is a surprise. We were saying only last night it was about time we rang you.
Yes.
How did you manage to find us?
It wasn't too difficult. We got the AA to help, and you left quite a good trail.
How are you both?
Oh, we're fine, thanks. We've been enjoying a good rest. I needed it, too, after that business. Well, now, what about a drink, eh? We're expecting some friends along later, as a matter of fact. A young couple we met in Gloucester the other day, but they won't be here yet. What about you, Sally?
No, thank you. It's a bit early for me.
And for me.
No drink? You sure? There's nothing wrong, is there?
As a matter of fact, there is. That's why we're here.
Bad news? Oh, I think perhaps I'll have a drink myself. Well, what's the trouble, John?
Well, the first thing that happened was a letter from a man whom Roscoe had defrauded of £7,000.
What?
7,000?
We were pretty shaken ourselves.
But, well, you mean the letter was to you?
No, it was to Roscoe. I opened it. It was from a man named Faulkner. There'd been some correspondence between them, and he had our address.
What did he say?
Faulkner said he was going to put the police onto him. I knew we couldn't risk any inquiries, so...
What did you do?
I went to see this man, Faulkner, and paid him £7,000. I said I was doing it out of gratitude to Roscoe.
Good God, you paid it? Well, that was pretty drastic. Wasn't there any other way?
I couldn't think of one.
Well, good heavens, man, why on earth didn't you get in touch with me straight away?
I had to move quickly. It was a question of hours. You remember you yourself acted without consulting me.
Yes. Yes, of course, I see. Well, I'll pay my share, of course.
I'm not worried about the money. There's worse to come.
Worse?
Yes. We learned a few days ago that the council are going to widen Blackett's Lane.
Oh, that's something I never thought of.
No, we should have thought of it.
When are they going to start?
Almost any day now.
Ah, what a lousy piece of luck. Oh, well, we'll have to get to work again, that's all.
Sally and I have already been at work.
What?
We've already moved the suitcase. It was quite a job. We spent the greater part of a night at the quarry.
Oh, hell, I really am sorry about this, John. Sally and you have had the whole thing on your shoulders. Anyhow, I'll take care of the rest. I can manage it on my own.
You certainly seem to dig faster than I do.
Yes, well, I'm a good bit stronger, of course.
Even so, I've been wondering how you managed to dig Roscoe's grave in less than an hour and a half.
Just kept sweating at it, Elmer.
I don't think that was it.
What the devil do you mean?
I mean that I know you couldn't have done it in that time.
What the hell are you suggesting?
I'm asking for an explanation.
There's nothing to explain. You're wrong, that's all.
Perhaps you knew he was going to die and dug the grave in readiness.
Good God, you don't get
Or
mad on
perhaps
the...
you killed him because you hated him.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
It's something we'll be able to check up.
Oh, God.
Oh. Well, it looks as though I'll have to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's about time we had it.
George! He didn't mean to, Sally. I know he didn't.
No, I didn't mean to. You've got to believe me, John.
What happened?
Well, it was after midnight. Eve was asleep. Suddenly there was a noise. And I looked up, and there he was, coming for me. Well, I went for him. Honestly, all I meant to do was to stop him.
Go on.
We struggled, and I got my hands on his throat. And then suddenly he sagged back, and I realized that he was dead. But I was simply defending myself. I swear it.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I was afraid. I said over and over again that I hated his guts. I didn't know whether you'd believe me. I had no witness. He was still asleep.
Yes, I had taken a sleeping pill.
And so I decided, well, I thought I might just get away with it. So I dug the grave. Then I rang you.
And let me believe that I was responsible when I hit him.
It was a lousy trick, I know.
It was unspeakable. How could you? John's been torturing himself, making himself ill.
The way I saw it, I had no option. Anyway, there it is. If you give me away now, I'm finished.
So, now we know.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
John, if you just leave it to me, I'll take care of everything. I don't really expect you to forgive me, but I can't believe you'll sacrifice Eve and me on account of Roscoe.
Let's go, Sally. Let's go home.
What are you thinking, darling?
That it's been a ghastly business.
And still is.
Yes. It's not over.
I suppose it could have been worse. I mean, it could have been murder.
We only have Chesterton's word for it that it wasn't.
Don't you think he was telling the truth?
How could one tell?
But, darling, whether he did it on purpose or by accident, he did it, not you. That, to me, is the important thing.
Could a semi-conscious man really become dangerous again so suddenly?
I think it's possible. He might have been shamming for a bit, and George could have thought him dangerous.
I wonder. Oh, we're just coming into Monmouth. I need some tobacco. Look after it, Sean.
Oh, I see one over there.
All right. I'll go into the station yard. There's no place to park. I won't be a minute.
What's the matter, John?
What are you staring at?
Sally, you see this man coming towards us? Do you know who he is?
No? Mr. Mellenby. Well, you're the last person I expected to see here.
Yes, it's extraordinary. Sally, this is Charles Faulkner. You remember I took that check to him. My wife, Mr. Faulkner.
Oh, how do you do? This is very remarkable. It prompts the old saying that the world's a small place.
Yes, indeed.
I remember I ran into a man on the quayside at Bangkok. Hadn't seen him for 20 years. Well, but how are you, Mr. Mellenby? Any word from Roscoe?
No, we haven't heard.
You have a quixotic husband, Mrs. Mellenby. But what brings you here? Do you often come to these parts?
No, very rarely. We've just been visiting some friends who are staying here. And you? Are you on holiday?
Yes, just for a few days. I've always been fond of the Forest of Dean, especially at this time of year.
Are you staying in Monmouth?
Yes, I make it my headquarters.
You're not at the Crown, are you? We had an excellent lunch there.
No, I'm at the King's Arms. It's also very good. If you're at the Crown, perhaps you'll join me in a glass or something after dinner.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Faulkner, but actually we're on our way home now.
Ah, well, in that case, I mustn't detain you. It's been very pleasant meeting you again, Mellenby. I shall always be grateful to you, but I know you don't like gratitude. Goodbye, Mrs. Mellenby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He seems a nice old man. Wake up, darling.
It's extraordinary.
Aren't you going to get your tobacco?
No, it doesn't matter. We'll stop later on. In fact, extraordinary isn't the word for it.
But it's the kind of thing that's always happening.
I'd have said he'd just come off a train.
What on earth makes you say that?
I think he came out of the station, and the papers and magazines he had under his arm. Just the sort of thing for a journey down from London.
Was it the London train?
I don't know. Do you mind if we stop again at a telephone box?
Darling, you're behaving very strangely.
I just want to make sure of something.
Well, there'll be a telephone in the station.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll go in there. Won't be long.
That was quick. Well, what was it you wanted to know?
Faulkner isn't staying at the King's Arms. They don't know him there. I thought he hesitated.
But why should he lie about it?
Sally, I'll swear he'd just come off the train.
But he didn't have to tell us. He was
I
saying
don't believe meeting him here was just a coincidence. Think of it. We come to see the Chestertons about Roscoe. And we meet a man I've only seen once before who's also connected with Roscoe. And he told us a phony story.
What are you driving at? Do you mean there may be some connection between Faulkner and the Chestertons?
Yes, perhaps.
Oh, I don't understand at all.
Neither do I. All I know is I'm not satisfied. There's something very peculiar here. And I'm going to find out what it is.
What are you going to do?
We've got to do this, Sally. We've got to go back to the caravan. Now. I'll stop here before we reach the hump of the hill where they can't see the car. We'll walk.
John, I'm rather frightened. Do you think it's wise?
We've got to see this thing through. Ready?
John, look. There's another car there now.
I can't see anyone from here, can you?
No. They may be sitting on the other side of the caravan.
Yes, you're right. I can see someone's foot.
Darling, the guests they spoke of must have arrived. Faulkner wouldn't have a car. He came by train. Perhaps we should go back.
They might have picked him up. And I think we ought to make sure on our way there.
We'll have to give some reason for coming back. What shall we say?
My watch. I'll say I dropped it somewhere. The strap broke. Come on.
Roscoe! Roscoe? But how? How? You damn fools. I thought you said they'd gone home.
I watched them drive off. How could I know they would come back?
I guess we've had it, Frank.
You swine.
Oh, come, we're not as bad as that. Nobody's been hurt after all. We're not really violent types. Only in fun, eh, Frank?
Only in fun, a few well-rehearsed punches.
Doesn't agony of mine mean anything to you? Do you realize what we've been through?
Oh, you're soft, Mellenby. You fret too much.
It was monstrous. The most monstrously wicked thing I've ever heard. Darling, Sally, you're right.
Yes, I think so. John, can we go away, please?
Yes, we will, very soon.
Oh, give her a chair. I can understand it's a bit of a shock.
How did you manage it? How did you do it? I saw him.
Ah, not him, Millenby. Just a dressmaker's dummy, one of our few props. Oh, it would have deceived anyone 4 feet down in a poor light. It was quite well executed, don't you think?
A most polished performance, all of it.
Thank you. We had bad luck, of course. That road-widening nonsense.
And supposing I'd insisted on going to the police in the first instance?
And invite a 5-year sentence, it wasn't very likely. No one ever has.
You mean you've done this before?
Well, there are 1 or 2 chaps around who firmly believe they've killed Roscoe in a fight, aren't there, Frank?
There are. One born every minute, you know. Not all suitable material for this particular routine, of course. But then we've got other lines.
It seems a very tortuous way of making £7,000.
You know a better one? It came off, didn't it? Or would have done if it hadn't been for that damned road of yours. That's the acid test. Does it work? And £7,000 in a month is hardly to be sneezed at. All tax-free, don't forget. But, of course, Faulkner here is the real rascal, aren't you, Charles? A great actor.
Thank you, George. I do my best.
Well, then we're all quite proficient, wouldn't you say?
You're proficient, all right. A fine predatory gang.
Yeah, that's it, Mellenby. Opportunity hunters on permanent safari. You just look around to see who you can do a good turn to. Rescuing your wife and kid was just a lucky break, of course. That kind of chance doesn't often happen.
You're very frank.
Well, man, considering what you know about us already, there's not much point in being anything else, is there? It's what they call a fair cop. But if you showed any signs of causing trouble, we'd be out of the country before the police had even got the particulars down, so don't get any funny ideas. But, you're not going to give us away.
What makes you say that?
My dear fellow, what would you gain by it? Of course, we all realize that we'll probably be jailed in the end. It's an occupational risk we accept. But why should you ruin your life by trying to hurry it up, eh?
Ruin myself?
That's what you'd be doing, Mellenby.
Yes, your name would stink if it all came out. I can just see it spread all over the local paper.
What do you think would happen if you told your story in court? Maybe you haven't thought of what it would sound like.
I'll be able to explain the position I was in. It's not as though I committed any crime.
Well, you certainly behaved as if you had. I tell you, Mellenby, if you don't keep your mouth shut, you'll be changing your name and emigrating in 6 months.
Don't listen to me, John.
I quite realize it wouldn't sound very nice.
Nice? It sounds really awful. Playing along with a bunch of crooks and not realizing it, falling for a lot of melodramatic threats, too scared to even go to the police.
Yes, I was scared.
John, stop. Stop it, all of you. It's not true what you're saying, any of it. He wasn't scared of going to the police. He wasn't. I tell you, it was me. I begged him not to. Everything he did was for me and Tony.
We've put things the way the world will see them.
I'm afraid you may be right, Sally.
John!
Besides, what are you going to tell the police? That you believe there had been a murder and kept quiet about it? Or just that you gave Faulkner £7,000?
You must admit, Mellenby, that you implored me to take...
It'd be just plain damn stupid to talk now.
Of course, we wouldn't let you be the loser. You can have your money back. That goes without saying. It's only fair. Yeah, you agree, George?
All right,
me, Charles?
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, that's settled then. As a matter of fact, we'll be really generous.
Are you going to take it, John?
Of course he's going to take it. I'll write it out now.
Will it be honored?
It'll be on it all right. We've pulled off several lucrative deals lately, haven't we, George?
Yes, we have. Oh, you needn't worry, Mellenby. It won't bounce.
There it is. £8,000. 1,000 extra for pain and suffering.
You think £1,000 covers what we've suffered?
Well, I'd suffer a lot for that myself.
If I do take it, it doesn't mean I condone anything you've done.
Oh, take it, you damn fool.
Well, it is my own, after all. And I don't see why I should wreck my life on account of a pack of scoundrels.
Oh, John.
Haven't we been through enough, Sally? It's no good. I just can't stand anymore. Come on, let's go home and try and forget. As for you, if I ever come across you or your accomplices again...
Don't worry. It's a long and lasting goodbye.
It had better be. Come on, Sally.
Oh, goodbye, my dear fellow. Goodbye.
What a monstrous, diabolical plan.
John, this time we've got to tell the police.
You think so?
We've got to, darling. We were wrong. It was all my fault, I know, but we were wrong. We can't do it again. We mustn't.
You're sure? If we keep our counsel now, nothing more can happen. It really is over.
Only for us. It's not really over. They'll do it again. They'll go on doing it. They'll make other people suffer just as we did. Darling, someone's got to stop them. They're relying on people just thinking about themselves and taking the easy way. Didn't you say yourself that if everyone did that, the world wouldn't be fit to live in?
Did I?
John, why do I have to say this? Surely you agree.
Of course I agree.
But you took the check as though it settled everything.
I had to, Sally. I had to make them feel absolutely safe and sure, or they'd clear off and get away. Oh. That's all. I couldn't let you know, could I?
Oh, I'm so relieved. I couldn't understand what was happening to you. You were terribly convincing.
And with any luck, they were convinced too. Sally, it's going to be pretty tough for us. You do realize that?
Will it be as bad as Roscoe said?
Well, you never can tell, but Roscoe doesn't know very much about decent people.
We'll just have to see it through.
That's it. We'll see it through together.
In The Golden Deed, by Andrew Garve, dramatized by Eileen Cullen, the part of John Mellenby was played by Peter Cook. Sally, his wife, Joan Matheson, Frank Roscoe, William Edel, George Chesterton, Ronald Betterley, Eve Chesterton, June Tobin, Charles Faulkner, Hugh Manning, Kira, Daphne Jonasson, Tony Mellenby, Glenn Grant, and the landlord, Kenneth Dyte. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Cedric Messina.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, afternoon, Ed.
Have a good lunch, Mr. Diamond?
Too early to tell.
Hey, you must shave with a dull razor. You got a scratch on your face.
I use a rake.
Here's your floor, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Ed. Well, customers. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for...
Oh, that was nifty, Ziggy. Is that Diamond?
Yeah, Chino. That's him.
Pick him up and drag him over to the chair, Ziggy.
Sure thing, Chino. He's really out.
Yeah. See if you can bring him around. Be a shame if he missed anything.
Chino, would you mind holding my ash can handle? It might break his jaw.
A pleasure, Ziggy.
Diamond. Diamond. He looks like he ain't gonna make it. Maybe you slapped him too hard.
You hurt me, Ziggy. You know how careful I am. Here. Try to spit your water.
I felt like I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I'd ever seen.
He's twitching.
Oh.
See, Ziggy, he's just lazy. Diamond, let us know when things start making sense.
Oh, that's a dirty trick.
Oh, he's talking screwy.
What's a dirty trick, Diamond?
I'm stuck in the drain.
I think you hit him too hard. He's liable to be talking like that from now on.
Give it time. Diamond, you'll pull yourself out.
Yeah. How did you monkeys get in here anyway?
He's back. Now go to work, Ziggy, but keep him with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh! That's enough, Ziggy. Can you hear me, Diamond?
He don't like it. He's going to be hard to get along with.
Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Hear me now?
He's nodding his head. I guess he wants to keep his mouth shut so the teeth don't fall out.
Fine. Now listen, Diamond. When you get a call from a Mr. Barton, turn down the job. Understand? Ziggy, see if he's tuned in.
Oh. Yeah, Chino. He says now he's got his shirt on.
Remember, Mr. Barton, you don't want to work for him. Think he gets it?
Sure, Chino, but he looks tired from the strain.
Oh. Then put him to sleep, Ziggy.
Nighty-night, Diamond.
He didn't have to say nighty-night. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He tapped me once more with a galvanized sleeping pill and tucked me away for a rest. The next thing I knew, a pair of gray suede gloves were patting my sore face. Maybe he didn't want to leave any fingerprints on my bruises.
Mr. Diamond, can you hear me?
Oh, you know, this can get monotonous. Go away.
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Could you sit up? I'm getting some of your blood on my shoes.
That's tough. I'll turn it off. I'll bet your name's Barton.
Why, that's right. How did you know?
I'm lucky. Now get out of here.
But I want to talk to you.
I just had one long conversation, but it was too one-sided. Go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up?
Yeah, it might, for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750?
So they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
You're begging to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Let me wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
It's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so I can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Oh, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond. I can't stand the sight of blood.
It doesn't bother me. It happens every week. So, you're the chairman of the parole board.
Yes, some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
And you think maybe your son was framed?
Yes, about a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's.
How did they spring the frame?
I beg your pardon?
You must associate with a higher type thug. Spring the frame. Made it look like your son killed somebody.
Oh. Well, when Roger, that's my son, went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he had killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
Oh, and they forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing.
That's right.
I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
Well, you're the first one outside of Alter and his friend who know anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
Keeping a stiff handy isn't that easy. Why didn't you call the law?
If my son did kill this man, that's the first thing I intend doing. But I have a feeling this man is not dead.
Oh, you think maybe they staged the killing? Put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the stiff walked out under his own steam?
That's what I want you to find out. If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Here's a check for $1,000. If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
I'll sew up the holes. Well, thanks, Mr. Barton. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I looked at the $1,000 check and thought about the beating the two polite gunsels had given me. It was a toss-up. If I'd spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd be dead anyway. The two goons were probably still hanging around my building, and if they spotted me, they'd guess I'd taken the job. When I get more than $10 in my pocket, I smile all over. I went out the back way and through the alley. Had to start somewhere, so I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. When you're looking for a killer, homicide's got all the road maps on murder. An old friend and ex-partner was in charge. The men who worked the detail called him Lieutenant Levinson, but he had a couple of friends who still called him Walt. I was one of them. You earn that right when you work for a guy for 6 years. After I left the force, Walt started doing a solo, but he now had a sergeant who stumbled around after him. His name was Otis, and he had the biggest feet in the state of New York. Every time he took off his shoes, I wanted to grab a champagne bottle and launch them. I don't think he liked me. When I walked in, his face always looked like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, private detective.
Well, Sergeant Otis, homicide's answer to the missing link.
What was that last word?
Well, you're half safe. I said link. Walt in?
Yeah. You turn the knob and you push.
Why don't you get that uniform cleaned? Some dad's going to get up and walk to the station without you.
Well, hello, Rick. If you've got... Yeah. You must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
Been catching up on my patty cake, Walt. Tell me, did you ever know a bit of fluff named Lenore Brown?
Sure, John Alder's expense account. Used to hold hands before I send him up.
Know where I can find it?
Alder's still got her staked out. When he leaves stir, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alder's boys are protecting her.
I know, yeah. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
And then listen to him. Better watching the game from the bench.
You never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. She used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. I heard Alder was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any lying on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alder, you might spot her on a visitor's day. And now, look, Rick, why don't you stop chasing two-bit thugs and come back on the force? I never had ulcers when we were working together.
You know how I feel about that, Walt. I'm a restless guy. Sometimes I like to sleep late in the morning.
Okay, Rick. Want me to call the warden and tell him you're coming?
Yeah, thanks, Walt. Take it easy.
Bye, Rick. Be a good boy.
Yes, Paul?
Mr. Richard Diamond to see you, Warden.
Oh, send him in.
You can go on in, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Paul.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of guys who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you, Jim?
That's right. What's on your mind?
I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown. Well, I can't blame you.
I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Pardon me a second.
Yes, Warden.
Paul, has Lenore Brown come in today?
Yes, she has, Warden. She's in seeing Alter right now.
Thanks, Paul. She's downstairs, Rick. Like to take a look?
Yeah.
I'll have Paul take you down. On second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table talking to Alder.
Oh. Now I know why Alter needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, even if she's wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alder?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
Well, you'd get tired of just talking. Think what you could do on the outside.
Yeah, I am, but it would probably send me right back up here.
You want to stick around till she's through talking?
Thanks, Jim. I'll wait in front till she comes out. I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. Now I know what the guy meant when he wrote, "Ask the man who owns one." I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, and I walked over to the car. Going to town?
Oh? Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that.
Thanks.
Get in. Visiting?
Yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the almost?
Depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what are you stopping for? We just got started.
Surprise?
Oh, yeah. And the nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Oh, name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm, and you've met them before, honey.
That's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introductions. That's your friends coming along in that car?
It should be. Now hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
Sometimes you're lucky. When a dame's got a gun on you, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My two playmates were just pulling up in the green sedan when I went out of the car like a dry transmission.
There he is. He's firing up. Nail him.
He let go just as I dived off the side of the road and hit the center embankment. I rolled at the bottom and came up looking like an exhibit for smallpox.
He's down the hill. Go get him, Ziggy.
There was a line of trees just off to the right, and I got to them just as Ziggy tried again. He needed a rifle. I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Ziggy somewhere behind me falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. I could give him so many holes he'd whistle in a high wind, but I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere. Well, come on. We'll spread out.
That tore it right down the middle. They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking.
I got him. Oh, my God. Get off of me, you million. Get off. I got on a new suit.
Oh, my deepest apologies, Gino. I thought you was Diamond.
Can't you tell the difference, Ziggy? He's got on a blue suit.
Oh, I'm a little colorblind.
Now let's find Diamond.
They started hunting again, and I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. I reached the hill that sloped down from the highway, and I went up fast. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still out, just like I'd left her when I put her to sleep. I went over to the Gunsel's car and lifted the hood. Chino and Ziggy could apologize all night while they looked for a new distributor. I went back to the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and got in. I noticed something lying on the seat. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy. But there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Wow, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the pretty scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Ziggy and Chino?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess. You're going to ask a lot of questions, and I don't talk much. We might as well figure out something to fill in the lull.
I drove to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I knew she wasn't going to spill anything, even if I got her drunk. Besides, she could probably drink Tony Galento under the table and still be sober enough to play hopscotch. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Chino, and after it, likes his work. And Ziggy, and after his name, has own gun. Yeah, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for. I'd forgotten all about my date with Helen when the phone rang. Yeah?
Hello, Rick. Fong will call Mr. Richard Diamond to the phone chop. He's got a date and she doesn't like being stood up.
Hello, Helen.
Hi. What was all that about? Forget you had a date with me?
Yeah, I did. And I'm sorry, baby, but right now I'm being chased like a hopped-up fox, and I haven't had time to curl up and relax.
You're impossible.
I know it. Want your sorority pen back?
Well, I'll make up my mind when you get here.
I'll give you my Lone Ranger magic decoder.
You fool.
Are we still going steady?
Oh, yes. Rick, when am I going to see you?
Oh, honey, right now I got some reading to do. Why don't you go to a movie? Little Women Past the Senses. I'll be over later.
I'll probably end up marrying an usher. Don't be too late, Rick.
I won't. Besides, we get along better early in the morning.
Bye.
Bye, baby. I sat there for a minute thinking about Helen Asher and wondering why I hadn't learned how to butter my bread. She was everything a guy should want. $10 million playing multiplication in a fat trust fund. A figure that would snarl of any quiet intersection. And a mind that would give a master's degree in inferiority complex. Diamond, you fool, you. Well, Lenore Brown's little black book was a poor substitute for an evening with Helen, but 3 items put me in second gear. They weren't hard to find. Take out all the men's names, and there they were, 3 addresses. One was in the village, another in Harlem, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Barton before I started hunting, so I called the Wentworth.
Wentworth Hotel.
Mr. Barton, please.
Yes, sir. I'll ring him.
Hello?
Mr. Barton, this is Diamond.
Oh, yes, Diamond. Did you find out anything yet?
Not yet, but tell me, did your son tell you what his victim looked like?
Why, yes. He said he was a dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin. He said he'd never forget it.
Oh, well, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
So do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village. It was a shabby little place, and the customers had enough long hair to give a toupee dealer the DTs. A fat waiter walked over and eyed my clean shirt. He was wearing an apron that looked like he'd made the salad on it. He was swell.
You wanted something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Do you know anyone named Lenore?
Lenore. Oh, sure, Lenore Brown. Hey, she comes in about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No. She always does a single.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Hey, you still want those noodles?
I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address was on the fringe of Harlem, the Hill, they call it. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in off the East River and staked out a claim all the way to Lenox Avenue. As I walked up to the old brownstone, my nerves started screaming SOS. I stopped cold and looked down at 2 gleaming eyes, like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. As I got used to the darkness, I could make him out. He was a big, white, battle-scarred bulldog, and he had some ideas of his own. He started shuffling in slowly, jerking back his lips and showing a row of white teeth.
Hold it, Lucifer.
I hadn't heard him come out on the porch. He was a big man wearing an off-white undershirt. And from what I could see, he looked meaner than his dog. The animal stopped, but he kept facing me, showing off his toothpaste smile.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
I'll think about it for a while. I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther!
Yeah?
Come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yeah.
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Men friends.
No. You know a dark man with a scar?
Oh, sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
Oh, I meant someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar. Now you better beat it.
Yeah. Get moving.
And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets. It was so quiet you could hear yourself change your mind. A sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed it open and went in. If I didn't find a man with a scar here, I was out on strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a two-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. Lenore turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
It's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now, Mama will have to thank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Barton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
Old man Barton figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds a man with a scar.
Think he can do better than you did?
Well, I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood again? Where are your buckets?
Oh, he's better.
Present!
You've met Chino and Ziggy before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
Too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. The boys like to keep moving.
So do I. I shot once and caught Ziggy in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Chino. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it. I didn't even have to get up. I just shot him through the cover chop. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and as she started up, I saw him, standing on the upper landing, scar and all meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. But I point a gun pretty good from a prone position. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. I called Lieutenant Levinson, squared myself. Then homicide came down and cleaned things up. They were all dead, and I figured I never would reach the beach anyway. I phoned Barton, who took his son down to the morgue to look over the night's take. Young Barton identified the man with the scars, the one he thought he'd killed. They gave me the notch, and I made another call. This time to a pair of silk pajamas with an understanding heart. It was late, but I was hungry.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diamond. Isn't it rather late to be calling?
You know something? You're right, Francis. It's 2 a.m. Time for all good butlers to be Betty by.
Miss Helen is in the library, but I'm not sure whether she wants to see you.
Well, you just run along and get some sleep. I'll find out and let you know.
Very good, sir. Confidentially, she's a little peeved.
Look.
Chin up, Mr. Diamond.
Francis, if she gets tough with me, I'll knock her teeth out.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Francis, is that who I think it was? Oh.
Hi.
The food was cold a long time ago.
So's my date. I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, that's all right.
The fire's almost burned out.
It's 2:00 in the morning, Mr. Diamond. I've sat through 2 features of Tom and Jerry and the 4th chapter of Batman, Hops of Freight.
Come on, don't scold, baby.
I haven't in weeks, but I've been rehearsing this for the past 2 hours, and you're going to listen. And that's another thing. You never play when I want you to. Only when I've got you on the carpet.
That sounds like fun.
Now, stop being glib. If you think for 1 minute you can turn me into...
Out of your face with the sunshine, put on a great big smile.
Now, stop that and listen to me.
Okay, I'll shut up. Well, go on.
Oh, now you've made me forget what I was going to say.
Well, if you can't remember, honey, hold a good thought. It's a big, wide, wonderful world you live in. When you're in love, you're a master. Of all you survey, you're a gay Santa Claus.
I just remembered.
Too late now, honey, I'm rolling. There's a brave new star-spangled sky above you. When you're in love, you're a hero, a Nero, Apollo, the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, Rick, how do you do it?
You've a kingdom, power and glory.
Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was previously released over the National Broadcasting Company for listeners in the United States and has been re-released to you men and women overseas by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour. Favorite Story.
Your sponsor presents Ronald Coleman in Favorite Story. Your sponsor is proud to bring you America's most distinguished actor, Mr. Ronald Coleman, as the host and narrator of this Favorite Story series. Some of the outstanding personalities in America have assisted your sponsor and Mr. Coleman in selecting the exciting dramas which your sponsor will present on Favorite Story. In the weeks to come, you'll hear the story choices of Bing Crosby, Ingrid Bergman, Fred Allen, Shirley Temple, and dozens of others. And now at this point, after your sponsor has presented his opening commercial message, we introduce Mr. Ronald Coleman, who will tell us about tonight's Favorite Story.
Did you ever hear a piece of music composed for 80 symphony musicians and 4 airplane engines? Well, there is such a symphony, and the man who startled the world with it is the same man who chose this week's Favorite Story. He's one of the century's most brilliant modern composers, the famous bad boy of music, Mr. George Antile. The story Mr. Antile picked as his favorite is one of the maddest fictions ever dreamed for the literary mind. And when you've heard it, I think you'll agree. It's a fantastic yarn about science and insanity. Fitzjames O'Brien wrote it, and William Conrad is going to play the leading role. For all of you who love the amazing and the bizarre, here's George Antile's favorite story, The Diamond Lens.
It sounds like a circus. This fellow Lindley's lecture ought to give us the biggest laugh of the year.
What's so funny about Professor Lindley?
The old fellow's crazy. Cracked on the subject of submicroscopic animula. Look, when he comes to the question and answer period, ask old Lindley if he believes there are any worlds of life beyond the reach of the most powerful microscopes. See what he says. See what he says.
And now, students, we have a few moments left before the end of the lecture period. Are there any questions?
Yes. Professor Lindley.
Yes?
Do you believe that living creatures exist beyond the magnifying limits of our best microscopes?
Why do you ask that question?
Well, I've heard, sir, that you hold definite opinions about subvisual life.
I do indeed.
Professor, what forms do you believe these creatures take?
Human, sir. They have a definitely human form. You may laugh. Others have. But I swear to you that there exists in every drop of water a universe that you dream not of. Other scientists tell you of atoms, of electrons rotating planet-like within these atoms. All this only guessed at, never seen by the human eye. But I tell you, these electrons, like our Earth, have life upon their crusts. And I tell you that this life is human.
How do you know these things, Professor?
How do I know? Because I have seen them. I began this research by accident. I was a young man, a student at the university in Edinburgh, just beginning to experiment with a microscope. On the floor above me lived a rather eccentric young gentleman named Jules Simon.
Lindley, are you awake?
Who is it?
Simon, let me in.
Lindley, I've just had the most amazing experience. Do you believe in spirit mediums?
Oh, I don't know much about them.
Well, I've just spent the evening with an amazing one, a Madame Vulpes. And believe me, Lindley, I had a conversation through her with my own great-grandfather.
That's astonishing.
It is astonishing. How she cuts through the veil into the other world. Almost the way your microscopes bring other worlds within our reach.
Simon, I hope your Madame Vulpes has better contact with her other world than I have with mine.
Oh, you're not discouraged, old man.
Very. Our lenses are such crude affairs. We scientists must be content to grind imperfect glass into imperfect shapes. And beyond 1,000 diameters, our microscopes refuse to show us that other world.
Then I suggest you consult Madame Vulpes. Her door into the other world is not such a narrow one.
You come for a communication, Professor Lindley.
Yes, Madame Vulpes.
From any particular spirit?
A certain man.
Did you ever know this person on this earth?
No, he died long before I was born.
You will seat yourself at the table, Professor Lindley, and place your hands upon its soul.
Yes.
I will extinguish the lamp.
You require complete darkness?
The visitors from the other world insist on it.
Oh.
Now, our hands press on the table. They are strong tonight. You are fortunate, Professor. Will the spirits communicate with this gentleman? They will speak with you. What spirit do you wish?
I should like to speak with the ghost of Anton van Leeuwenhoek.
Anton van Leeuwenhoek. This gentleman wishes to speak with Anton van Leeuwenhoek.
Who calls me?
Are you Anton van Leeuwenhoek?
I am.
The same Leeuwenhoek who invented the microscope?
I am he.
Sir, I am a lens maker like yourself. Tell me, can the microscope be brought to perfection?
It can. And by you.
But how? I've racked my brain. For the love which you bear to science, please help me.
A diamond.
A diamond?
Of 140 carats. Submitted to electromagnetic currents for a long period.
Yes?
will experience a rearrangement of its atoms. And if you pierce that stone through its axis, you will be able to grind the universal lens.
Will great discoveries come from such a lens?
So great that all which has gone before is nothing. Now I am called. I must go. I must go.
I had the secret. It was logical, intensely logical. All that night I lay awake dreaming of the discoveries I would make with my diamond lens. But where would I find a diamond of 140 carats? The next evening I decided to enlist the help of my neighbor, Simon.
A diamond of 140 carats? Lindley, the idea is preposterous. There aren't a dozen stones in the world of that size.
Nevertheless, I must find it.
Well, if you're serious, there's only one place where you'd have the remotest chance of finding it.
Where is that?
Amsterdam. That's where all diamonds go eventually.
Do you suppose that any of the jewelers in Amsterdam will let me borrow a diamond of 140 carats?
Why, of course they'll let you borrow one, Lindley. And all they'll ask you to put up for security is the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Everyone laughed at me, even as Simon did. But the thing had become an obsession. I must build a microscope with a diamond lens. They started calling me Mad Lindley when I bought my steamship passage to Holland. Perhaps I did seem mad to travel in steerage on the mission of a millionaire. In Amsterdam, they laughed at me, though I begged them in the interests of science to allow me the use of such a diamond. I had no fortune, no patron, nothing but a few guineas and a fantastic theory. But at last I gave up, bought my passage back to Scotland on the next steamer, and went back to my lodgings to pack my trunk. A slip of paper underneath my door. Professor Lindley, if you desire to find what you seek, come tonight at midnight to the yellow brick house on the Borneo Strat.
Yes? I am Lindley. Come in, Professor Lindley. You're a few minutes early.
I received your note. I'm very anxious to know if you have what I'm looking for.
How much do you want it?
So much that I would give my life gladly if I might have the use of such a diamond for 1 year.
Well, the gift of your life, my dear Professor, is of no interest to me. Come. Mr. Lindley, see what you find inside this small black box. It is heavy. There is. Open it. The clasp works easily. Very well. I call it the Eye of Morning.
How did you get it?
Is that any concern of yours?
I must have it, sir.
It is yours.
Mine?
With the payment of £1 million.
Where would I get such a sum?
Well, if you want this gem as much as I think you want it, you will find a way.
You are right, sir. I do want this stone as much as you think. And I will find a way to have it.
Of course you will.
You recall that I said I would sacrifice my life to own this diamond?
I recall very well.
You should know that I am ready to sacrifice another man's life, too, if necessary.
But surely... No. Stay back.
I want this diamond very much, sir. You know how much.
I have friends nearby. They will hear you.
But a knife is very silent.
No, don't. No.
When the Amsterdam police found a man knifed to death in a yellow brick house on the Borneo Strait. I was already on board my steamer bound for Scotland. And after all, why should they suspect Mad Linley? There were no witnesses. Oh, yes. There was one. One eye which observed all that happened. The eye of morning.
In a moment, Mr. Ronald Coleman will bring us Act 2 of tonight's exciting story, The Diamond Lens. But at this point, your sponsor brings you a message about the product that makes these broadcasts possible. Your sponsor may want to point out that just as Shirley Temple has selected Little Women as her favorite story to be done in this series, so the people of this city have selected the sponsor's product as their favorite. And now, after the commercial is over, here again is Ronald Coleman.
We continue with Act 2 of George Antheil's favorite story, The Diamond Lens. You know, the ways of the normal human mind are complex and strange, but in the diseased mind, where the subconscious unfolds dreams of the most terrifying nature, the brain of man becomes a miracle of strangeness. And when that brain belongs to a scientific genius such as Professor Linley, the power of his thought shatters anything which stands in his way. With Amsterdam behind him, with a stolen diamond in his pocket, Professor Linley returns by packet to his native Scotland.
Back in Edinburgh, I hurried to my room and closeted myself with my prize. There it lay on my work table. The eye of morning, one of the largest diamonds in the entire world. Clamping an optician's loop in my eye, I scanned the inside of the gem. There was not a single flaw. I waited. Exactly 140 carats. I smiled at my good fortune, my cleverness. They could call me Mad Linley now. What did I care? I owned a diamond which was worth the ransom of an emperor. I set to work. I built a large galvanic battery of more than 2,000 plates. This enormous electrical power was fed into a coil of wire wrapped around the iron core of an electromagnet. Then a powerful field between the poles of this magnet. I placed the eye of morning. Day and night, night and day for 3 weeks, I subjected the diamond to this magnetic flux. Of course, I could not sleep. My eyes almost never left the gem. It seemed to grow in luster and brilliance. And to my amazement, when there was no light at all in the room, the diamond shone of its own luminescence with a ghostly blue lavender glow. At last, I calculated the molecular rearrangement of the diamond should be completed. I cut off my electrical switches. Then began the most exhausting toil I've ever known. I set about grinding my diamond lens, polishing it to perfection, and then the exhausting and tortuous work of boring the hole through the center of the axis, as Leeuwenhoek had instructed, all with precision to the millionth of an inch. And then at last, after weeks, months of superhuman effort, my diamond lens was completed. And I stood trembling on the threshold of new worlds. My hand shook as I made the apparatus ready. Now, what should be the first object to be scrutinized through this most powerful of all microscopes? Why not the elemental substance, the most common fluid in our everyday lives, a drop of water? I placed a single drop of distilled water on my microscope slide. Then I covered it with a thin film of turpentine to prevent rapid evaporation. I adjusted my lamp. And with a strange mixture of anticipation and dread, I looked through the eyepiece of my diamond lens. seemed to gaze upon a vast space, the limits of which extended far beyond my vision. Then I made a minute adjustment with my microscope. Suddenly, a many-colored sphere leaped into view. A perfect ball, suspended in space, even as the full moon hangs in the evening sky. It floated nearer and nearer, and it filled the entire field of view. I could see its surface clearly. Mountain ranges and valleys, banks of gaseous clouds and oceans of vapor. This must be the nucleus of an atom, or even an electron. The power of my diamond lens had reached into the very essence of matter. And now the surface of the sphere seemed so close to me that I could see forests and rocks and deserts. And I thrilled to think of what animal life I might observe. A universe was swinging into view, all contained in a droplet of water. My microscope now peered into a greenish glade. I thought I saw a moving shape. Anxiously, would it be some animal, some giant insect, a reptile, or something hitherto unknown? At last, the gauzy veils of cloud foliage vanished, and I gazed upon a woman. Did I say a woman? She had the outlines of humanity, but there the resemblance stopped. Her adorable beauty far exceeded that of any mere woman who ever walked our earth. Her eyes were mystic violet, dewy and serene. Her hair flowed out of her proud head like a track of a falling star through the night sky. And the perfect roundness of her limbs formed suave and enchanting curves. And I dare not even attempt to describe her grace of movement, the way she floated effortlessly through the atmosphere of her subatomic world. You think I am mad, insane. You, in the smug complacency of your logic, think I dreamed I saw this lovely creature. Well, you lie. Because you yourselves have never had the ingenuity, the industry to make such a microscope. Because you have never heard of such things, you dismiss them. Is it so incredible that there might be other universes within ours? Is it preposterous that a drop of water resting on a microscope slide might contain a whole Milky Way system of planets, constellations, and galaxies? And is it beyond belief that a shrewd scientific investigator like myself might peer into this minute system and see a living creature? My friends, even as I speak to you now, some super-gigantic scientist with eyelashes light years long may be depositing our universe contained in a drop of water on his microscope slide. He may be adjusting his diamond lens to peer in astonishment at you, madam. And he may be falling in love with you. Is that madness? I confess to you there was a moment when I felt my reason falter, my sanity slipping away. As I watched that beautiful woman through my lens, I knew that here I had found complete perfection in womankind. And I knew, too, that I loved her. I would have given my life to kiss that incredible creature, to embrace her womanly form in my arms. But we were separated by the greatest gulf which ever lay between lovers. I could see her, but she could never see me. I could never let her know that I existed and that I loved her. and then a shadow passed over her face. She hesitated in her dance, and she looked up at me with an expression of great pain. And even as I watched, her graceful limbs withered. And she writhed in agony, and her suffering tore at my soul. Yet there was nothing I could do. She was dying before my eyes, yet I could not save her. In the rainbow-colored forest in which she danced was shriveling, too. They twisted about her. They enveloped her. And she disappeared from view. I looked down at the stage of my microscope. And the glass slide was still there. But the drop of water was gone. And the whole universe which held my exquisite dancer had evaporated into the night air. How can I describe to you the emotions which flooded in me at that instant? Despair at my loss such a man has never known. Terror at my loneliness. Yes, sheer stark terror at the realization that this creature, who had in these brief hours become more surely a part of me than my own immortal soul, would not return. And then anger, a horrific rising fury seething in my brain against the object which had brought to me this wonder. Now forever lost. For a long, horrible moment I stood staring at it. There on the table before me, my diamond lens, made miraculously fragile by the rearrangement of molecules I had achieved. My lens set with such infinite precision within my microscope. And then a muffled cry within my throat. I raised one of the massive andirons before the fire, and with a strength beyond my own, I struck. Again! 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 And at last, there on the floor beneath my feet, were but shattered remnants of the object of my hatred, my diamond lens. And that, young gentleman, is my answer to your question. Do creatures exist beyond the realm of human sight? They do. I, of all the world, have seen them. Good day, gentlemen.
There you have it. The Diamond Lens, the scientific nightmare of a somewhat unrecognized talent in American letters, Fitzjames O'Brien. May I commend William Conrad for his excellent portrayal of Dr. Lindley, and congratulations to our young conductor, Robert Mitchell, for his remarkable music. And, of course, our deepest thanks to Mr. George Antile for choosing The Diamond Lens as his favorite story.
Ronald Coleman will be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's favorite story. In the meantime, your sponsor once again has an opportunity to tell you about the product that is advertised on these programs. And he concludes it by saying, and now Mr. Coleman will tell us about next week's story.
We take you back to the happy days of your first dance and your first kiss. It's Louisa May Alcott's unforgettable novel, Little Women. We know that Joe and Laurie, Meg and Amy, Beth and Mommy have always been among your favorite characters, too. So, when Favorite Story presents Little Women, we hope you'll be listening.
Favorite Story is presented every week at this time by your sponsor. We hope you will join us next week when Mr. Ronald Coleman will present Shirley Temple's favorite story, Little Women. Until next week, then, we bid you goodbye on behalf of your sponsor.
Tell you, Dad, it's the softest cop in the world. Nothing can go wrong if you do what I say.
Fine daughter I got, Muscle. I don't hear from her but once every 2 years. And when she does see fit to take a journey back to Glasgow to visit her old father, she's as bedizened and bedecked as a Jezebel. Where do you get that fur coat?
That's my business.
Oh, fetch your scalp across your painted boy to be speaking of that way. You're no daughter of mine. You talk like a sauce on a hen away.
I'd have got nowhere in London with that Gorbals accent I inherited from you.
It's a good job your mother's not alive to see you now.
Oh, all right. Don't let's argue. I came up here to Glasgow to talk business, and I brought you some whiskey, didn't I? At £4 a bottle.
Oh, well, there's no use wasting good stuff, even if it does come through dirty channels.
Oh, as if you cared where it comes from, as long as it's there for you to drink.
I've got a reputation to consider. Aye, and a good job.
A good job, an engine driver. Anyway, you only keep the job because you can hold your grog better than any man I ever saw.
Aye, there's not many can drink like me and still keep a clear head. I've fired an engine for 8 years, and I've driven one for 5. I've been on that footplate with more than a bottle of whiskey inside me money at him, and no one any the wiser.
Well, see if your head's clear enough to take this in. You're taking the 8:55 from Edinburgh through to London tomorrow night, aren't you?
What if I am?
I'll tell you what. Ashley's, the big jewellers, are sending 60,000 quids worth of diamonds by registered mail on that train.
60,000 quid?
Those stones have been up here at Ashley's Glasgow branch for setting, and they're going down to London for sale.
What's on your mind, girl?
How'd you like to have 5,000 quid for yourself?
Keep talking, you hussy.
I've met some pretty hot people in London. If I could get my hands on that jewellery, I could unload it and get enough to pay you 5,000 quid. And Tom Black another 5,000 quid for his share.
Tom Black? Where's young Tom come into this?
Well, he's firing for you tomorrow night, isn't he?
Ah, he is.
Okay, and here's the drill. I've had a talk with Tom Black already.
Oh, you have you?
Yes, and I'm going to meet him again later tonight. He's willing to take a chance if you are.
Come on, stop shilly-shally, and what do you want us to do?
All you've got to do is to keep your mouth shut and see that that little puff-puff of yours is running to schedule. Come on, Tom, drink up. Let's get out of here. I want to talk.
Okay. All right, let's go. Now then, let's hear it.
Well, it's just the way I told you last night, Tom. The stuff will be in the mail van, and I'll be in a first-class compartment in the next coach. I bribed the porter to lock me in, so I won't be disturbed. The ticket collector...
Tansy Jackson will be doing that job.
Yeah, he'll come along and check the train before we get to Stony Park.
That's right.
You leave the engine, come along the roof to my compartment. I'll open the window, and you can come down.
We'll be doing over 60 along that stretch. I'll need to tie a rope around the ventilator on the roof and let myself down. You'll have to guide my feet in.
Right. I'll have a Mac and a trilby for you in my bag, and a first-class ticket as well. You'll slip the Mac on and pull the trilby well down over your face.
Oh, better bring gloves, too, or Tansy will maybe see my dirty hands.
Okay. Now then, when he's checked the tickets, he'll go back to the corridor, unlock the mail van door, and go through to check the rest of the train. You'll follow him. Push him in, cosh him, close and lock the door with his keys, rip open that mail bag, and bring the diamonds back to me.
Locking the door again as I come out?
That's it. You'll give me the stuff, go up the roof, go up the rope onto the roof, and back to the footplate.
Where I'll burn the coat and the rest of the stuff. Aye, I've got it all straight. Here, but what if somebody's in the corridor when I follow Jackson out?
It'll be nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Most of the passengers will have settled down.
But if there is?
Well, you'll have to wait and get Jackson on his way back. Anyway, it's worth the risk, isn't it?
Anything's worth the risk if it gets me enough money to buy what you want. I've never stopped thinking about you, Janet, since you went to London.
Haven't you, Tom? Really?
Why didn't you answer my letters?
Oh, I've been so busy, Tom.
I wish I knew what's keeping you so busy. That coat, for instance, mink, isn't it? Cost a lot of money, those things, eh?
I've got in with some pretty clever people, you know, since I left Glasgow.
I suppose that flashy-looking fella I saw you talking to last night outside your hotel's one of them.
Don't be crazy, Tom. I met him by accident. He's a commercial traveller or something.
Maybe you're telling the truth, and maybe you're not. But get this, Janet.
Oh, Tom, you're hurting my arm.
Listen, I'm throwing away my job, my good name, and everything else to do this. Just because, well, I want to give you the sort of life you seem mad on.
You wouldn't expect me to settle down as the wife of a Gorbals fireman, would you? I've told you, Tom, when we've pulled this off, you'll quit your job and come down to London.
And we'll get married?
Of course, darling. That's the whole idea. We'll be able to live very nicely on 15,000 quid.
I thought you said you'd get 20,000 for the stuff.
I've got to cut my old man in, haven't I?
Okay. But if you're not being straight with me about that fellow at the hotel, Janet...
Don't be crazy, Tom. There's no one else. You know that. Aren't you going to kiss me?
That's more like the Janet I used to know.
Jerry. They've fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
You're quite sure of your old man, Janet?
I'm sure of both of them.
Good. Then I can check out of this lousy hotel and drive back to London tonight. Oh, gosh, what a setup. They do all the work, you cop the sparklers, and I sell them. Then we both nip out of the country, someplace where they'll never see us again. They won't dare put up a squeal. Even when they rumble, they've been twisted. Oh, it's a cinch.
All the same, I hate to think what would happen if Tom ever caught up with us. He's as tough as they come.
Now, don't you worry about him. I'll be at Euston to meet you tomorrow night. And when you walk off that train, nobody's going to catch up with us. Not ever, sweetheart.
There we are, darling. 2 nice seats. What time's the train go?
8:55.
8:55. 5 minutes to spare. Come on, let's walk down and have a look at the engine.
Oh, Archie, must we? You can look at it when we get to London tomorrow morning.
I shan't feel like it then. Come on. You know, Uncle Bill used to bring me to this station when I was a kid to look at the trains. I hate to see him cracking up like this.
I cheered him up no end to see you. You ought to be proud of a nephew who uses 48 hours leave to come all the way to Edinburgh just to visit an ailing old man.
Oi, oi. There's the first whistle. Better get back to our carriage. Come on, Joan.
That's the lot, Tansy. Lock her up.
Right away there.
Comfortable, darling?
Ah.
Oh, pity we couldn't afford first-class tickets.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. We're saving up.
I really should have got you a sleeper.
Oh, I don't mind sitting up as long as I've got your shoulder to lean on.
All right. Here's the ticket collector.
Tickets, please.
Here you are, chum.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. How are we running?
Oh, a couple of minutes late. But we've got a straight run from here on. We'll make it up in no time. Good night.
So long.
Maxwell and Razor Bonnie. Hello, this one's locked. Tickets, please.
Here you are, Inspector.
Thank you, madam. Your ticket, sir.
Here you are.
Thank you. You want me to lock this door again, madam?
No, you can leave it open now.
Right, sir. Good night.
Okay, Tom, after him.
Back in 5 minutes.
Here, what's the idea?
Inside.
No, you don't. John Black, what the blazes are you doing here? Put that spanner down. Oh.
Pity you knocked my hat off and saw who it was, Tansy boy. I guess I'll have to finish you off now. Janet,
Did you get the stuff?
I finished him.
What?
I had to. He recognized me.
You bundled it.
If I hadn't done him in, he might have remembered seeing me in here with you. Then you'd have been mixed up.
Oh, where's the stuff?
Here.
All right. Now, out of the window, quick, and back to the footplate.
Okay, I've got the rope. When do I see you?
All right. Hey, Tom! Tom!
What is it?
Where's your other glove? You've only got one on.
What? Oh, I must have dropped it in the...
Oh, you fool, you fool!
See if it's in the corridor.
All right.
Okay, you can shut the window.
The blasted fool, if he's left it in the van. Oh, thank the Lord. Phew, that shook me.
please. Tickets, please.
I'm afraid I must have dropped my ticket somewhere. I had it in the train, but
Sure it's not in the pocket of your coat?
I'm absolutely certain.
Then I'm afraid I must ask you to wait till the other passengers...
But I can't wait. Look here. Here's 2 5-pound notes. That'll cover the fare. You can keep the change.
Yeah, wait a minute, miss. I'll have to have your address.
What? Oh, well, here's my card. I've got another train.
Well, I'll be... tickets, please. All tickets ready, please.
Archie, the girl who just went through the barrier, the one in the mink coat.
What about her?
She's dropped her glove. There it is. Quick.
Okay.
Close the barriers upon you, men. Don't let anyone else out. Close those barriers.
Well, what's the cape, Ralph?
I don't know. Hey, wait a minute. I want to catch that girl.
Sorry, chum. You'll have to wait. Station master's orders.
Stand back, please. Back from the barrier.
I say, I wonder what's the matter.
What's wrong? An accident or something?
Oh, come on, open up. I want to get home.
Take
on to the train again.
What the dickens is all this about?
Sorry, sir, but you'll have to do as you're asked. There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes, on the train. You'll all have to wait till the police arrive. Please resume the same seats as you were occupying. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, back to your seats. Come along.
Only one more third class and 2 first class compartments to check.
Not a single suspect so far, sir.
I'm betting whoever did this dropped off the train.
But where? She's never made less than 40 miles an hour since passing Stony Park. The collector was all right there. A number of people have sworn they saw him just before passing that point.
Then maybe the killer was one of those few who got through the barrier before it was closed.
Well, there's 3 more compartments. That gives us 3 more chances.
Let's hope he's in here. Come on. Now then, sir. Sorry to have kept you waiting so long, but...
No trouble at all, Inspector.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, no, right. No, it can't be. Tell me I'm seeing things.
It's 49, I'm afraid, sir. And Miss Carr.
Oh, my Lord.
Did you want to give him your visiting card for, Janet?
I tell you, I was rattled, Jerry. I knew that guy was dead in the mail van, and I was carrying the swag. All I wanted to do was to get rid of the evidence.
Oh, well, you can forget about that. I fenced it this afternoon.
Did you get the money?
Sure, I got it. How did you come to lose your ticket, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I was a bit jittery and dropped it. Maybe in the carriage.
Well, the coppers checked that train for possible suspects. The afternoon papers are full of it.
Do you think they'll come here?
Well, of course they'll come here.
Well, what'll I do?
Tell them the truth. Tell them you went to Glasgow to visit your old man. You've got nothing to hide.
Well, what's an engine driver's daughter doing in a flat like this?
Well, you're married to me, ain't you? I'm a successful gambler. The cops haven't got a thing on me. So relax, baby. We haven't got a thing to worry about. Not a single thing.
I might have known it. Trust you to be on that train 49. You draw crime like honey draws the flies.
I can't say I'm flattered, sir.
Quite sure you saw nothing unusual?
Quite, Sarge. The man clipped our tickets just before we reached Stony Park, then passed on towards the mail van. Have you recovered the diamonds, sir?
Yes, black diamonds.
Black, sir?
The nearest we found to diamonds were 2 small pieces of coal on the mail van floor.
Well, we've checked everybody on that train very carefully, and they all appear to be above suspicion.
Of course, we can't tell how many passed through the barrier, but in response to our broadcast message, 8 of them have come forward.
All thoroughly respectable people.
Did you find the young lady in the mink coat, sir?
What young lady?
There was no young lady among the 8 who answered our broadcast.
Nevertheless, Sarge, one did pass through the barrier just before it closed. She dropped her glove. I tried to catch her. Seemed in an awful hurry.
What was she like?
Oh, very elegant, sir. Mink coat, crocodile shoes, nylon stockings, trim ankles.
You didn't notice her hat, I suppose?
No, Sarge, I didn't get that far.
What's that, Constable?
I was picking up her glove, sir. My line of vision was somewhat limited.
Oh, well, this certainly wasn't the work of a woman.
Still, it's a pity we can't check on her.
Well, you can if you wish, Sarge.
Don't say this young woman gave you her address.
Actually not, Sarge, no. But she did give it to the ticket collector at the barrier.
Did she now?
Yes, sir. She lost her ticket. I heard her say so. She gave him £10 and her card. Said she couldn't wait.
Tenner, eh?
Yes, sir. Didn't wait for the change.
We'd better check on this, right?
Yes, sir. 49, would you like to do a little job for us as a plainclothes aide?
Would I, Sarge? Just give me a chance.
All right. I'll fix it with the uniform inspector for you to go down to Euston, where you'll locate this ticket checker and get that young woman's address.
Oh, jolly good, Sarge.
And remember, me lad, that's all we're asking you to do. It's just a routine checkup.
Routine checkup, yes, sir.
So don't try out any of those highfalutin theories of yours.
Oh, me, Sarge? You ought to know me better than that.
We do, 49, we do. That's just the trouble.
Right now, Joe. Care to come with me?
Love to, darling. Oh, by the way, if you're going to visit this young lady, you'd better take that glove.
Oh, where is it?
On the windowsill there. Funny thing, it's a man's glove. And a very expensive one at that.
A man's glove? You quite sure it was she who dropped it?
Oh, certain. I'll just get my coat.
Ah, lovely bit of stuff. Wish I had a pair of these. Oh, well. This glove's absolutely filthy inside. No one would think she'd been using it to heave coal or something.
All right, Copper. Ready and waiting. Oh, what's the matter? Why the puzzled frown?
Something in my mind trying to add up 2 and 2. I don't know what 2 and which 2.
Now, leave the simple arithmetic until later and let's get on with the job in hand. Come on.
Listen, Angus, you drunken sot. You'll never be able to stand on that footplate tonight. You'll not see the day I can't do my job, Tom Black. Oh, whiskey is life. Oh, shut up, you old fool. Shut up. If you're seen in that state, they'll never let you take the train back.
We've got 3 hours yet, Tom, before we're due on the job.
And it'll take you that long to get sober.
I'm not going back until I've got my money. The 5,000 quid. I'm going round to collect my money.
Going where?
To New Hampton Mansions, Camden Square. That's where Janet lives, my boy.
Janet? But you said you didn't know where she lived. She wouldn't even give me her address. Said it was too risky.
Aye, too risky for her.
What do you mean?
The night she came to see me in Glasgow, I sent her out of the room to get some water to drink with my whiskey.
Water? You?
I didn't need drink it. I only wanted the chance to go through her bag.
You would,
Wait. I found a letter in it, Tom, my boy. A letter that means a lot to me and to you, too.
Come on, out with it, man. What are you talking about?
Listen to this. Janet, darling. Yeah. Everything's fixed at this end. I've booked a cabin on A deck in the Southern Cross. She sails next Saturday. I'm driving up to Glasgow and hope to arrive at the hotel sometime tomorrow afternoon. If those suckers won't do the job for 5,000, offer them more. It doesn't matter because we won't be paying them anyway.
What? Here, show me that. If there's any trouble, we should worry. We'll be on the way to Australia, and they'll have to carry the can. Your loving husband, Jerry. It's not true. It can't be true. You're fooling me. You didn't find this in her bag. I say you didn't.
Go, McCully, you fool, and stop shouting. Aye, I found it in her bag, all right.
Why didn't you tell me this? I've gone and killed a man for her. Why didn't you tell me this before I did it?
Because you wouldn't have gone through it, and I wanted the money. You want your money too, don't you, Tom?
I want more than money now.
There's no woman 5,000 quid would make you forget. Come on, Tom. I've got a wee debt to collect at 27 New Hampton Mansions.
You mean I've got a debt to pay and you're not coming with me?
Try and stop me, that's all.
Right, you asked for it.
No.
Hey, what's going on now?
He hit him.
Yes, smacked him right in the kisser.
Oh, the old swine. He tried to pinch my wallet. Do you want to make anything of it, eh?
You better get out of here. We don't want no trouble.
Don't worry, I'm away. 27 New Hampton Mansions.
Well, you've got the address, Archie. Where do we go now? Back to headquarters?
No need to. I'll phone in with the details, and then...
What?
We'll return this glove to Mrs. Jerry Burton at New Hampton Mansions.
I thought your job ended here at Houston when you'd got that address.
I've been adding up that little sum I was telling you about.
Got the answer yet?
I got a hunch we might find it through the lady in the mink coat.
What's on your mind?
Diamonds.
What? Oh, you mean the stones that were stolen from the mail van?
No, I mean the 2 little black diamonds that were left on the floor of that van.
By whom?
That's just what's troubling me. Listen, darling. The inside of this glove is filthy, and do you know what with?
No. Tell me.
Coal dust. 2 small pieces of coal were found by the body of the ticket collector.
Well, that's odd.
Now, no one on that train is under the slightest suspicion. At least none of the passengers.
So what?
There are 2 men on that train that Wilson and Wright haven't even dreamed of interviewing.
Who?
The engine driver and the fireman.
What?
It sounds crazy, I know, but...
Archie, are you trying to say that one of the engine crew crawled along the top of a train going at about 60 miles an hour?
It's possible. Especially if he had an accomplice in the train to open the window for him.
You mean the woman in the mink coat?
All I'm saying is that the woman in the mink coat dropped a man's glove, and that glove had obviously been worn by somebody whose hands were smothered in coal dust.
My Sunday bonnet. Well, you better tell Inspector Wilson your theory right away.
I'm going to tell him just as much as I think it's good for him to know. Come on, Joe.
Talk about goss-bound impudence. In spite of my explicit orders, he goes off to interview this woman.
And phones in a message to the station officer that he's doing so.
Come on, Wright. We'd better get round to New Hampton Mansions before he makes a fool of himself.
Or fools of us.
What's that, Sergeant?
Nothing, Inspector. I'm with you.
man's got no idea where you're living, Janet.
I told you, he knows nothing.
Nor this fella, Tom Black.
There's no possible way either of them could know.
Ah, well, we'll be on the high seas this time tomorrow. Like a drink?
I need it. A big one. Someone at the door.
All right, I'll go. And listen, if it's the police, just stick to the story we worked out.
Okay, Jerry.
Go and get some beer out of the fridge. Maybe these coppers could do with a drink, too.
Don't keep him here longer than you can help.
Okay. Yeah? What do you want?
I'm Tom Black.
What?
And first I want you. Now for her.
Who is it, Jerry? Bring him in for a drink.
I'm in, Janet.
Tom. But how did you... No. No. Keep away. I can explain everything.
There it is, number 27. Just along at the end of the corridor. Come on, Joe.
Well, this theory of yours had better be right, copper boy. Otherwise, Wilson will have your scalp.
Neck or nothing, that's me. Hello. That's funny. The door's open.
Archie, look. There's someone lying on the floor in the hall.
Stand back, Joe. Blimey. Looks like he's run into a locomotive.
Oh, Archie, his face. Is he?
No, he's alive, all right. But he's in pretty bad shape. What the blaze is that?
Shh, listen. It's a woman in that other room. She sounds as if...
Stay here. I'll go and see.
Not likely. I'm coming, too. Oh, there she is.
Keep away, Joe. This is the work of a maniac.
Don't let him hit me again.
My Sunday helmet. The girl in mink.
Oh, the poor thing. I'll go and get some water. There must be a bathroom somewhere.
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. How did this happen?
Tom Black. He came here and...
Who's Tom Black?
Fireman.
Was he on the 8:55 down from Scotland yesterday?
Yes, he only did it for me. It's all my fault. I made him do it.
Easy now, easy. Where is this man? What the blazes?
Archie, quick! In the bathroom. He tried to grab me.
Stand aside. Good Lord. Are you Tom Black?
I am Tom Black, all right. I heard you coming.
All right, Black. I'm a police officer.
A cop,
And
eh?
I'm taking you into custody for questioning in connection with
Nobody's taking me anywhere till I finish the job I've got to do.
You've done enough already. You better go quietly.
Be careful, Archie.
Keep your distance, or I'll serve both of you like I served these two out there.
Put that chair down and don't be a fool.
Keep away, I say. Keep away.
All right, chum. I'm coming in there to get you.
Then it's me or you, copper. Got you, you swine.
Not yet. You haven't tried this, Messiah.
You haven't got a chance, copper. You just haven't got a chance.
The open door, just at the end of the passage, sir. I wonder if 49's arrived yet.
Listen.
He's here, all right, sir.
Yes, and by the sound of things, he's in trouble again. Come on, Sergeant.
Here's all I got left, chum.
Oh!
Got him.
For Pete's sake, 49, what do you think you're doing?
Plainclothes 849 reporting, sir.
Who's there in the bath, Constable? And who are those two people on the floor outside?
The gang who pulled off the diamond robbery on the 8:55, Sarge. I rather fancy...
Go on, man,
Don't be a brute, Inspector. Can't you see he's out on his feet?
Quiet this car.
I rather think you'll be charging this fellow with the murder of the ticket inspector.
Archie, mind. The bath. Oh, can someone? Oh, Archie.
Well, I'll be... What do we do with them now, sir?
Better turn on the cold tap right and bring him round.
Oh, no.
It'll be a pleasure, sir.
What the... turn it off. Turn it... Oh! Ah! Oh! Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
I'm bound to say you did a jolly good job last night.
Thank you, sir.
In spite of the fact that in doing it, you chose to disregard my orders totally.
But, Inspector, if he hadn't gone to that flat, Tom Black would have got clean away.
Yes. There's no doubt, 49, that thanks to your observation...
And his deduction.
What, Joe?
Well, yes, his observation plus his deduction...
To say nothing of his courage.
What, Joe?
Miss Carr, who's supposed to be commending this man, you or me?
Well, you are, Inspector, but I must say you're not overdoing it.
What, Joe?
Now then, Miss Carr, a little more respect, if you please.
All the same, she's quite right, Sergeant. It took a great deal of pluck to tackle that maniac.
No, more luck than pluck, sir.
Oh, well, luck, pluck, deduction, or observation, whichever it was, it resulted in the capture of the gang who did that train job.
Have you recovered the diamonds yet, sir?
Yes, this fellow Jerry Burton made a statement squealing on the character who fenced for him.
Burton will go up for a nice long stretch when he gets out of hospital.
And we picked up the girl's father in a Euston pub.
The divisional surgeon seems to think that this fellow Black's unfit to plead.
You mean he's insane?
I'm afraid so.
When he learned the trick that girl had played on him, he went right off the rails.
And that poor girl paid the penalty for her extreme foolishness. By the way, 49, I've had a word with your inspector, and I fixed it for you to have a further 48 off. I think you've earned it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Isn't that wonderful,
Oh,
Joan?
marvelous. But we'll keep in close touch, Inspector.
Keep in touch? What for?
Well, you never know. Something important might crop up, and where would you be then?
Why, Joan.
Where would I be?
Yes, without Archie and me.
Oh, my Sunday helmet.
What? Get them out of here, right? Get them out before I...
Out you go, Miss Carr.
Just going, Sarge. Cheerio, Inspector. Come along, Archie, darling. Good morning, all.
That concludes The Case of the Black Diamonds, another incident in this series of adventures of PC-49 by Alan Stranks. The cast was as follows. PC-49, Brian Reese. Joan Carr, Joy Shelton. Chief Inspector Wilson, Leslie Perrins. Sergeant Wright, Eric Phillips. Janet, Mary Mackenzie. Angus, John Lorry. Tom Black, Gordon Jackson. Jerry, John Blythe. Tansy Jackson, Anthony Keary. Ticket checker, Frederick Buckland. The station master, Robert Vernon. Production by Vernon Harris.
Time and the little gray cells. They will always catch the criminal.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Death in the Golden Gate.
Tonight's story of detective fiction finds Hercule Poirot in San Francisco at the time of the United Nations Conference.
Really, Mr. Poirot, you don't have to take me to dinner. All I asked for was an interview.
No, but I insist. I owe you one dinner, Miss Blaine, for the great compliment you have paid me. With San Francisco so full of international personalities, I did not think anyone would even notice the presence of an unimportant Belgian detective.
Unimportant? Oh, come now, Mr. Poirot, you're too modest.
No, but of course, modesty is one of the many qualities for which I am justly famous. Voici. Here is the very excellent little restaurant which I've discovered. Oh, one moment. We better let these three gentlemen out. They present an impassable barrier.
That's the idea, pal. Impassable barrier. Three musketeers. Thanks for holding the door open, lady. I'll do the same for you sometime.
Wow. Kind of early in the day for drinking.
If they are intoxicated, mademoiselle, it is from your San Francisco air. They have not been drinking. Of that I'm quite certain. The characteristic aroma is absent.
Maybe, but they've got the characteristic staggers. Think I'll make that car all right?
Yes, I think so.
Shall we go in?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, here's the table right by the window.
Ah, you see? They're having trouble starting the car.
But why does the driver keep stamping on the brake instead of the starter?
How do you know he's... Oh, I see the stoplight in the rear. Flashing on... Ha! Success, they're off.
Yes.
Now we can devote our entire attention to dinner. I'm as hungry as... What is it, Mr. Poirot?
Oh, that gentleman at the corner table.
The corner table? Oh, that foreign-looking chap with the peculiar expression on his face?
Oui, that is the one.
Rather distinguished looking. What about him?
It is strange. The shape of the head, the hair, the general figure of the man is so familiar. And yet the face is that of a stranger.
He's getting up now. He's getting ready to leave.
Oh, sacre bleu, that is most disturbing. You know, I will not be able to rest until I have identified him. There's only one thing I do know. Seeing him has given me a very unpleasant feeling. Our past association was decidedly not friendly.
He's probably a famous jewel thief. He looks it.
He's passing this way. Bonjour, monsieur.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, monsieur, have I changed then so much you do not recognize me? My name is Poirot. Hercule Poirot.
I'm afraid there's a mistake.
Oh, no, my friend. Where was it we met now? In Amsterdam, n'est-ce pas?
I have never been in Amsterdam. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir. Goodbye.
Bonjour, monsieur. Mm-hmm. That voice I have heard before.
He certainly gave you the cold shoulder.
It is obvious he does not relish my attention. I wonder... Ma foi!
What is it?
Why did I not realize it before? Mademoiselle, those men who just left the restaurant, I think they are connected with this gentleman.
The 3 drunkards who got into the car?
No, mademoiselle, they were not drunk. The 2 wished to appear drunk. They were holding the 3rd and abducting him.
Abducting him?
Oui, mademoiselle. Now I understand why he kept applying the brakes so the red light would flash.
Why?
Because he was in trouble. He was seeking help, as one might flash an SOS.
An SOS? Well, that sounds as though there might be a story here.
Oui, mademoiselle. And perhaps an unpleasant one.
But what can we do? They're gone now, all of them, including your mysterious friend.
Yes, but fortunately this flashing light business made me suspicious, so I wrote down the license number. Come, mademoiselle. We will find out who owns the car and pay him a little visit.
Inside, mister.
You fellas are making a big mistake. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just a newspaper photographer. I make $40 a week, and I'm in hock now for my next 2 weeks' salary. You can't get any dough out of me.
Watch him, Kurt. Don't worry, Frank. I've got him covered. Now, sit down.
All right, come on, let's have it. What do you want?
Nothing. We just like your company.
Well, I don't like yours. How long do you think I'm going to stay here?
Long enough.
Says you. I got an important assignment at 9.
We're not interested in your career. Now, sit still.
Take it easy, will you, pal? You want that thing to go off? Guy can tie his shoelaces, can't he?
All right, but don't...
Look out, Kurt, he's diving for your leg. No, you don't. You stay down.
Frank, gun. He's reaching for it.
Okay, Kurt, get up. He'll keep for a while.
Yeah, I see.
No, I just knocked him out. You'll come to in a little while. You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, come on. Help me get him on the couch.
Right.
He'll pay for this just as soon as...
Well, that must be Kramer. I'll let him in. You keep an eye on this one. Who is it?
It is Von Kramer. Open up.
We expected you sooner, Baron.
It is time enough, Kurt. The young man, you have him here?
He's in the next room. Baron, there's something I must tell you.
And his camera. You brought that along, too?
Yes.
Good. For a moment, when I saw that little Belgian in the restaurant, I was afraid.
What Belgian?
Never mind. Tonight at 9 o'clock, the delegates will gather in a room at the Hotel Embassy. They will pose for pictures. They will smile self-consciously. And then suddenly... Poof! Now I will have a talk with this photographer. And while I talk to him, attend to the camera.
Yeah, I know what to do.
Be careful, Kurt. It is a very small device, but it is very effective. One click of the shutter, the bomb will explode.
Baron, there's one thing I must tell you.
Yes?
There's been a slight difficulty.
Difficulty?
Yes, it was an accident.
What happened? Quickly.
Well, he attempted to escape. The gun went off.
You stupid swine. Come. I told you to treat him well.
Well, he'll be coming to in a minute.
Are you sure this is the man we want?
Yeah, he's Larry Doyle, all right. But there's
He has a very stupid face. Typically American. Kurt, cold water, towels.
Yes, Baron, right away.
Baron, huh? I thought your name was Kramer. I thought this was a simple snatch so you could get the guy's press card. I don't want any part of this bomb business. I just heard you talking about the Kurt. And now that you know, what do you suggest? I think you ought to call the whole thing off. If you were in your right mind, you'd never even dream of pulling anything like it. Proceed. That's all. I think you're off balance, Baron. You're going berserk because Germany's just lost the war and you want revenge. Just lost the war. Don't be a fool, Frank. We lost the war 2 years ago. It is not this war we've been thinking about. It is the next one. The next? Baron, don't you know what's happening? Your leaders are dead. Germany's ruined. No, Frank. Germany is not ruined. It's only the factories, and they can be rebuilt. But the people, the German people, are not ruined as the others. They are well fed, well dressed. Germany will yet rule the world. We have only to divide our enemies. We have only to prevent the unity they hope to build here in San Francisco. But knocking off a couple of delegates won't help. They'll dig up others. Yes, but it will give us time. Time for propaganda. Time to spread distrust. Look, you crackpot, you can't get away with anything like that. They'll catch you and me, too. If I stick with you, I'm pulling out. That is impossible. You already know too much. What do you mean? I mean, you stupid American swine, that you will not be permitted to warn the authorities. Oh, I can see it in your eyes. You will become a hero. You will save the country. I won't save the You won't even save yourself. What happened? Our friend here wanted to resign from our little mission. Of course, I could permit that. But why did you... Stop wasting time. Give me that towel and the water. Get him into the back room. This other one's beginning to stir already. Yes, and remember, follow the instructions. When you finish with the camera, leave it on the table in the hall. Then disappear. I will, Baron. Here. Oh. Here, young man, drink this. Oh. Can you hear me? You're all right. Oh, my head. Nothing. You were stunned. You're all right now. Ooh, everything's wobbly. Take that thing away. It's only a towel. What is your name, young man? Let me go. Yes, sit up. So, you're better? Yes? Who are you? What do you want? Only to extend my apologies. My friends have been guilty of a great mistake. For days now, I've been followed by a suspicious-looking man. They mistook you for him. Oh, they did. Well, I had to tell that to the police. There's a law against kidnapping. Kidnapping? No, my friend. I am well known to the police. I'm under their protection. And now you had better go. Why are you so anxious to get rid of me all of a sudden? Well, my friend, as you came out of your unconsciousness, you kept muttering, I've got to get there at 9 o'clock. I would not want you to miss an important engagement. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Hello. Mr. Doyle. Yeah? Do not forget your camera.
Well, there's nobody home. You sure this is the right place?
Oh, there is the name over the bell, Lawrence Doyle. This is the address the police gave to me. Perhaps the door is...
Hey there, just a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, monsieur, are you Lawrence Doyle?
Well, what if I am?
Monsieur Doyle, is it not true you were abducted in your automobile earlier today by two other gentlemen?
You seem to know a lot about my affairs. How come you're so nosy?
It is my business to be nosy, monsieur. Sometimes a stitch in time saves the whole garment, n'est-ce pas? Permit me to present myself. I am Hercule Poirot, and this is Miss Blaine of the Time-Star.
Oh, how are you, Blaine? Hey, are you that famous detective?
Well, I am a detective, monsieur, and I am not entirely unknown.
I was supposed to take pictures of you tomorrow. Come on in a minute, will you? I think you're just the guy I'm looking for. And that's the whole story, Mr. Poirot. What do you make of it?
This is very strange, Monsieur Doyle. Very strange. You are positive they took nothing from you? No money, no papers?
No, I'm positive. Not a thing. And another thing. I didn't mention to that last guy that there was a blood stain on the carpet that wasn't there before I was knocked out. I thought I heard a shot just before I really became conscious.
I do not understand this, monsieur. As soon as they released you, why did you not inform the police?
I'll tell you why, because I didn't want to get tied up with identifications and making complaints and whatnot. 9 o'clock tonight, I got to be at the Hotel Embassy to take a picture. The heads of the delegations getting together.
I see. Tell me, monsieur, this third gentleman, the foreign-looking one who was so kind to you, do you know his name?
No, I don't think it was mentioned.
From your description, I think he's the one we saw in the restaurant. If I could only see him again and perhaps identify him.
Well, I'll take you there.
Oh, but your assignment to take the picture.
Oh, I can make that. It's only 7:30 now.
Bon, let us march. Miss Blaine, you will forgive me for rushing up this way, but this may be dangerous.
Oh, sure. After all, if I went along, I might get a hot story. Hey, Doyle.
What?
You forgot your camera. What do you want to do, lose your job?
You are sure this is the street, monsieur?
This is it, all right. Let me see. It was the third house in the corner.
Third house? Oh, that would be the house in front of which that truck is standing.
Yeah. Hey, look, they're carrying a crate out of the house.
Wait. I would like very much to inspect that crate. Perhaps if I... No, I've already loaded it onto the truck. Nah, that is a pity.
Hey, Poirot, that fellow who just jumped in, I think I recognize him.
What?
Hey, wait a minute, hold on. Could have sworn he was one of the guys who slugged me.
Eh bien, perhaps we will meet him again sometime. This is the house, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah.
Good. We will just step in and see what we can discover for ourselves.
Suppose, they find us.
Oh, you need not be afraid, monsieur. I suspect the birds have already flown the coops.
Oh, yeah. Here's the room they took me into.
Good. You see? They are gone. There are the signs of a rather hasty departure.
Oh, there's the broken window I told you about.
Well, and here is a loud blood stain on the carpet. Your account of what happened here is no doubt accurate.
Yeah, a lot of good that does us. They haven't left a single trace.
I would not say that, monsieur. They have left at least one vital piece of information.
What's that?
I can now give you the name of the third man, the one who revived you with the towels.
Yeah?
His name is Baron von Kramer.
Von Kramer? I never heard of him. Should I have?
This von Kramer was a German saboteur in Belgium in 1914. A cruel, ruthless man. I had the misfortune to meet him several times.
I don't get it, Poirot. How do you know he's the man?
Well, this Baron has one careless habit. Whenever he sits at a table with a pencil in his hand, he scribbles furiously.
Oh, lots of people do that. We call it doodling.
Wait. But this Baron von Kramer, he is an egotist. He doodles for himself decorations of honor. I have observed him doing it many times. On tablecloths, on menus. Always he draws for himself the Iron Cross. Iron crosses such as you see here on this crumpled piece of paper.
Well, how is it you didn't recognize him in the restaurant?
Well, the Baron has disguised himself very effectively. Plastic surgery. You know, the Germans are so clever at such things. Unfortunately for him, he has Hercule Poirot to deal with. Therefore, monsieur, you will accompany me to my hotel where you can make yourself presentable for your important assignment.
And you?
And I too have an important assignment.
Yes?
Hello, Baron. This is Kurt.
Did everything go well?
I'm not sure. Just as we were leaving in the truck, that reporter came back with another man. A little guy with a derby and a big mustache.
Poirot.
Who?
The detective I told you about before.
Oh, how did he get mixed up in this?
I don't know, but we must act quickly. He's a sly one, that Belgian, I know.
What do we do?
We must separate them. Every minute they're together, there is danger. Danger that Poirot will discover what we have done. We must lay a trap for him, but it must be subtle. Yes, very subtle.
Well, Mr. Poirot, thanks for your hospitality. I used up all your towels, but I feel a lot cleaner. Hope you weren't bored.
No, Body Joe. I occupied myself with a few little tasks. Hello. Now that you are once again presentable, you can proceed to take your pictures.
What about those guys?
Oh, do not derange yourself, monsieur. I will pursue this... Entrez.
Mr. Poirot?
Oui?
My name is Smith.
Oh, come in, Monsieur Smith. Yes?
I'd like to discuss something with you. Something confidential.
You may speak freely, monsieur. This young man, he is most discreet.
Good. Mr. Poirot, I represent certain people. They feel you've worked very hard all your life and that the time has come for you to retire.
Oh, no, that is very considerate, monsieur, but you know, in order to retire, one must have funds.
What would you say to $10,000?
Monsieur, I find you most amusing.
The $10,000 are in cash in this wallet, Mr. Poirot. Here, take a look.
Merci, monsieur. Mm-hmm. The money appears to be genuine. Tell me, monsieur, what are the terms of this generous offer?
Very simple, Mr. Poirot. You are to pack your bags immediately and return at once by plane to New York. I myself will escort you and provide you with the ticket.
Monsieur Smith, your proposition does not interest me. That is all, monsieur. You will please go.
All right. But I have to warn you. My people don't take no for an answer. You're inviting trouble.
Oh, tough, huh? I've had about enough of you and your outfit. Poirot, do you mind if I take this guy apart?
I wouldn't try anything if I were you. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
No, you don't.
Good day.
Eh bien, Monsieur Doyle, this is not one of your lucky days.
What happened?
Well, a little Japanese trick, I fancy. He was... Ma foi!
What is it, Poirot?
Well, this is a stroke of fortune. The wallet, Mr. Doyle. He dropped the wallet in a short scuffle with you.
The wallet and the money?
Yes, it is here, all of it. But I'm not interested in that. I'm looking for other things. Papers, perhaps, some identification.
Any luck?
No. Oh, nothing but this little slip of white paper. You make anything of it?
Well, it's blank on both sides.
Yes, it is blank, but perhaps... bien, it is worth a try.
What on earth are you doing with that electric iron, Poirot?
Oh, Monsieur Doyle, I am by nature a very tidy man. Entrez. Well, Mademoiselle Blank.
Well, for heaven's sake, Mr. Poirot, you're ironing. Well, that's no job for a great detective. Here, let me at it.
Oh, no, Mademoiselle. I am most proficient at this domestic work.
But you're pressing a blank sheet of paper. Mr. Poirot, look. There's writing coming up.
Exactly. You see, Monsieur Doyle? The paper is no longer blank. The heat of the iron has brought out a message.
The modern printing press. 8:30 tonight. Heavens, invisible ink.
Modern printing press. Aha. Now it all becomes clear. Monsieur Doyle, that truck in the front of the house, you recall? There was on it the same name. There was a murder committed there, and that crate we saw contained the body.
Well, Mr. Poirot, what now? It's almost 8:30.
No, Monsieur Doyle, you go to the Embassy Hotel to take your pictures. And I go to the secret rendezvous at this modern printing press.
I'm going with you, Mr. Poirot, please.
Oh, there may be danger, mademoiselle.
It's true, but there may also be a story.
Eh bien, as you wish. If you will ring for the elevator, I will join you in 3 waves of a lamb's tail. Mademoiselle, I do not like this. I do not like this at all. You should not have come with me.
I know, Mr. Poirot. I'm so impetuous.
Well, that is a very dangerous quality, mademoiselle, for one so charming.
Why, Mr. Poirot, you'll turn my pretty head.
Well, this is the place, modern printing press.
Doesn't look to me as if there's any secret meeting going on in here.
Mademoiselle, that is the purpose of secret meetings, you know? Quiet, please, now. Open. Come in, mademoiselle.
I'm right with you. Can't see a thing.
There is a little light coming in from the lamp in the street. Your eyes are not accustomed to the dark.
I think we can remedy that.
Wait, it's the man in the restaurant.
Oui, otherwise known, mademoiselle, as Baron von Kremer.
So, Poirot, you did see through my disguise. I was afraid you might. That is why I made such elaborate preparations to receive you. Sit down.
Merci, Monsieur le Baron. Well. I did not expect to find such sumptuous quarters back here. The printing shop does not...
Printing shop. That, too, is a cover.
I see. Oh, pardon, I have not presented my companion. This is Mademoiselle Blaine, a reporter.
I am so sorry, Miss Blaine, that you have stumbled into this situation. It is most unfortunate.
You see, Mademoiselle Blaine, the Baron, like all of his people, is exceedingly chivalrous. I remember how remorseful he was on one occasion when he had to let his lady accomplice die so he could escape.
You are clever, Poirot, but not quite clever enough. You fell into my trap.
Trap?
You do not even yet realize what has happened. The piece of paper, Poirot, which Mr. Smith accidentally dropped in your room.
Oh, very clever, Baron.
Ah, well, I know you, Poirot. The trap. To trap anyone else, the writing would have to be so plain, so explicit. But for Poirot, only invisible ink will do.
You knew I would discover it, eh? Oh, très bien. I must compliment you, monsieur. You are still resourceful.
I've had to be, to put you at my mercy. So this is the end, Poirot. The end of our long association. Only one of us will leave here alive. Yes. Excuse me. Do not move, either of you. I will not hesitate to shoot. Yes? Yes.
Mr. Poirot, isn't there anything we can do?
Yes.
Must we stay here?
It does not look good for us, mademoiselle.
Well, I won't stay here.
No, Miss Blaine, do not move. But I am not quite as stupid as he believes. I did not fall into his trap. I have only pretended to.
You mean?
I know Monsieur Smith was not sent in a serious hope of bribing me. Von Kramer knows me too well for that. Then why was he sent? Obviously, to lure me into a trap.
Then why did you come down here?
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I called the police from my hotel room. They will be here presently.
Yes,
and... quiet.
Very interesting. Good work, Otto. But I owe you an apology. Again, I have underestimated you.
Indeed?
You knew it was a trap all the time.
Yes, Baron. You see, I did not underestimate you. I knew you would not try to bribe me.
Very good.
But tell me, how did you discover that I had not fallen into your trap?
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention it. I have just heard from a friend of mine. By a strange coincidence, he operates the switchboard at your hotel.
Good Lord.
When you called from your hotel room and asked to be connected with the police, he connected you instead with another room in the hotel. You spoke to my men.
Then the police...
will not be here, mademoiselle. C'est ça. I'm afraid we have reached the end of the play.
Yes, Poirot. It is all over. That is to say, it will be all over in exactly 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
In 3 minutes, Poirot, at precisely 9 o'clock. Young Mr. Doyle will walk into a room at the Hotel Embassy to take a picture. When he clicks the shutter, he will set off a powerful charge, a bomb that will wreck the building.
A bomb?
Oh, a masterpiece of sabotage, Baron. You have gone far since the old days.
Yes, and I will go further. In a week or two, I will join my superiors in South America. And as for you, perhaps you have some last requests.
Monsieur le Baron, I have lived according to certain rules and ideals, you know. I should very much like to, perhaps, drink a toast to those ideals.
That is good. And I will drink to mine. A glass for each of us. And for the lady.
Nothing.
A fine bottle of Napoleon. So, one moment. I will just turn on this radio. I am expecting a news flash shortly.
You know, I am most curious to hear your toast, Baron. It would seem to be...
I am disappointed in you.
Eh?
As I turned on the radio, I watched you in the mirror. It seemed to me you passed your hand over my glass.
You think I put something in it? Oh, Monsieur le Baron, that is fantastic. It sounds like a mystery novel.
In that case, Poirot, I am sure you will not object to our changing glasses.
Oh, but you...
So, I have yours, and you have mine. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready. I drink to the destruction of tyranny, now and forever.
Excellent, Oberalis.
It is now 9 o'clock Pacific War Time.
Listen, Poirot.
We have just received the following bulletin. At the United Nations Security Conference, the heads of the delegations have just posed for photographs and have now closed the doors on what is expected to be the most fruitful session of...
But it is impossible.
What is it, Monsieur le Baron? You look faint.
Mr. Poirot. He's dead.
No, Miss Blaine. Not dead. Only unconscious. You see, I knew he would be suspicious of me, so I put something in my glass before I pretended to put something in his.
What did you put in?
Some of these. I always carry them with me. They are knockabout drops. Very interesting. What you call in America the Michael Finn. Now, if you will take his gun, I will use the telephone.
The camera. Why didn't it explode at the hotel?
Oh, very simple, mademoiselle. I removed the bomb while Monsieur Doyle was washing up at my hotel. He never knew about it.
Well, I don't see how you knew about it.
Well, I just employed the little gray cells, mademoiselle. And they told me that these people kidnapped a photographer and then let him go. Well, obviously they did not want him. They took nothing from him. Then what did they want? It could be only one thing.
The camera.
Precisely. Then when I finally recognized this von Kramer, an expert saboteur, and learned that Monsieur Doyle was going to the conference, it all became very clear. So I deftly removed the bomb. Hello? Police headquarters? This is Hercule Poirot. If you will come to the modern printing press, I will deliver into your hands one Baron von Kramer. And also, I think you will find a body. Of course, a dead one. Wait a minute. I will wait, monsieur. And now, Miss Blaine, let us continue with our interview, eh? After all, I would not want to send you away without a story.
Heard Death in the Golden Gate, a fiction adventure of Agatha Christie's great detective, Hercule Poirot. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about it? Ouch!
Did that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you will hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Sothern. But first, your announcer. Here's Ann Sothern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere of Brooklyn. But right now I'm thousands of miles from Brooklyn, singing here in the Green Jay Cafe in Tahiti. And how I got here is another story. Anyway, I found out the most interesting subject of conversation around Tahiti, outside of the comical tourists, is pearls. And almost everybody knows the story about the big pearl called the Thirsty Island Pink. I've heard it was the size of a golf ball, and I've heard it was more like a basketball. I guess it's really the size of a big marble. But 7 men died fighting over it before it ended up in the Maharaja's collection. What everybody in Tahiti wants to know is how to find the hidden lagoon the Thirsty Island Pink came from. So one evening after I'd finished singing, a young fellow I'd loaned some money to came in and sat down at my table. He was very excited. Well, what's it all about, Jimmy? Your eyes look like you've been inhaling the fumes from the ventilator of an opium joint.
Maisie, you and I are going to be rich.
Ah, come on. Climb down off that cloud before you fall right through it.
Oh, yes, Maisie, we're going to be rich. You're going to be slightly rich, and I'm going to be disgustingly rich.
Well, I'd be happy just to be what they call well off. Tell me, how's this going to happen to me?
Well, remember when I hit you for that $20 to go hunting for the lagoon where the big pearl, the Thirsty Island Pink, came from?
Jimmy, don't tell me you found it.
Yeah, Maisie, I did. And it was nowhere near Thursday Island either. Oh, Maisie, look at this pearl. It's yours.
Oh, my gosh. It's as big as a walnut.
Just one of the peewees.
Gee.
I brought another pearl back with me and... Well, what's the matter? You still trying to reach that same itchy place on your back?
Yeah. Stash it for me, Jimmy.
Oh, sure. Oh, and this backless dress,
It's a cinch.
Hello? Yeah, that's it.
And let me tell you something about that pearl of yours, Maisie, before you get rid of it. Remember that there's lots of good in the worst of us. And don't ever think I've let you down.
Well, how could I think you'd let me down when you've given me this?
Well, just remember what I said. There's lots of good in the worst of us. If you only take the trouble to look inside.
Well, look, Jimmy, I'll admit I thought I'd thrown that $20 away, especially when my boss here, Kwong Lee, told me about you, but I...
Maisie, the reason I'm talking like this is that I may not live through the next few days.
What's the matter? Is the rich life too hard on you?
Well, you've heard of Blackie Schneider, haven't you?
Who hasn't?
Well, he knows I found the lagoon where the Thursday Island pink came from. And he knows I'm selling one just like it. And he knows that the... Maisie, he just came in the place.
Oh. Have you got a map or anything you want me to keep for you?
Well, quick, give me a pencil or something. I'll draw the map for you and throw the one I'm carrying in the fire when I make a break for outside.
Well, here's the ballpoint pen.
Oh, good. Well, I'm drawing it right now.
Hey.
Shh. I won't mark the spot where the big oysters are. You'll be the only one who'll know because they'll...
Oh, my gosh. Well, Jimmy, why can't you and Blackie Schneider settle this thing?
Maisie, I've double-crossed him twice. Right there it is, with the latitude and longitude and the general outline of the lagoon. Now, Maisie, you're the only one besides me who knows where the pearls are. Well, here goes nothing. So long, Maisie.
Good luck, Jimmy.
Now, here, stand!
I think I better put on my jacket and take a little walk just for my health. What happened, Kwong?
Maisie, maybe you better tell Kwong what happened.
I got out of here just as the shooting started. It is written, there's nothing more dangerous than being an innocent bystander.
Confucius, no doubt. And he was so right. Your friend Jimmy, he kicked a wash tub, Maisie.
Oh. You mean they got him?
Yes. As me, Kwong would say, he gone to the great Pearl Lagoon in the sky.
Gee. Where is he?
Oh, very bad luck to have bodies in Green Jade Cafe. We take Jimmy and man he shot and leave them in Kang Su's house next door.
Oh, gee, the poor little guy.
Oh, Maisie, Jimmy double-crossed everybody in Tahiti, so don't feel too sorry.
Well, I didn't really know him well enough to feel sorry for him.
Maisie, you let Kwong say sorry. You're supposed to say sorry.
Oh, excuse me, Kwong. I'm getting in the habit.
Oh, look, here comes Maurice, the gendarme.
Bonjour, Kwong.
Bonjour, Maurice.
Bonjour, Maisie. Comment allez-vous?
Je vais bien. Comment allez-vous?
Les Americans. The funny people. Kwong, you catching bodies around here?
Who, me? Oh, mais no, Maurice.
Well, we did hear something next door at Kang Su's, but we thought maybe he was just giving some tourists a firecracker hot fun.
You look maybe in Kang Su's cafe?
Bien, Kwong. I look there.
You try booth number 6, maybe?
Well, Kwong doesn't really know. It's just a hunch.
Oui. Lucky for him. Bonjour. Bonjour.
Bonjour, Maurice.
Bonjour, Maurice. What happened to music?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Hoagie, dust off the piano again. One thing, Kwong.
Yes, Carl?
Did you find anything interesting on Jimmy when you searched him?
No. Blackie Schneider searched him first. They not find anything, too. Maisie, you know something you're not telling me, Kwong.
But I'll tell you about it after we close up tonight.
You know, Maisie, I think we run into Blackie Schneider again. Very bad. Oh, very, very bad. It's me, Kwong, in here. Who that there outside door?
It's Maisie Kwong.
Oh, come in, kid. Now, what's on the mind, Maisie?
Well, Kwong, I know I'm a dope to do it, but I trust you.
You like both hands.
Well, Kwong, Jimmy told me he'd found the hidden lagoon where the Thursday Island pink pearl came from. What do you think of that?
Excuse, please. I make mark on wall.
What's that for?
Maisie, this 37th time I hear somebody knows where Thursday Island pink pearl came from.
Oh. It sounds like it's a familiar story.
Last year, 63 times. But I hear that Jimmy gave a big pearl to Lu Fong to sell yesterday.
I guess everybody else heard it, too.
But I believe this time he found it.
I believe him, too, Kwong. Look at this.
Oh. He give you this, Maisie?
Uh-huh. For that $20 bill I loaned him.
Very funny.
What?
It's not worth $20. It's glass.
I don't believe it. He told me to remember there was a lot of good and the worst of us, and not to think he'd let me down.
Did he give you a map?
Yeah, sort of. Here it is.
Oh.
What's the matter? You been there before, too?
No. I just wonder if me, Kwong, going to be big fool again and look for pearls.
Hello, Kwong.
Oh, Blackie.
Don't either of you reach for anything, wave to anybody, or scratch yourself, or you're a dead man.
Well, I may be dead someday, but I'll never be a man. Stop waving that gun around like it was a flag.
All right, Maisie Revere, dive for that big pearl and hand it over to me.
What if I'd pull out a gun instead?
Oh, Miss Revere, you fascinate me. You're very charming. I like your singing, and you've got a figure that troubles my dreams. But if you don't hand over that pearl before I count 5, I'll put an end to the whole business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Here, take it.
It's better.
Now, watch him get a furry face, Maisie.
Wait a minute. This is no pearl. This is glass.
Now hand me my shooter back, and I'll play you a fat game of marbles, cowboy.
So this is what Jimmy gave you. Here, take it.
Thanks. You might as well give him the map, too, Kwong. He looks like he came for something, and I wouldn't want him to go away empty-handed.
And I was just about to ask for it.
Oh, well, here you are. You will save me money looking for the big pearls.
Thanks. You know, Kwong, Jimmy did find the lagoon. I saw the real pearl he brought back, and it's as big as the Thursday Island pink. But he got it somewhere in the Tuamotus. So, goodbye, Kwong.
Have a nice trip, Blackie. Stay a long time.
Well, goodbye, Maisie Revere. Here's something to remember me by.
Hey, cut it out,
There. And I'm going to get another one when I come back a millionaire. Oh.
And you're going to get another of those, too. Now get out.
What a woman.
The map is gone, Maisie. We never get it back.
That map? Well, that's no good. I made it up from the real map and changed the numbers a little.
Oh, Maisie, you didn't trust me. Where's the real map?
Right here. Jimmy drew it on my back with a ballpoint pen.
Oh, very clever, these Americans. Okay, Maisie, we look for the big pearls. 50-50 partners.
It's a deal, Kwong.
We leave in 2-3 days. You do anything you want till then. But one thing.
I know. Don't take a bath.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. To Maisie.
Well, Kwong, there goes the cruise ship.
Very good customers on that ship.
How was the grass skirt business?
Oh, this time we sell 2 bales of them.
You better be careful, or someday there won't be any grass left in Tahiti. When does our little ship here sail?
Tonight, I think.
Oh. Say, Captain.
Yes, Mr. Revere.
When do we take off in this sailing sieve?
We sail in the evening tide. That is, if everything goes okay.
He means if Blackie Schneider doesn't pull the plug out of this old bathtub and let the South Pacific in.
Oh, you don't have to worry about Blackie. He's probably 1,000 miles from Tahiti.
Good.
Maisie.
Yes, Clark.
Blackie Schneider's around. Maurice the gendarme knows where. And, Blackie has been watching our boat.
Well, why doesn't Maurice arrest him then?
Very funny joke.
Blackie passed on trigger, Maisie.
I guess Maurice figures he doesn't need cross ventilation yet.
I will give Blackie $100 just to stay away from us, if I dare to go and see him.
Oh. Captain, would you take a message to Blackie Schneider for us?
Oh, not me, Miss Revere.
Huh? See?
Oh, he's so English, isn't he? Oh, well, wait a minute. I know somebody who's brave enough and dumb enough to go and make a deal with Schneider.
Who?
Me. Give me the $100 and I'll go talk to him.
Oh, me. Kwong, big fool, taking chances of losing my money.
Yeah, but me, Maisie Revere, even bigger fool. I'm taking chances with my life.
Go away, please. Nobody home.
I want to talk to Blackie Schneider.
Yeah, you leave along the outside door. Who you, please?
Me, Maisie Revere. You, Blackie Schneider. You, lousy actor.
Why didn't you say who you were?
Maurice told me you were using a crummy accent, and I wanted to hear it. Why don't you give up?
Now listen, you double-crossed me with that map, didn't you?
Well, what'd you expect me to do? Bow and hand it over to you? Now, let's not be mad, Blackie boy. I came here to make a deal with you.
Or did you come here because you wanted to see me again? All the women feel that way about me.
Look, Rudolph, don't slip your back hair down for me. I came here to talk business, not to admire your manly beauty.
Well, that's what they all say, but when I kiss them, they keep coming back for more.
Tell me something, Blackie. Are you for real?
Now, don't kid around, Maisie. You are nuts about me.
Oh, well, guess you. You may be a burning blowtorch to the girls in Tahiti, but to me you're just a smoldering punk.
No, come here, go.
If you try anything, I'll take this hatchet and make you the only non-native able to wear an earring in his Adam's apple.
All right. What's on your mind?
Kwong Lee and I are going to have enough trouble trying to find where those pearls came from without having to worry about you, Blackie. We'll give you $50 to lay off it.
Nothing doing. I want those pearls myself.
Okay, $100. Then you can stay here, and when we come back, if we have the pearls, you can rob us like a gentleman.
All right, Maisie, $100 it is.
Now, will you give me your word not to interfere with our trip?
Yeah, I give you my word, Maisie.
Okay, now I'll give you the $100. Here.
Maisie, we have 12 hours start already. The government patrol boat has checked us. And, did something trouble you?
Yeah. I have an awful feeling Blackie Schneider's going to double-cross us. We should have paid him off in counterfeit money.
We did. Those $250 no good?
Ah, clever, these Chinese. I looked at the picture on the bill and wondered why General Grant was clean-shaven and smoking a pipe.
Other reasons why you worry?
Well, yes. I'm suspicious of the crew.
Why?
Well, early this morning, they were practicing throwing knives at an outline of you on the door.
Uh-oh.
And later they were arguing about who was going to get your jade ring. Of course, don't let it upset you.
Oh, no. No.
And I noticed that the captain has a gun that says on it from Blackie with loads. Of course, it could be a coincidence, but I'm beginning to feel like searching the whole ship for time bombs or something.
Not much else to do?
For instance, what's this big barrel here? It wasn't here when we settled.
Probably water.
No, it's empty, I think. Wait till I look in through the bunghole here and... Ah!
What do you see?
Another eye. Keep your gun in this barrel, Kwong. I'll find out if somebody's in it.
What are you going to do?
Well, before I left, the waitresses at the cafe brought me this bottle of perfume, and I've been afraid to open it. It's called Tropical Passion. I'll squirt some of it into the barrel and see what develops. Oof, this stuff really reeks. I'm surprised it didn't eat its way out of the bottle. Well, here goes. Whatever's in the barrel can inhale that and gently let it out through his eyes and ears.
Most interesting barrel.
Give me out of here. Poke my eyes.
Captain! Hey, Captain!
What's the trouble here?
Captain, we want you to take this barrel and throw it into chains.
Oh, let me have your gun, Mr. Quab. Thank you. I'll get the top off the barrel.
Well, it's our friend Blackie, all right.
Are you all right, Blackie?
Holy smoke, what perfume.
Gee, Blackie, you smell like the exact opposite of a skunk.
Very funny joke, Maisie.
Okay, Captain. Hand over Con's gun.
Sure thing, Blackie.
Hey, wait a minute. You're on the wrong side, Captain.
Oh, very short joke.
From now on, I'm the captain of this ship. And see that everybody calls me Mister.
Not me. I'm going to call you Tropical Passion.
Okay, Sam, let's get beyond the bottom. Well, here we are at last.
Pardon me, Blackie, but would you mind standing downwind from me?
What's the matter?
Frankly, lover boy, you smell. You're just more gorgeous than I can stand.
No, listen, Maisie. We are here in the lagoon, and I don't need you anymore, see? Be good, or I'll leave you on the reef when the tide changes.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'll find out in the morning that this is a big lagoon, and I'm the only one who knows where the bed of the big pearl oysters is.
Oh, you don't know either. It isn't marked on your bag.
It doesn't have to be. Jimmy protected the secret pretty well. And if you don't split with Kwong and me, we won't tell you where to dive.
How do you know where it is?
Because Jimmy drew that map, so the oyster bed was on the exact tiny spot where my back has always itched. I'm the only one who knows.
But I...
You already are.
What was that?
It sounded like a canoe or something against the side of the ship.
Hey, anybody home on board?
An American. Sure.
Coming over the side.
Hey, Jack, what ship is this?
I thought this island was deserted. Who are you?
I asked you first, Clyde. And do you have a permit to drive for... Oh, no. Oh, tell me I'm not just imagining this gorgeous blonde standing here. Tell me it's not all a heavenly dream. Tell me she's not married or engaged to anybody around here.
Oh, gee, I haven't heard a good old American line for months. Go on, make for the lie.
Oh, baby, it'll be a pleasure. I'm Jerry Graham, and I'm learning how to comb beaches.
No, wait a minute, mister.
Don't wait, Stanley. You bother me. Baby, I haven't seen anybody like you since I left the Army and came back to the South Seas. Well.
Well, thanks. I haven't seen anything like you either. Where'd you get those flower sack shorts?
From a flower sack, doll. Where else?
Oh.
Hey, who's this joker here? How come he smells so cute and cuddly? What are you doing in this lagoon, Goon?
You're going to die for pearls here.
Over my dead body, Clarence.
Well, that suits me fine.
Hey!
How do you like those, right
Look
guys?
out, Jerry. You've got a gun. Get away, quick.
Let go of my hand.
So long, doll, baby.
Well, we don't have to worry about him. He'll never make it over the reef. I'll split with you, and we'll start diving tomorrow. Look at these beautiful babies. Did you ever see pearls like these before?
Yeah, but they weren't real.
Oh, they are most beautiful. Most beautiful.
But where are those large economy-sized pearls? I want to see some of the size of doorknobs.
Yeah, well, the last time I was down, I saw a really big shell all covered with barnacles. I'm going down once more and get it.
It's too late now, Blackie. The tide's running out, and you might be swept into the reef.
Oh, not me.
Listen, Blackie, untie us and let's divide some of these pearls right now.
I wouldn't think of untying you while I was under, even if the captain was watching you. And you don't seriously think I'm going to divide these pearls with you, do you?
Blackie, you gave us what we laughingly call your word.
My word doesn't mean a thing. I give you my word on it. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm keeping these pearls right in my money belt here. You keep an eye on them, Captain.
Oh, right, Blackie. Macy.
Uh-huh.
Don't look now, but the GI is keeping up on the captain.
Oh, I hope he has a nice fat club for the captain's big fat head.
Look like a baseball bat.
Oh, listen to the crack of that bat. It makes me homesick for Ebbets Field.
Hi, folks. Where's my other pal? Is he down below?
Yeah, Sterling is purling. Gee, it's good to see you, Jerry. How about untying it?
Sure, right this minute. As soon as our boy comes up, I'm going to work him over good. He beat me to the punch last time, and You know, you're even better looking in the daytime. Will you marry me?
I'll quit kidding around.
Listen, if you think I'm kidding, I dare you to say yes.
Sure, and you'll rush off and be back with the minister in 6 or 7 weeks.
Try me, honey.
I'm just a simple American lad living off coconuts and mangoes and whatever falls off the trees into the still pot, but... Uh-oh, I hear Junior.
Come up, Blackie. There's a friend here to see you.
Look, I got it. I got the big shell. Now, what are you doing here?
Now it's my turn, Blackie. Hand over that money, pal.
Not in doing, you'll never get me.
Stop him! Blackie, wait!
I hope he makes it to shore.
Well, let's see if there's anything in this shell. I hope that right now, quick.
Look at the size of it. You could make an oyster stew out of that would feed the whole state of Rhode Island for a week.
Say, sweetheart, you never gave me your answer.
Oh, well, thanks for the kind offer, but I'm sort of engaged to a guy back in Brooklyn.
Well, any time things get too exciting there, I'll be waiting here.
Maisie, look, the pearl, the big one.
Oh, look at it. It's magnificent.
Wow.
Kwong, that's your pearl, all yours. You're the one who put all the money into this trip.
No, 50-50.
Yeah. It sure makes this one Jimmy gave me look like it was glass, which it is. I'm going to throw it away.
No, don't.
Look out.
Oh, my gosh, it's split open.
Maisie, there was a real pearl inside it. Look at this.
Oh, Kwong. It's just like yours. It's the same size and everything. Jimmy had the real pearl covered up with a layer of imitation pearl.
My pearl is valuable, but two match pearls like this, who knows how much they are worth? 30, 40, 50,000 apiece.
To think I almost threw away a fortune. So that's what Jimmy meant when he said there's a lot of good in the worst of us if you'll just look inside.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, when Kwong and I left the Happy GI on his little island, he was planning to go fishing. We sold our pearls in Tapiti, and I found myself with more money than I ever had in my life before. You know, getting sudden wealth is very embarrassing. You don't know what to say when you're caught leaving a hotel by the fire escape from force of habit. And I was in Honolulu 4 days before I could bring myself to order the best steak. I was just out of practice. I still automatically swipe soda crackers off the tables as I walked by. What happened to all the money? Well, a whole stock company was stranded there, and they had friends, and their friends had friends, and everybody but me was broke. So, guess who else is broke now? And guess what happened to all the friends? And guess what I'm doing? I heard they were looking for airline hostesses, and I'm going to get that job. Come on, Pete. We got to take Maisie someplace where she can strike it rich again.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. Maisie was written by John L. Green. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Hans Conried, Hy Averback, Peter Leeds, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Marvin Miller. John Heaston speaking.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you a play of suspense and smiles, starring William Bendix and Alan Jocelyn.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you a remarkable tale of suspense.
And with Raymond Chandler's satirical suspense tale, Pearls Are a Nuisance. And with the performances of William Bendix and Alan Jocelyn, Roma Wines hope indeed to keep you in suspense.
It's quite true I wasn't doing anything that morning except looking at a blank sheet of paper in my typewriter and thinking about writing a letter. It's also quite true that I don't have a great deal to do any morning, but I like not doing anything. It gives me something to do. And I don't like telephone calls that interfere with it. That's why I have two telephones, one a public phone that I can ignore, and the other a private phone, which I better answer if I know what's good for me, and I do.
What did you say, darling?
Oh, I said good morning, dear.
How are you, darling? Busy?
Yes and no. Mostly no. Why?
Somebody has stolen Mrs. Penruddock's pearls, and I want you to find them.
Possibly you think you have the police department on the line. This is the residence of Walter Gage. Walter Gage speaking.
If you aren't out here in less than half an hour, you'll receive a small parcel by registered mail containing a diamond engagement ring.
I'll tell Mr. Gage when he comes in. No, I went naturally. I even hurried. Ellen's voice has that effect on me. I think it's the way she says...
Walter, darling.
Yes, Ellen.
Mrs. Penruddock's pearl necklace has been stolen.
So you said on the telephone. My blood pressure remains normal.
It's a string of 49 matched pink pearls that Mr. Penruddock gave his wife on their golden wedding anniversary.
Only 49 pearls for 50 years of marriage? I wonder which was the bad year.
Oh, shut up, darling.
Yes, dear.
The worst part of it is the pearls are false.
False? Well, evidently they're all bad years.
Don't be silly, Walter. The pearls were real enough when Mr. Penruddock gave them to us. The fact is, she sold them and had copies made. Those copies have been stolen. You've got to get them back, Walter.
Well, what does it matter if they're false?
Well, she's terrified that the thief will blackmail her when he finds out they're only imitations. If Mr. Penruddock ever hears that she sold originals...
I begin to see what might be described as daylight. But where do I start looking for these baubles from which your elderly employer is so loath to be separated?
Because I know who stole them. The chauffeur we had here a few months, Walter. A horrid big bruiser named Henry Eichelberger. He left suddenly the day before yesterday for no reason at all, without a word. I'm sure he stole the pearls.
How big did you say he is?
About 6 feet.
Well, in that case...
3.
3? 6'3"?
3.
I'm sure he didn't take them, dear, couldn't have.
He tried to kiss me once, Walter.
Oh, he did? Tried to kiss you, huh? Where is this big slab of meat, darling?
Here's the address he gave me when he first came here to work. Sounds like an unpleasant neighborhood.
Not half as unpleasant as it'll be for Eichelberger when I arrive. Tried to kiss you, did he?
The pearls are the important thing, Walter. And be careful. He's 6'3", remember?
I find it difficult to forget. Eichelberger's address proved to be a seedy-looking hotel upstairs over a Chinese laundry. At the head of the stairs was the door marked manager. I rang the bell.
Pull up, Bud. Roll.
I'm not inquiring for a room. I'm looking for one Henry Eichelberger, whom I'm informed lives here.
If he does, he ain't registered.
That, as of course you know, is contrary to the law.
A wise guy, hey. Down the hall, Jack. 218.
Have the kindness to show me the way.
Huh. What do you know? A duke, no less. Okay, your lordship. Pick up your feet, hey? This is it. He's out.
Have the goodness to unlock the door. I wish to go in and wait for this Eichelberger.
In a pig's valise? Who do you think you are, Jake boy?
I wouldn't call me names if I were you.
You wouldn't, hey? Well, that just shows the difference between you and me, because I would. You want to make something out of it, hey?
Yes.
What? Oh. Hey, that wasn't fair. You got 20 years on me, hey?
Well, open the door, hey? I have no time to argue with you.
Huh. $1. $2, and I won't even tell Eichelberger when he comes in, hey?
That is a deal.
Brother, you can hit. I'll say that for you, hey?
Thanks, hey. Here's your money. If you hear any noises later on, ignore them. If there's any damage, it'll be paid for generously.
I hope you know what you're doing, hey?
I searched all the likely places where he might have hidden the necklace, and then I searched all the unlikely places. No necklace. Then I heard approaching footsteps.
How did you get in here, Sonny?
The explanation of that can wait. I'm looking for one Henry Eichelberger. Are you he?
Get you, a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt before you make me laugh.
My name's Gage, Walter Gage. Are you Eichelberger?
Give me a nickel and I'll tell you.
I'm the fiancé of Miss Ellen McIntosh. I'm informed that you tried to kiss her.
What do you mean, tried?
I hit him rather severely on the left eye. Then the right. Then I gave him a crushing uppercut to the jaw. He looked at me with an air of patient resignation and then hit me. I bent over and took hold of the room with both hands and spun it. When I had it nicely spinning, I gave it a full swing and hit myself on the back of the head with the floor. I believe I lost consciousness at about this point. At any rate, I was no longer aware of the time of day. For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as stars Mr. Alan Jocelyn and Mr. William Bendix, whom you are hearing in Pearls Are a Nuisance by Raymond Chandler, which is Roma Wines' presentation tonight of Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. We quote now a brief word from the famous hostess, Elsa Maxwell.
The delicious flavor of tender broiled chicken, the succulence of spring lamb garnished with mint leaves, deserves the matchless flavor complement of Roma California Sauterne. This delicate wine, pale gold in color, delightful in bouquet, is a delicious flavor mate with fish or fowl.
Yes, just as the musical conductor blends the tones of different instruments, so the knowing hostess can combine the flavors of food with wine. Each glassful of Roma Sauterne is alight with Roma's rich heritage in winemaking. Here is a masterpiece of the wine grower's age-old skill. And all Roma wines, you'll find, are always unvaryingly good. The result of carefully selected grapes, picked at the peak of perfection in sunny California's choicest vineyards, and gently pressed. Then the natural juices are stored and guided with the ancient skill of Roma wineries to full goodness. Roma wines do not vary, are always high in quality, yet cost only pennies a glass. More Americans enjoy Roma than any other wines. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage William Bendix as J. Henry Eichelberger and Alan Jocelyn as Walter Gage in Pearls Are a Nuisance, a muscular drama replete with situations well calculated to keep you in suspense. While I was thinking about the possibility of getting back to my feet in the very near future, a wet towel began to slap at my face, and I opened my eyes. The face of one Henry Eichelberger was close to mine and bore a certain appearance of tender solicitude.
All right, but I thought maybe you was killed, Jack. You got a stomach as weak as Chinese tea.
What happened? As if I didn't know.
You tripped on a itty-bitty tear in the carpet. You feel like getting up? Here, I'll give you a hand. Come on.
Thank you, Henry. May I call you Henry?
No tax on it. You look okay. Why don't you tell me you were sick?
Eichelberger, you swine, that does it.
Cut it out. You'll muss my hair.
I wish you'd fall down when I hit you, Henry. Just once. It would do wonders for my morale.
You know, you and me could get along, Jack. I never kissed your girl, even if I ain't saying I wouldn't like to. Is that all that's eating on you?
Well, no, there's another matter.
Well, sit down and tell me the score. Only, no more haymakers. They give me a headache. Promise?
I promise. Tell me, why did you leave the employ of Mrs. Penroddock?
You tell me. Am I what you might call a good looker?
Well, Henry...
Don't soap me.
No, then. I wouldn't call you handsome exactly, but unquestionably you ate your spinach as a child, if that's a consolation.
Get you, a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt. Look, suppose you fell for a doll with stars in her hair. A guy like me that looks like a taxi going down the street with both doors open. Then suppose you get a job where you see this doll all the time and every day. What would you do, Jack? Me, I just quit the job.
Ellen?
Yeah.
Henry, I'd like to shake your hand.
Go ahead.
Now, there's one more thing. One rather insignificant detail. I'm empowered to arrange for the return of Mrs. Penruddock's pearls. $50 reward and no embarrassing questions.
You got nerve, Jack. So you think I stole some marbles and I'm sitting around here waiting for a flock of dicks to swarm me?
The police have not been told, Henry, and you may not be aware, but the pearls are false.
False? You mean they're false?
Exactly.
And you think I'd bother myself to hook some phonies?
You mean you didn't steal the necklace, Henry?
Now, look. If they was ringers, I wouldn't be bothered. And if they was real, I wouldn't be holed up in no cheap flop in L.A., waiting for a couple of carloads of Johns to put the sneeze on me, would I?
That's exactly what I thought, Henry. Well, as long as you didn't steal them, how'd you like the job of helping me recover them?
Are you kidding?
No, Henry, it's obvious that if you didn't snatch these marbles, I believe that's the expression, someone else did, and you can help me find him. How about it?
Well, why not?
Why not, indeed?
Well, you got any ideas of where to start?
Yes, I have. I feel that we must, as they say, tap the grapevine. When a string of pearls is stolen, all the underworld must be seething.
Maybe you got right, but this underworld that's doing all this season ain't going to seethe much over a string of glass beads, or I might punch you.
I am thinking, Henry, that the underworld probably has a sense of humor, and the thief who went to the trouble of stealing some worthless trinkets would be the butt of considerable coarse jest.
There's the knuckleless of an idea in that. I would say something like that could get around the pool rooms and start a little wholesome chuckling, all right?
Yes, all we need to do is to locate a reliable crook.
Say, there's a key named Lou Scandisi that runs the Blue Lagoon downtown. Might be interested in some marbles, but he don't like being asked questions.
He sounds dangerous.
Yeah, we'll turn him inside out and take a look at his liver.
Very well. Let us go and beard this Scandisi character in his malodorous den.
Yeah, let us go and leave us do what you said.
Mr. Scandisi's Blue Lagoon wasn't difficult to find. It was a rather soiled establishment bathed in an unpleasant blue light. Henry and I went through a small, dim dining room to a door marked private.
You Scandisi?
Who wants it to know?
Me and my friend here want to talk to you.
Oh? Talk. I'm listening.
It's about some pearls. 49. Is that right, Walter?
Quite right, Henry.
A pearl necklace that somebody hoisted.
Go on and get out before I have you thrown out.
You'll do what?
I'll do nothing.
That's better, doughface. What about them pearls?
Well, I don't think I heard about it.
Try to remember. Maybe if I pulled off one of your ears, it might help.
Henry, you seem to be doing all the work. Do you think that's quite fair?
Well, okay, you work them over. These fat guys bruise something lovely.
Oh, take it easy. I ain't heard nothing. You guys insurance men, huh?
Now you're cooking with helium, doughface.
Well, what insurance company you boys work for?
Give him our card, Walter.
No, this is my personal card. It has my phone number on it.
Yeah. Okay. You may be surprised. You may get a call.
What do you think, Walter? You think this muzzler is leveling with us?
I dare say he wouldn't be above telling us an untruth.
Get you, a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt. You giving us the straight goods, Scandisi?
Straight goods, absolute. We'll cooperate. I bet you get a call.
Okay. So long, Scandisi. And keep your schnozzle clean if you don't want to be looking for it under your desk, hey?
And that goes for your cat, too, Scandisi, hey.
Well, what now?
I think we've done an adequate day's work, Henry. The procedure would seem to be for me to go home and wait for the telephone to ring, bearing glad tidings from the underworld.
What about me?
I would suggest that you wend your way homeward also. Here's my private number. Call me in the morning.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
I went home and waited for the phone to ring. I must have fallen asleep after a while. It was quite dark when the call came through. Well, here goes. Walter Gage speaking, Acme Insurance Company.
When did you become an insurance company?
Oh, it's you, Ellen. Why didn't you call on the private phone?
Oh, I didn't have the number handy. You haven't found the pearls yet.
How'd you know?
We just got a telephone call.
From whom?
He wouldn't say. All he said was he heard from somebody named Stan something.
Scandisi?
And that's it. That we were looking for the pearls.
Has he found out the pearls are false?
No. And I didn't tell him.
All right, don't worry. We have an idea how to get them back.
We? Who's we?
Henry and me.
Henry? Henry who?
Eichelberger. I've hired him to help me find the pearls.
Are you out of your mind? Didn't Henry take the pearls?
Of course not. He only left because he was in love with you.
Oh, Walter, that big brute. How could you say such a thing?
Ellen, I thought you'd be flattered.
Flattered? I never want to speak to you again, Walter Gage. Goodbye.
Ellen! Oh! Women, I sometimes wonder. Oh, hello, honey. I'm so glad you called back. Listen, darling,
Who you calling honey, sweetheart?
Who's this?
Never mind. Your name Gage?
Yes?
A guy named Scandisi says you're looking for some oyster fruit. A frail named McIntosh says you're the guy to talk to.
Possibly.
Well, I got 49 of them, pal. Pink ones. $5,000 is the price.
Why, that's absurd. Those pearls happen to be false.
Quit your kidding. You heard me. 5 G's. I'll give you tomorrow afternoon to scrape it together. Then I'll call you and let you know where to meet me.
Hello?
Ellen, this is Walter.
I told you I never wanted to speak to you again.
All right, I won't speak to you. Just tell me the name of the man who sold Mrs. Penroddick's pearls for her.
Gallimore, Roger Gallimore. He has a jewelry company downtown.
Thank you.
Walter!
How do you like it, darling? I was beginning to see the light. The next morning, I went to see this Mr. Gallimore. He was a tall, pink man of about 70, and he listened to my narrative of events with considerable interest.
5,000 seems like a good deal for a string of false pearls.
Yes, indeedy. And you know what I think, Mr. Gallimore?
What, Mr. Gage?
I believe that the pearls are in fact real. You're a very old friend of Mrs. Penroddick. Perhaps even a childhood sweetheart. When she gave you the pearls to sell, you didn't sell them, Mr. Gallimore. Instead, you gave her $20,000 of your own money and returned the pearls to her, pretending they were imitations of the original necklace.
Son, you think a lot smarter than you talk.
I try very hard, Mr. Gallimore. And I'm correct?
Embarrassingly so, Mr. Gage. The pearls are real. Now, what would you like me to do?
Give me $5,000 with which to get them back. Mr. Gallimore felt much better after he'd had a glass of water, and some hours later I managed to convince him that I knew approximately what I was doing. He gave me a check for $5,000. This check, Henry.
You mean he gave it to you? 5,000 fish, just like that?
You have said it.
Well, I'll be a Mickey Finn at a woman's club lunch. Kid, you got something with that daisy chain chatter of yours.
Thank you, Henry. At any rate, all that remains now is for the phone to ring. Aha.
You can say that again.
Very well. Aha. Hello?
Gage?
Yes, who's this?
Guess. You got the dough?
It's in my pocket at this exact moment. If I have any assurance of honorable treatment, I'm prepared to go through with it.
Oh, you get the marbles, okay? We're in this business a long time, and we can't afford the wealth. If we did it, it'd get around, and nobody would play with us.
I understand. What are your instructions?
Tonight at 8 sharp, you'll be at Pacific Palisades. You got that?
Yes.
At the end of the dirt road, corner Sunset and Corona Del Mar. Be there at 8 sharp. And come alone, and no guns. No funny business, no smart work, and no slip-up, nobody get hurt. That's the way we do business.
Very well. Oh, one last thing. Where did you get my phone number from, Scandisi?
Who else? 8 o'clock, then. And no tricks.
That is very interesting.
What?
The telephone.
Yeah. Hooray for Alexander Graham. What's his name? But what did the guy say?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's all arranged, Henry. I'm to meet them tonight, all by myself, and give them the money.
All by yourself, huh? Get you, a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt. They'll take the dough and leave you laying there bleeding all over yourself, and they'll still have the marbles. I ought to go with you.
Henry, it's my duty, and I must brave these monsters and human guys alone and unattended. Of course, I do have a big car, and you could hide on the floor under a rug.
It's a cinch.
But maybe...
Walter, the only thing wrong with you, as far as I can see, is you got holes in your head. All I'm trying to do is keep you from getting another one. I'm going with you.
So it was settled. Henry was to go with me. That afternoon, I stopped at the bank where I cashed Mr. Gallimore's check and changed it into $100 bills.
3,500.
You counted as though it were your own.
5,000.
5,000?
5,000.
And now a roll of quarters, please.
Roll of quarters, please.
There seems to be an echo in here. Leave them in the wrapper.
Ooh, quite heavy, aren't they?
Yes, aren't they? So late that evening, I found myself out on the Pacific Palisades with Henry Eichelberger, boy, in the back of the car. I was very nervous. I think Henry was also. Neither of us were any too sure of what was going to happen that night.
Oh, me back.
What's the matter, Henry? Aren't you comfy back there?
Oh, I'm comfy, all right, only my heater keeps digging into me. Ain't we there yet?
Well, we're getting close. Stay down. This is business. This is the end of the line, Henry. Be careful, they're probably watching me.
Okay. What's that? It's me, Walter. My gun is breaking my back.
Well, stop sitting on it.
I did. Anything stirring?
No, keep quiet.
I'll make like a little mousie.
Don't you think we've waited long enough, Henry?
We only been waiting 15 minutes. You sure this is the place?
Yes, of course.
Well, let's get out of the car and see if anybody shoots at us. Then we'll know if somebody's around.
Well, that seems to be the difficult way of finding out, but let's try it. I personally feel sure that there's no one here but you and I.
Suckered. You know what happened, Walter?
What do you think, Henry?
Well, it was just a tryout, that's all. Tomorrow this guy calls you again on the phone and he says sorry, but they had to be careful and they'll try again tonight maybe. Maybe out in San Fernando Valley. And the price is now $10,000 on account of their extra trouble. I ought to go back and twist that Scandisi so he spends the rest of his life looking up his left pants leg.
Well, Henry, what's the next move?
I'll beat it home, I guess. Anyhow, I won't need this gun anymore. My back is sore enough from it.
We stood there and looked at one another, Henry and I. He doubled his hands into fists and shook them slowly in his sadness. I, too, was melancholy. In the brief time I'd known Henry, I'd grown very fond of him.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Nothing else to do but beat it on home. That's all is left to us.
I took my right hand out of my pocket. I have large hands. In my right hand nestled the roll of quarters I'd gotten from the bank that morning. My hand made a large and heavy fist around them. Henry didn't notice.
What are you looking at me so funny for, Walter?
I just wanted to say good night, Henry. You had 2 strikes on me. Well, this is the big one.
I don't get it.
He got it then. My fist with nearly a pound of metal in it caught him squarely on the jaw. For a moment, he wavered back and forth on his feet, and then... Henry Eichelberger lay motionless on the ground, as limp as a rubber glove. I found the pearls twined around his ankle inside his left sock. Well, Henry, I said, although he couldn't hear me, you're a gentleman, even if you are a thief. You could have taken the money a dozen times today. You could have taken it a little while ago when you still had the gun. But even that repelled you. You threw the gun away, and we were man to man. But still you hesitated. In fact, Henry, I said, for a successful thief, you hesitated just a little too long. But as a sporting man, I can only think more highly of you. Goodbye, Henry, and good luck, I said. I put a $100 bill in his chubby little fist and withdrew. End of story.
But how did you know it was Henry, darling?
You told me so, little lemon cookie. You were quite sure of it.
I know, but you must have had proof of some kind.
Well, there was one other minor detail that convinced me Henry was the guilty party. I gave Scandisi my phone number, but I have 2 telephones. One's a private line. Only 2 people had that number. You were one of them. Henry was the other. When Henry's accomplice got in touch with me, he used the phone number I'd given Henry, not the one I gave Scandisi. You see?
Oh, darling, you're so clever.
Well, of course, you may kiss me if you like. A few months after Ellen and I were married, we received a letter postmarked Honolulu. It was from Henry.
My dear, dear Walter, I have only just received the joyous tidings that you and Ellen are embarked upon the happy tide of holy matrimony. I am so glad for you. I often think of you, Walter, particularly with an overwhelming curiosity as to what it was you struck me with that night. Ah, well, I dare say it can only be conjecture on my part now. A hammer, perhaps. That I allowed my jaw to be exposed to your weapon while I stood there meditating as to whether to take your 5,000 then or wait for 10 the following evening was a human error of judgment. At any rate, I entertain no feelings of ill will toward you. On the contrary, I am indebted to you greatly. The ease with which you talked Mr. Gallimore out of $5,000 has changed my life. I have been taking English lessons myself, and am now practicing on a wealthy widow woman, not without financial success. Ah, toujours le sport. Devotedly, Henry. P.S. Was it perchance an anvil, I wonder?
You know, Henry wasn't such a bad fellow. All I really disliked him for was his barbaric English. Now he's changed that. Maybe I should have married him. What do you think, Walt?
Oh, gets you a real comedian. Wait till I loosen my belt.
And so closes Pearls Are a Nuisance, in which Roma Wines have brought you William Bendix and Alan Jocelyn as co-stars of tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Before our stars return to the microphone, let me say a word for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Elsa Maxwell's hospitality is always simple and unaffected. The other day she said,
a few old friends, some comfortable chairs, a glass or two of good Roma California sherry, and there you have the perfect combination for a pleasant evening at home. In fact, you'll find the light, nut-like flavor of this glorious amber golden Roma sherry is delightful any time. A delicious prelude to dinner, a gracious note of hospitality whenever friends drop in.
Best of all, Roma wines are so reasonably priced, any family can afford to serve them regularly. The goodness of Roma wines can add a lot to the joy of your daily living. Always delightful, always unvaryingly high in quality, yet cost only pennies a glass. And the next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, use Roma vermouth. Zestful, herb-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, developed, and bottled in California with all the traditional winemaking skill of Roma wineries. Try Roma vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Alan Jocelyn. I trust that you dyed-in-the-wool suspense fans who are accustomed to somewhat heavier meat on these Thursday dramas weren't displeased with our efforts in the interests of gaiety and insouciance. Do you concur, Mr. Bendix?
Who gets you, a real comedian? Wait till I loosen my galluses.
Courtesy impels me to tell you that Mr. Bendix here is being heard weekly on his own radio show, The Life of Riley, and Paramount impels me to say that he'll soon be seen in their production 2 years before the match.
Permit me to return the favor, hey? Alan Jocelyn is soon going to be seen in the 20th Century Fox 30th anniversary production, Colonel Effingham's Race.
Thanks, Bill.
No, not at all, not at all.
Next Thursday, you will hear John Payne and Stuart Irwin as stars of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Great Plays. The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays, a series of famous plays selected to show the development of drama from the sunrise performances in ancient Athens down to the contemporary theater. We're privileged to have with us Mr. Burns Mantle, outstanding American drama critic and known throughout the country for his yearly volume of Broadway's best plays. He will act as commentator at today's production of She Stoops to Conquer, in which Margot Gilmore is featured as Kate Hardcastle. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mantle.
Yes, sir, here we are again, my play-going friends. After a holiday rest, we are starting you home from a grand tour. We have visited with the dramatists of Greece and Italy, of France and Elizabethan England. Now we are back in England. But we have moved out of the 17th and are about to leave the 18th century. As we take up the second series of great plays, we begin our approach to a theater that lies close to the foundation of our own. The play is Oliver Goldsmith's farce, She Stoops to Conquer, which proved the outstanding comedy success of its season in 1772 and 73. It was Goldsmith's second play. His adventures in the theater had not been happy. In fact, any playwright, young or old, who is completely discouraged by his chance of success, should read the Goldsmith story. He was 40 years old before he tried writing for the theater. He had suffered practically all the slings of outrageous fortune. His features had been disfigured by smallpox. He had been a dull student in school. He had run away from college as the result of having staged a wild party in his rooms. He had, following the wishes of his reverend father, taken up the ministry only to be set down by the bishop of his diocese. He had even tried to come to America, but missed the ship. After he had studied medicine and applied for a hospital berth, he had to borrow a suit of clothes in which to take his examinations. He was a resourceful fellow, however. When he failed the examinations, he pawned the clothes. Even with such a start, Goldsmith lived to write what one of his biographers has declared to be the finest poem, the most charming novel, and with one exception, the best comedy of the period. The poem was The Deserted Village, the novel The Vicar of Wakefield, and the comedy She Stoops to Conquer. She Stoops to Conquer was, as I say, Goldsmith's second play. The first, The Good-Natured Man, he wrote in 1768, when he was, as usual, deeply in debt. It was produced at Covent Garden and created an uproar. In those days, drama critics were not confined to a few timid gentlemen sitting in aisle seats. Every member of the audience was a critic. They sat all over the house and did everything but tear up their seats when they were displeased. Now all they tear up is their programs, or perhaps a reputation or two. But when She Stoops to Conquer was produced, the Goldsmith triumph was complete. This time his critics threatened to tear down the house with enthusiasm. And it may interest you to know that a production of this comedy was a part of the inaugural celebration in New York following the election of George Washington. It has several times been revived with distinguished casts. It is a sort of godfather to all the mistaken identity plays that have been written since then. Now, if you are ready, we will get along to Covent Garden, which has long shared with Drury Lane the honor of housing England's greatest theater traditions. The date is March 15, 1773. The lobbies of the great theater are filled with the beauty and fashion of the day. And now the curtain is rising. The scene is a room of Squire Hardcastle's somewhat ancient but lovely home. The squire is expecting a visit from the son of his old friend, Sir Charles Marlowe. He hopes young Marlowe will like his daughter Kate. Mrs. Hardcastle is scheming to marry her stupid son, Tony, to a Hardcastle niece, Constance Neville. Just now, the Hardcastles are in the midst of a domestic scene that, even after 166 years, has a familiar ring.
I vow, Mr. Hardcastle, you're very particular. Is there a creature in the whole country but ourselves that does not take a trip to town now and then to rub off the rust a little?
Aye, and bring back vanity and affectation that last them the whole year. In my time, the follies of the town crept slowly among us, but now they travel faster than a stagecoach.
Aye, your times were fine times indeed. You've been telling us of them for many a long year. Here we live in this old rumbling mansion that looks for all the world like an inn, but that we never see company. Our best visitors are old Mrs. Oddfish, the curate's wife, and little Cripplegate, the lame dancing master. And all our entertainment, your old stories of Prince Eugene and the Duke of Marlborough. Oh, I hate such old-fashioned trumpery.
And I love everything that's old. Old friends, old manners, old books, old wine. And I believe, Dorothy, you'll own that I've been pretty fond of an old wife.
Oh, Lord, you're forever at your old Dorothys and your old wives. You may be a Derby, but I'll be no Joan, I promise you. I'm not so old as you'd make me. Add 20 to 20.
Let me see. 20 added to 20 makes just 50 and 7.
Oh, it's false, Mr. Hardcastle. I was but 20 when I had Tony by Mr. Lumpkin, my first husband, and he's not come to years of discretion yet.
No, nor ever will. I dare answer for him. You've taught him finely.
No matter. Tony Lumpkin has a good fortune. My son is not to live by his learning. I don't think a boy wants much learning to spend $1,500 a year.
Learning, quotha. A mere composition of tricks and misses.
Oh, humour, my dear. Nothing but humour. Come, Mr. Hardcastle, you must allow the boy a little humour.
I'd sooner allow him a horse pond. Why, it was but yesterday that he fastened my wig to the back of my chair. And when I went to make a bow, I popped my bald head into Mrs. Fizzler's face.
And am I to blame? The poor boy was always too sickly. A school would have been his death. When he comes to be a little stronger, who knows what a year or two's Latin may do for him.
Latin for him? Cat and a fiddle. No. The ale, the house, and the stable are the only schools he'll ever go to.
Well, I believe we shan't have him long among us. Anybody who looks in his face can see he's consumptive.
Aye, if growing too fat be one of the symptoms.
He coughs sometimes.
Yes, when his liquor goes the wrong way.
Oh, I'm absolutely afraid of his lungs.
Truly so am I, for he sometimes whoops like a speaking trumpet.
Oh, yoicks! Yoicks! Oh, yoicks!
Uh-huh. Oh. Here he comes. A very consumptive figure, truly.
Tony, where are you going, my charmer?
I'm in haste, Mother. I can't stay. The Three Pigeons expects me down every moment.
Aye, the ale house, the old place. I thought so.
Oh, pray, my dear, disappoint your friends for one night at least.
As for disappointing them, I should not so much mind, but I can't abide to disappoint myself.
Oh, you shan't go.
I will, I tell you.
I say you shan't.
We'll see which is the strongest, you or I. Oh, yoicks! Yoicks!
There goes a pair that only spoil each other. But is not the whole age in a combination to drive sense out of doors?
Father?
There's my pretty darling Kate. The fashions of the times have almost infected her, too. By living a year or two in town, she's as fond of gauze and French frippery as the best of them. Blessings on my pretty innocence. Dressed out as usual, my Kate, eh? Goodness! What a quantity of superfluous silk hast thou got about thee, girl?
You know our agreement, sir. You allow me the morning to receive and pay visits and to dress in my own manner. And in the evening I put on my housewife's dress to please you.
Well, remember, I insist on the terms of our agreement. And by the by, I believe I shall have occasion to try your obedience this very evening.
I protest, sir. I don't comprehend your meaning.
To be plain with you, Kate, I expect the young gentleman I've chosen to be your husband from town this very day.
Oh!
I have his father's letter, in which he informs me that his son is set out and that he intends to follow himself shortly after.
Indeed, I wish I'd known something of this before.
Well, depend on it, child. I'll never control your choice. But Mr. Marlowe is the son of my old friend, Sir Charles Marlowe, of whom you've heard me talk so often. The young gentleman has been bred a scholar. I'm told he's a man of an excellent understanding.
Is he?
Very generous.
I believe I shall like him.
Young and brave.
I'm sure I shall like
and
him.
Very handsome.
My dear Papa, say no more. He's mine. I'll have him.
And to crown all, Kate, he's one of the most bashful and reserved young fellows in all the world.
Eh? You've frozen me to death again. That word reserved has undone all the rest of his accomplishments. However, if he be so young, so handsome, and so everything as you mention, I believe I'll have him.
Aye, Kate. But there's still an obstacle. It's more than an even wager that he may not have you.
My dear Papa, why will you mortify one so? Well, if he refuses, instead of breaking my heart, I'll look out for some less difficult admirer.
Bravely resolved. Meantime, I'll go prepare the servants for his reception. As we seldom see company, they want as much training as a company of recruits the first day's muster.
Lad, this news of Papa's puts me all in a flutter. Young, handsome. These he puts last. I would put them foremost. Sensible, good-natured, I like that. But then reserved and sheepish, that's much against him. Yet, can't he be cured of his timidity? I wonder.
Tony has made good his threat as having a gay time at the Three Pigeons when we walk in on him. It is here Tony meets young Harlow and Hastings, his friend. They are in search of the Hardcastle house, and Tony, being a cut-up, deliberately misdirects them.
Let schoolmasters puzzle their brain with grammar and nonsense and learning. Good liquor I stoutly maintain gives genius a better discerning. Let them brag of their heathenish gods, their letheys, their Styxes and Stygians, their quees, and their quads. They're all but a parcel of pigeons. Hurrah, 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 hurrah. Come, my boys, drink and be merry, for you pay no reckoning.
Tony.
Well, Stingo, what's the matter?
There be two gentlemen in a post-chaise at the door. They've lost their way in the forest, and they're talking about Mr. Hardcastle.
Sure as can be. One of them must be the gentleman that's coming down to court my sister. Do they seem to be Londoners, landlord?
I believe they may. They look like Frenchmen.
Then desire them to step this way, and I'll set them right in a twinkling.
Yes, Master Tony.
Gentlemen, as they mayn't be good enough company to you, be off for a moment, and I'll be with you in the squeezing of a lemon.
Step this way, gentlemen, if you
Right
please.
here.
Oh, what a tedious and comfortable day have we had of it.
And all, Marlowe, from that unaccountable reserve of yours. They would not let us inquire more frequently on the way.
I own Hastings. I'm unwilling to lay myself under an obligation to everyone I meet and stand the chance of an unmannerly answer.
Not likely to receive any answer here.
No offense, gentlemen, but I'm told you have been inquiring for one Mr. Hardcastle in these parts.
Well?
Do you know what part of the country you are in?
Not in the least, sir, but should thank you for information.
Nor the way you came?
No, sir, but if you can inform us...
Why, gentlemen, if you know neither the road you are going...
No.
Nor where you are, nor the road you came... The first thing I have to inform you is that you have lost your way.
Downs, we wanted no ghost to tell us that.
Oh, pray, gentlemen, is not this Hardcastle a cross-grained, old-fashioned, whimsical fellow with an ugly face, a daughter, and a pretty son?
We have not seen the gentleman, but he has the family you mentioned.
The daughter a tall, traipsing, trolloping, talkative maypole. The son a pretty, well-bred, agreeable youth that everyone is fond of.
Our information differs in this. The daughter is said to be well-bred and beautiful. The son, an awkward booby, reared up and spoiled at his mother's apron strings.
Then, gentlemen, all I have to tell you is that you won't reach Mr. Hardcastle's house this night, I believe.
Unfortunate.
It's a long, dark, boggy, dirty, dangerous way. Stingo.
Yes, sir?
Tell the gentleman the way to Mr. Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle?
Mr. Hardcastle's of Quagmire Marsh. You understand me?
Oh, Master Hardcastle. Lackadaisy, my masters, you've come wrong.
What?
You should have crossed down Squash Lane.
Crossed down Squash Lane?
Then you were to keep straight forward till you came to where four roads meet.
Come to where four roads meet?
Aye, but you must be sure to take only one of them.
Oh, sir, you're facetious.
Then keeping to the right, you are to go sideways until you come upon Farmer Murren's barn. Coming to the barn, you'll turn to the right, and then to the left, and then to the right about again, till you find out the old mill.
Zounds, ma'am, we could as soon find out the longitude.
What's to be done, Marlowe?
This house promises but a poor reception, though perhaps the landlord can accommodate us.
Alack, master, we have but one spare bed in the whole house.
And to my knowledge, that's taken up by 3 lodgers already. Then let me see. What if you go on a mile further to the Buck's Head? The old Buck's Head on the hill. One of the best inns in the whole country.
Master Tony, you bein' sending them to your father's as an inn, be you?
You fool. Let them find that out. You only have to keep on straight forward till you come to a large old house by the roadside. You see a pair of large horns over the door. Now, that's the sign. Drive up the yard and call stoutly about you.
Sir, we are obliged to you. The servants can't miss the way.
No. But I tell you, though, the landlord is rich and going to leave off business. So he wants to be thought a gentleman, saving your presence.
A troublesome old blade to be sure. But he keeps as good wines and beds as any in the whole county.
Well, if he supplies us with these, we shall want nothing further. We're to turn to the right, did you say?
No, straight forward. I'll just step myself and show you a piece of the way. That's for you, Stingo.
Bless your heart for a sweet, pleasant... damn mischievous son of a... Well, no matter.
Young Marlowe and Hastings have found the Hardcastle house, which they accept as an inn, and are being ushered into the parlor by Diggory, an old family servant who is accustomed to receiving unexpected guests. These particular guests make themselves quite at home.
Welcome, gentlemen, very welcome. This way.
After the disappointment of the day, welcome once more, Charles, to the comforts of a clean room and a good fire.
Aye.
Upon my word, a very well-looking house. Antique, but creditable.
The usual fate of a large mansion. Having first ruined the master by good housekeeping, it at last comes to levy contributions at an inn.
And I suppose we passengers are to be taxed to pay all for these fineries.
Travellers, George, must pay in all places. The only difference is that in good inns you pay dearly for luxuries. In bad inns you're fleeced and starved.
You have lived pretty much among them. In truth, I've been often surprised that you have seen so much of the world could never quite acquire assurance with women.
But tell me, George, where could I have learned that assurance you talk of? My life has been chiefly spent away from that lovely part of the creation. I don't know that I was ever familiarly acquainted with a single modest woman, except my mother. But among females of another class, you know...
Among them, you're impudent enough of all conscience.
They are of us, you know.
But in the company of women of reputation, I never saw such an idiot, such a trembler. You look for all the world as if you wanted an opportunity of stealing out of the room.
Why, man, that's because I do want to steal out of the room.
This rate, man, how can you ever expect to marry?
Never unless, as among kings and princes, my bride were to be courted by proxy.
I pity you. But how do you intend behaving to the lady you are come down to visit at the request of your father?
As I behave to all other ladies, bow very low, answer yes or no to all her demands. But for the rest, I don't think I shall venture to look in her face.
I am surprised that one who is so warm a friend can be so cool a lover.
Happy man. You have talents and art to captivate any woman, Hastings. I'm doomed to adore the sex and yet to converse with the only part of it I despise. This stammer in my address and this awkward, unprepossessing visage of mine.
Gentlemen.
Sure, this fellow here to interrupt us.
Gentlemen, you are heartily welcome. Which is Mr. Marlowe. Sir, you are heartily welcome.
He's got our names from the servants already. We approve your hospitality, sir. I've been thinking, George, of changing our traveling clothes.
Oh, I beg, Mr. Marlowe, you'll use no ceremony in this house. This is Liberty Hall, gentlemen. You may do just as you please here.
Well, my good friend, if you gave us a glass of punch in the meantime, it would help us to carry on.
Punch, sir? This is the most unaccountable kind of modesty I ever met with.
Yes, sir, punch. A glass of warm punch after our journey will be comfortable. This is Liberty Hall, you know.
Diggory, bring in the punch.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir, here it is, sir.
Ah, here's the cup, sir. Now, I hope you'll find it to your mind. I've prepared it with my own hands. Will you be so good as to pledge me, sir? Here, Mr. Marlowe, here is to our better acquaintance.
From the excellence of your cup, my old friend, I suppose you have a good deal of business in this part of the country. Warm work now and then at elections, I suppose.
Oh, I do stir about a good deal, that's certain, but half the differences of the parish are adjusted in this very parlour.
And you have an argument in your cup, old gentleman, better than any in Westminster Hall.
Aye, young gentleman. That and a little philosophy.
This is the first time I ever heard of an innkeeper's philosophy.
Here's your health, my philosopher.
Ah, good, very good. Thank you, thank you. Your generalship puts me in mind of Prince Eugene when he fought the Turks at the Battle of Belgrade. You shall hear.
Instead of the Battle of Belgrade, I believe it's almost time to talk about supper. What has your philosophy got in the house for supper?
For supper, sir? Was ever such a request to a man in his own house? Oh, I really, sir, as for supper, I can't well tell. My Dorothy and the cookmaid settle those things between them. I leave those kind of things entirely to them.
Oh, you do you?
Oh, entirely. By the by, I believe they're in actual consultation upon what's for supper this moment in the kitchen.
Then I bet they'll admit me as one of their privy council. No offence, I hope, sir.
Oh, no, sir, no, none in the least. Yet I don't know how our Bridget, the cookmaid, is not very communicative upon these occasions. Should we send for her, she might scold us all out of the house.
Let's see your list of the larder, then. I ask it as a favor.
Sir, he's very right.
Sir, you have a right to command here. Here, Diggory.
Yes, sir.
Bring us the bill of fare for tonight's supper. I believe it's drawn out.
Yes, sir, yes.
Your manner, Mr. Hastings, puts me in mind of my uncle, Colonel Wallop. It was a saying of his that no man was sure of his supper till he'd eaten it.
His uncle a colonel. We shall soon hear of his mother being a justice of the peace. Let's hear the bill of fare.
For the first course, a pig's head and prune sauce.
Damn your pig, I say.
And damn your prune sauce, say I.
Oh, yes, gentlemen. To men that are hungry, pig with prune sauce is very good eating.
Here's calf's tongue and brains.
Let your brains be knocked out, my good sir. Don't like them.
Their impudence confounds me. Gentlemen, you are my guests. Make what alterations you please.
Item, a pork pie, a boiled rabbit and sausages, a pudding, and a dish of tiff-taff-taffety cream.
Confound your made dishes. I shall be as much at a loss in this house as at the French ambassador's table. I'm for plain eating.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, that I've nothing you like, but if there be anything you've a particular fancy to...
Why, really, sir, your bill of fare is exquisite. Any part of it is as good as another. Send us what you please. So much for supper. And now to see that our beds are aired and properly taken care of.
Oh, I entreat you leave all that to me.
Oh, leave that to you. I protest, sir, I always look to these things myself.
Oh, I must insist, sir. You make yourself easy on that head.
You see, I am resolved on it. Very troublesome fellow, this Hastings.
Well, sir, I am resolved at least to attend you. This may be modern modesty, but I never saw anything look so like old-fashioned impudence. This way, sir. This way.
I, too, find this fellow's civilities troublesome. But who can be angry at attentions meant to please him? Oh, Miss Neville. By all that's happy.
My dear Hastings, to what unexpected good fortune, to what accident am I to ascribe this happy meeting?
Rather let me ask the same question. as I could never have hoped to meet my dearest Constance at an inn.
An inn? Oh, sure you mistake. My aunt, my guardian, lives here. What could induce you to think this house an inn?
My friend, Mr. Marlowe, with whom I came down, and I have been sent here as to an inn, I assure you. A young fellow whom we accidentally met at a house hard by directed us hither.
Oh, certainly it must be one of my hopeful cousin Tony's tricks, of whom you've heard me talk so often.
He whom your aunt intends for you?
Oh, you have nothing to fear from him, I assure you. You'd adore him if you knew how heartily he despises me. My aunt knows it, too, and has undertaken to court me for him, and actually begins to think she has succeeded.
Oh, you must know, my Constance, I have just seized this happy opportunity of my friend's visit here to get admittance into the family. If my dearest girl will trust in her faithful Hastings, we shall soon be landed in France.
I have often told you that though ready to obey you, I yet should leave my little fortune behind with reluctance. The greatest part of it consists of jewels. The instant they are put into my possession, you shall find me ready to make them and myself yours.
Oh, perish the baubles. You are all I desire. In the meantime, a friend Marlowe must not be let into his mistake.
But how shall we keep him in the deception? Miss Hardcastle has just returned from walking. What if we still continue to deceive him?
Good. Oh, here he comes.
The assiduities of these good people tease me beyond bearing. My host seems to think it ill manners to leave me alone, and so he claps not only himself, but his old-fashioned wife on my back. They talk of coming to sup with us, too. What have we got here, Hastings?
My dear Charles, let me congratulate you. The most fortunate accident. Who do you think is just delighted?
I cannot guess.
Our mistress's boy, Miss Hardcastle and Miss Neville. Oh. Give me leave to introduce Miss Constance Neville to your acquaintance.
Sir?
Miss Neville. Happening to dine in the neighborhood, they called on their return to take fresh horses here. Wasn't it the most fortunate thing in the world?
Oh, yes. Yeah, very fortunate. A most joyful encounter, but our dresses, George, you know, are in disorder. What if we should postpone the happiness till tomorrow? Tomorrow at her own house.
By no means. Your ceremony will displease her. Besides, she knows you're in the house.
Oh, the devil. How shall I support it? Hastings, you mustn't go. You're to assist me, you know.
I hear her coming.
Sure, man. It's but the first plunge and all's over. She's but a woman, you know.
And of all women, she I dread most to encounter.
Miss Hardcastle. Mr. Marlowe. I am proud of bringing two persons of such merit together that only to know to esteem each other.
I'm glad of your safe arrival, sir. I'm told you had some accidents by the way.
Only a few, madam. Yes, we had some. Yes, madam, a good many accidents, but I should be sorry to, madam, or rather glad of any accidents that are so agreeably concluded.
Never spoke better in your whole life. Keep it up, and I'll ensure you the victory.
I'm afraid you flatter, sir. You, that have seen so much of the finest company, can find little entertainment in an obscure corner of the country.
I have lived here, indeed, in the world, madam, but I've kept very little company. I've been but an observer upon life, madam. Well, others were enjoying it.
Bravo, bravo. Never spoke so well in your whole life. Well, Miss Hardcastle, I see that you and Mr. Marlowe are going to be very good company. I believe our being here will but embarrass the interview.
No, not in the least, Mr. Hastings. We like your company. Sounds, George, sure you won't go. How can you leave us?
Our presence will but spoil things, so we'll retire to the next room. You don't consider, man, that we want a little tete-a-tete of our own.
But you have not been wholly observer. I presume, sir, the ladies, I should hope, have employed some part of your addresses.
Pardon me, madam. I should have studied only to deserve them.
And that, some say, is the very worst way to obtain them.
Perhaps so, madam. But I love to converse with the more grave and sensible part of the sex. I'm afraid I grow tiresome.
Not at all, sir. There's nothing I like so much as grave conversation myself. I could hear it forever.
I can't help observing that...
You were going to observe, sir?
Yes, I was observing, madam, that I protest, madam, I forgot what I was going to observe.
I vow, and so do I.
But I am sure I'd tire you, madam.
Not in the least, sir. There's something so agreeable and spirited in your manner, such life and force. Pray, sir, go on.
Yes, madam. I was saying that there are some occasions when a total want of courage, madam, destroys all the and puts us upon a.
I agree with you entirely. A want of courage upon some occasion assumes the appearance of ignorance and betrays us when we most want to excel. I beg you, proceed.
Yes, madam. Morally speaking, madam, I see Miss Neville expecting us in the next room. I wouldn't intrude for the world.
I protest that I was never more agreeably entertained in all my life. Pray go on.
Yes, madam. I was, but she beckons us to join her, madam. Shall I do myself the honor to attend you?
Well, then I'll follow.
Certainly, madam, certainly.
Was there ever such a sober, sentimental interview? I'm certain he scarce looked at my face the whole time. Yet the fellow, but for his unaccountable bashfulness, is pretty well, too. He has good sense. If I could teach him a little confidence, it would be doing somebody that I know of a piece of service. But who is that somebody? That, Thief, is a question I can scarce answer.
Next morning, Squire Hardcastle and his daughter Kate are trying to match their experiences with the surprising Marlowe. To the squire, he is an impudent fellow, but to Kate, no more than awkwardly modest.
I wonder, Kate, what could my old friend Sir Charles mean by recommending his son as the modestest young man in town? To me, he appears the most impudent piece of brass that ever spoke with a tongue. He's taken possession of the easy chair by the fireside already. He tore off his boots in the parlor and desired me to see them taken care of.
You taught me to expect something extraordinary, and I find the original exceeds the description.
I was never so surprised in my life. He's quite confounded all my faculties.
I never saw anything like it. And a man of the world, too.
Aye, he learned it all abroad. What a fool was I to think that a young man could learn modesty by traveling.
It seems natural to him.
Good deal assisted by bad company and a French dancing master.
Sure, you mistake, Papa. A French dancing master could never have taught him that timid look, that bashful manner.
Whose look? Whose manner, child?
Mr. Marlowe's. His timidity struck me at the very first sight.
Ah, and your first sight deceived you, for I think him one of the most brazen first sights that ever astonished my senses.
Sure, sir, I never saw anyone so modest.
Can you be serious? I never saw such a bouncing, swaggering puppy since I was born.
Surprising. He met me with a stammering voice and a look fixed on the ground.
He met me with a loud voice and a familiarity that made my blood freeze.
He treated me with diffidence and respect.
He spoke to me as if he knew me all his life before, interrupted my best remarks with some silly pun. And when I was in my best story of the Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene, he asked me if I had not a good hand at making punch. Yes, Kate, asked your father if he was a maker of punch.
One of us must certainly be mistaken.
Well, if he be what he has shown himself, I'm determined he shall never have my consent.
And if he be the sullen thing I take him, he shall never have mine.
In one thing, then, we're agreed. To reject him.
Yes, upon conditions. If you find him more respectful, and I more importunate, I don't know. The fellow's well enough for a man.
If we should find him so, but that's impossible. The first appearance has done my business.
And yet there may be many good qualities under that first appearance.
When a girl finds a fellow outside her taste, she then sets about guessing the rest of his furniture. With her, a smooth face stands for good sense, and a genteel figure for every virtue.
I hope, sir, a conversation begun with a compliment to my good sense won't end with a sneer at my understanding.
Oh, pardon me, Kate.
And as one of us must be mistaken, what if we go to make further discoveries?
Aye, agreed. But depend on it, I'm in the right.
And depend on it, I'm not much in the wrong. Here's my maid. I must speak to her father.
Huh. Brazen puppy. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
So that was the way of it, ma'am.
What an unaccountable creature is that brother of mine. To send him to the house as an inn. I don't wonder at his impudence. Poor father. Thank you, Poppy, for telling me.
And what is more, madam, the young gentleman, as you passed by in your present dress, asked me if you were the barmaid. He mistook you for the barmaid, madam.
Did he? Then, as I live, I'm resolved to keep up the delusion. Tell me, Poppy, how do you like my present dress?
It's the dress, madam, that every lady wears in the country. But when she visits or receives company...
And you're sure he does not remember my face or person?
Certain of it.
I'll vow I thought so. Although we spoke for some time together, yet his fears were such that he never once looked up during the interview. Indeed, if he had, my bonnet would have kept him from seeing me.
But what do you hope from keeping him in his mistake?
In the first place, I shall be seen. And that is no small advantage to a girl who brings her face to market. Then I shall perhaps make an acquaintance. And that's no small victory gained over one who never addresses any but the wildest of her sex. But my chief aim is to take my gentleman off his guard and examine the giant's force before I offer combat.
But are you sure you can act your part and disguise your voice so that he may mistake that, as he has already mistaken your person?
Never fear me. I think I've got the true bar talk.
Did your honor call? Attend the lion there. Pipes and tobacco for the angel. The lamb has been outrageous this half hour. It will do, madam.
But
he's here. Go quickly. I'll stand back at the door.
What a bawling in every part of the house. I have scarce a moment's repose. If I go to the best room, there I find my host with his story. If I fly to the gallery, there we have my hostess with her curtsy down to the ground. I've at last got a moment to myself, and now for recollection.
Did you call, sir? Did your honor call?
As for Miss Hardcastle, she's too grave and sentimental for me.
Did you call?
No, child. Besides, from the glimpse I had of her, I think she squints.
I'm sure, sir, I heard the bell ringing.
No. I've pleased my father, however, by coming down, and I'll tomorrow please myself by returning.
Perhaps the other gentleman called, sir.
I tell you, no.
I should be glad to know for sure, sir.
No, I tell you, let me look at you. Yes, child, I think I did call. I vow, child, you're vastly handsome.
Oh, la, sir, you make one ashamed.
Never saw a more sprightly, malicious eye. Yes, my dear, I did call. Have you got any of your, what do you call it, in the house?
No, sir, we've been out of that these 10 days.
One may call in this house, I find, to very little purpose. I suppose I should call for a taste, just by way of trial, of the nectar of your lips. Perhaps I might be disappointed in that, too.
Nectar? Nectar? That's a liquor there's no call for in these parts. French, I suppose. We keep no French wines here, sir.
Of true English growth, I assure you.
Then it's odd I should not know it. We brew all sorts of wines in this house, and I've lived here these 18 years.
18 years? Why, one would think, child, you kept the bar before you were born. How old are you?
Oh, sir, I must not tell my age. They say women and music should never be dated.
Well, to guess at this distance, you can't be much above 40.
Oh?
Yet nearer, I don't think so much. By coming close to some women, they look younger still. But when we come very close indeed...
Oh, please, keep your distance. One would think you wanted to know one's age as they do horses, by mark of mouth.
I protest, child. You use me extremely ill. If you keep me at this distance, how is it possible you and I can ever be acquainted?
And who wants to be acquainted with you? I want no such acquaintance, not I. I'm sure you did not treat Miss Hardcastle that was here a while ago in this obstropolous manner. I'll warrant me, before her, you kept bowing to the ground and talked for all the world as if you were before a justice of the peace.
Gad, she's hit it, sure enough. A mere awkward, squinting thing. No, I find you don't know me. I laughed and rallied her a little, but I was unwilling to be too severe. No, I couldn't be too severe, curse me.
Well, then, sir, you are a favourite among the ladies.
Yes, my dear, a great favourite. And yet, hang me, I don't see what they find in me to follow. At the ladies' club in town, I'm called their agreeable Rattle. Rattlechild is not my real name, but one I'm known by. My name is Solomons. Mr. Solomons, my dear, at your service.
Oh, sir, you're introducing me to your club, not to yourself. And you're so great a favourite there, you say?
Yes, my dear. There's Mrs. Mantrap, Lady Betty Blackleg, the Countess of Sligo, Mrs. Langhorns, old Miss Biddy Buckskin, and your humble servant keep up the spirit of the place.
Then it's a very merry place, I suppose.
Yes, as merry as cards, wine, supper, and old women can make us.
And their agreeable rattle.
Gad, I don't quite like this. She looks knowing, methinks. You laugh, child.
I can't but laugh to think what time they all have for minding their work or their family.
Do you ever work, child?
Aye, sure. There's not a screen or a quilt in the whole house. But what can bear witness to that?
Oh, so. Then you must show me your embroidery. If you want a judge of your work, you must apply to me.
Aye, but the colours don't look well by candlelight. You'll see it all in the morning.
And why not now, my angel? Such beauty fires beyond the power of resistance.
What's it?
Oh, sure, the old man here, my old luck.
So, madam, so I find this is your modest lover. This your humble admirer that kept his eyes fixed on the ground and only adored at humble distance. Kate, art thou not ashamed to deceive your father so?
Never trust me, dear papa, but he's still the modest man I first took him for. You'll be convinced of it as well as I.
By the hand of my body, I believe his impudence is infectious. Didn't I see him seize your hand? Didn't I see him haul you about like a milkmaid? And now you talk of his respect and his modesty.
But if I shortly convince you of his modesty, I hope you'll forgive him.
The girls would actually make one run mad. I tell you, I'll not be convinced. I am convinced. He has scarcely been 3 hours in the house, and he's already encroached on all my prerogatives.
Sir, I asked but this night to convince you.
You shall not have half the time. I've thought of turning him out this very hour.
Give me that hour, then, and I hope to satisfy
Well,
you.
an hour, let it be, then. Brazen puppy.
It is the evening of the same day, but much has happened. Tony, up to his usual mischief, and much preferring Bet Bouncer to Miss Neville, has stolen the jewels from his mother for Miss Neville, that she and Hastings may elope. Hastings has given the jewels to Marlowe, and he has returned them to their original holder by a servant.
Hastings couldn't mean by sending me so valuable a thing as a casket to keep for him, when he knows the only place I have is the seat of a post-coach at an inn door. Have you deposited the casket with the landlady as I ordered you? Have you put it into her own hands?
Yes, Your Honor.
She said she'd keep it safe, did she?
Yes, she said she'd keep it safe enough. She asked me how I came by it. She said she had a great mind to make me give an account of myself.
They're safe, however.
Yes, sir.
What an unaccountable set of beings have we got amongst. This little barmaid, though, runs in my head most strangely and drives out the absurdities of all the rest of the family. She's mine. She must be mine, or I'm greatly mistaken.
Bless me, Marlowe, you here. Oh, and in spirits, too.
Give me joy, George. Crown me, shadow with me with laurels. Well, George, after all, we modest fellows don't want for success among the women.
Some women, you mean. What success has Your Honor's modesty been crowned with now?
Didn't you see the tempting, brisk, lovely little thing that runs about the house with a bunch of keys at its girdle?
Well, and what then?
She's mine, you rogue. Such fire, such motion, such eyes, such lips. But egad, she wouldn't let me kiss them, though.
But are you sure, so very sure of that?
Why, man, she talked of showing me her work above stairs, and I'm to improve the pattern.
But how can you, Charles, go about to rob a woman of her honor?
Oh, sure. We all know the honor of the barmaid of an inn. I don't intend to rob her. Take my word for it. There's nothing in this house I shan't honestly pay for.
I believe the girl has virtue.
And if she has, I should be the last man in the world that would trespass upon it.
Oh. You've taken care, I hope, of the casket I sent you to lock up. It's in safety?
Yes, it's safe enough. I've sent it to the landlady to keep for you.
The landlady?
The landlady.
You did?
Wasn't I right? I believe you'll allow that I acted prudently upon this occasion.
You must not see my uneasiness.
You seem a little disconcerted, though, methinks. Sure nothing has happened?
Oh, no, nothing. Never was in better spirits in all my life. And so you left it with the landlady, who no doubt very readily undertook the charge.
Rather too readily. For she not only kept the casket, but through her great precaution, she was going to keep the messenger, too.
They're safe, however.
As a guinea in a miser's purse.
Then all hopes of fortune are at an end. We must set off without it. Well, Charles, I'll leave you to your meditations on the pretty barmaid, and may you be as successful yourself as you've been for me.
Oh, thank you, George. I ask no more.
I no longer know my own house. It's turned all topsy-turvy. His servants have gone drunk already. I'll bear it no longer. And yet, for my respect for his father, I'll be calm. Mr. Marlowe, your servant. I'm your very humble servant.
Sir, your humble servant. What's the matter now?
I believe, sir, you must be sensible, sir, that no man alive ought to be more welcome than your father's son. I hope you think so.
I do from my soul, sir. I don't want much entreaty. I generally make my father's son welcome wherever he goes.
Yes, I believe you do, from your soul, sir. But though I say nothing to your own conduct, that of your servants is insufferable. Their manner of drinking is setting a very bad example in this house, I assure you.
I protest, my very good sir, that is no fault of mine. If they don't drink as they ought, they are to blame. I ordered them not to spare the cellar. I did, I assure you. My positive directions were that as I did not drink myself, they should make up for my deficiencies below.
Oh, then they had your orders for what they do. I'm satisfied.
They had, I assure you.
And they're drunk. Drunk, sir, drunk.
Well, I don't know what you'd have more, unless you'd have the poor devil soused in a beer barrel.
Sounds, he'll drive me distracted if I contain myself any longer. Mr. Marlowe, sir, I've submitted to your insolence for some hours, and I see no likelihood of it coming to an end. I'm now resolved to be master here. Yes, sir, and I desire that you and your drunken pack may leave my house directly.
Leave your house? Sure, you jest, my good friend. What, when I'm doing what I can to please you?
I tell you, sir, you don't please me. So I desire you leave my house.
Sure, you cannot be serious at this time of night and such a night. You only mean to banter me.
I tell you, sir, I'm serious. And now that my passion's aroused, I say this house is mine, sir. This house is mine. And I demand you to leave it directly.
A puddle in a storm. I shan't stir a step, I assure you. This your house, fellow? It's my house. This is my house. Mine while I choose to stay. What right have you to bid me leave this house, sir? I never met with such impudence, never in my whole life
Nor
before.
I, confound me if ever I did. To come to my house, call for what he likes, turn me out of my own chair, insult the family, order his servants to get drunk, and then to tell me this house is mine, sir. By all that's impudent, it makes me laugh. Pray, sir, As you take the house, what think you of taking the rest of the furniture?
Bring me your bill, sir. Bring me your bill, and let's make no more words about it.
There's the mahogany table that you may see your face in.
My bill, I say.
Oh, I'd forgot the great chair for your own particular slumber after a hearty meal.
Zounds, bring me my bill, I say, and let's hear no more on't.
Young man, from your father's letter to me, I was taught to expect a well-bred, modest man as a visitor here. But now, I find him no better than a coxcomb and a bully. Faith, he'll be down here presently, your father, and he shall hear more of it. He shall hear more of it.
How's this? Sure, I've not mistaken the house. Everything looks like an inn. The servants cry coming. The attendance is awkward. The barmaid, too, to attend us. She's here and will further inform me. Whither so fast, child? A word with you.
Let it be short, then. I'm in a hurry. Oh, I believe he begins to find out his mistake, but it's too soon quite to undeceive him.
Pray, child, answer me one question. What are you, and what may your business in this house be?
A relation of the family, sir.
What, a poor relation?
Yes, sir, a poor relation, appointed to keep the keys and to see that the guests want nothing in my power to give them.
Oh, that is, you act as the barmaid of this inn.
Inn? Oh, no, what brought that into your head? One of the best families in the county keep an inn. Oh, Mr. Hardcastle's house an inn.
Mr. Hardcastle's house? Is this house Mr. Hardcastle's house, child?
I'm sure.
So, then all's out, and I've been damnably imposed on. Oh, confound my stupid head. I shall be laughed at over the whole town. To mistake this house of all others for an inn, and my father's old friend for an innkeeper. What a swaggering puppy must he take me for? What a silly puppy do I find myself? There, and I may be hanged, my dear, but I mistook you for the barmaid.
Oh, dear me. I'm sure there's nothing in my behavior to put me upon a level with one of that stamp.
Nothing, my dear, nothing. But I was in for a list of blunders, and I couldn't help making you a subscriber. But it's over. This house I no more show my face in.
Oh, I hope, sir, I've done nothing to disoblige you. I'm sure I should be sorry to affront any gentleman who's been so polite and said so many civil things to me.
By heaven, she weeps. This is the first mark of tenderness I ever had from a modest woman, and it touches me. Excuse me, my lovely girl. You're the only part of the family I leave with reluctance. But to be plain with you, the difference of our birth, fortune, and education make an honorable connection impossible. And I can never harbor a thought of taking advantage of one who trusted in my honor, or bringing ruin upon one whose only fault was being too lovely.
Generous man, I begin to admire him. But I'm sure my family is as good as Miss Hardcastle's, and though I'm poor, that's no great misfortune to a contented mind. And until this moment, I never thought that it was bad to want fortune.
And why not, my pretty simplicity?
Because it puts me at a distance from one that if I had £1,000, I would give it all to.
Oh, this simplicity bewitches me so that if I stay, I'm undone. I must make one bold effort to leave her. Your partiality in my favor, my dear, touches me. And were I to live for myself alone, I could easily fix my choice. But I owe too much to the opinion of the world, too much to the authority of a father, so that I can scarcely speak it. It affects me. Farewell.
I never knew half his merits until now. He shall not go if I have the power or ought to detain him. I'll still preserve the character in which I stoop to conquer, but will undeceive Papa, who perhaps may laugh him out of his resolution. Father!
Well, no, you may steal for yourself the next time.
Tony.
I've done my duty. She's got the jewels again. That's a sure thing. But she believes it was all a mistake of the servants.
But, my dear Cousin Tony, sure you won't forsake us in this distress. If she in the least suspects that I'm going off, I shall certainly be locked up or sent to my Aunt Pedigree's, which is 10 times worse.
To be sure, aunts of all kinds are damn bad things. But what can I do? I've got you a pair of horses that will fly like Whistle Jacket. And I'm sure you can't say, but I've courted you nicely to deceive her. Here she comes. Now, we must court a bit more for fear she should suspect us. Come on.
Together as I'm alive. I never saw Tony so sprightly before. Ah, have I caught you, my pretty dove?
Oh.
Cousin Tony promises to give us more of his company at home. Indeed, he shan't leave us any more. It won't leave us, Cousin Tony, will it?
No, it's a pretty creature. No, I'll sooner leave my horse in a pond than leave you when you smile upon me so.
Agreeable, cousin.
Ah, he would charm the bird from the tree. I was never so happy before. The jewels, my dear Con, shall be yours incontinently. Isn't he a sweet boy, my dear? You shall be married tomorrow.
Oh.
Where's the squire? I got a letter for you, Washington.
Give it to my mamma, Diggory. She reads all my letters first.
How's this? Dear Squire, I'm now waiting for Miss Neville with a post-chaise and pair at the bottom of the garden. I expect you'll assist us with a pair of fresh horses as you promised. Dispatch is necessary. As the hag, your mother will otherwise suspect us. Yours, Hastings. Oh, grant me patience. I shall go distracted. My rage chokes me. I hope, madam, you'll suspend your resentment for a few moments. And you great ill-fashioned oaf. Scarce enough sense in your mouth. Keep your mouth shut. Were you two joined against me? I'll defeat all your plots in a minute. As for you, madam, since you've got a pair of fresh horses ready, it would be too cruel to disappoint them. So if you please, instead of running away with your spark, prepare this very moment to run off with me. Here, Thomas, Roger, Diggory. I'll show you. I wish you better than you do yourselves. I'll show you. So, now I am completely ruined.
Aye, that's a sure thing.
What better could be expected from being connected with such a stupid fool?
So, sir, I find by my servant that you have shown my letter and betrayed us. Was this well done, young gentleman?
Here's another. Ask Misk there who betrayed you. It was her doing, not mine.
So, I've been finely used here among you, rendered contemptible, driven into ill manners, despised, insulted, laughed at.
Here's another. We shall have old Bedlam broke loose presently.
And there, sir, is the gentleman to whom we all owe every obligation.
What can I say to him, a mere boy, an idiot, whose ignorance and age are a protection?
A poor, contemptible booby that would but disgrace correction.
Yet with cunning and malice enough to make himself merry with all our embarrassment.
An insensible cub.
Replete with tricks and mischief.
Bah, damn it, but I'll fight you both.
What?
One after the other.
Come on.
With baskets.
As for him, he's below resentment. But your conduct, Mr. Hastings, requires an explanation. You knew of my mistakes, yet would not undeceive me.
Tortured as I am with my own disappointments, is this a time for explanations, Mr. Marlowe?
But, sir, you...
Mr. Marlowe, we never kept on your mistake till it was too late to undeceive you. Be pacified.
Hello, Constance. Why, Constance, I say.
I'm coming.
Midst of the tangle, young Marlowe's father, old Sir Charles, arrives on the scene. And where one tangle is undone, another is created to take its place. It is Diggory and Hastings who are talking.
Yes, sir. Old Sir Charles has arrived, and he and the old gentleman of the house have been laughing at Mr. Marlowe's mistake this half hour. They are coming this way.
Oh, then I must off the scene.
The peremptory tone in which he sent forth his sublime command.
And the reserve with which I suppose he treated all your advances.
Yeah, yet he might have seen something in me above a common innkeeper, too.
Yes, Dick, but he mistook you for an uncommon innkeeper.
Well, I'm in too good spirits to think of anything but joy. Yes, my dear friend, this union of our families will make our personal friendships hereditary. And though my daughter's fortune is but...
Why, Dick, will you talk of fortune to me? My son is possessed of more than a competence already, and can want nothing but a good and virtuous girl to share his happiness. If they like each other, as you say they do.
I saw him grasp a hand in the warmest manner myself. And here he comes to tell you himself.
I come, sir, once more to ask pardon for my strange conduct. I can scarce reflect on my insolence without confusion.
Oh, tut boy, a trifle. You take it too gravely. An hour or two's laughing with my daughter will set all to rights again. She'll never like you the worse for it.
Sir, I shall always be proud of her approbation.
Approbation is but a cold word, Mr. Marlowe. If I'm not deceived, you've something more than approbation thereabout, you take me?
Really, sir, I have not that happiness.
Come, boy. I am an old fellow, and I know what's what as well as you that are younger. I know what has passed between you, but, ma'am...
Sure, sir, nothing has passed between us but the most profound respect on my side and the most distant reserve on hers.
But she's told no tales, I assure you.
I never gave her the slightest cause.
Well, I like modesty in its place well enough, but this is overacting, young gentleman.
May I die, sir, if I ever...
I tell you she don't dislike you, and as I'm sure you like her...
Yes, sir, I protest, sir.
I see no reason why you shouldn't be joined as fast as the parson can tie you.
But hear me, sir.
Your father approves the match. I admire it. Every moment's delay will be doing mischief, so...
But why won't you hear me? By all that's just and true, I never gave Miss Hardcastle the slightest mark of my attachment or even the most distant hint to suspect me of affection. We had but one interview, and that was formal, modest, and uninteresting.
This fellow's formal, modest impudence is beyond bearing.
And you never grasped her hand or made any protestations?
As heaven is my witness, Father, no. I hope you'll exact no further proofs of my duty, nor prevent me from leaving a house in which I suffer so many mortifications. I'm going, Father.
Here comes my daughter. Kate, come hither, child. Answer us. Has Mr. Marlowe made you any professions of love and affection?
The question's very abrupt, sir. But since you require unreserved sincerity, I think he has.
You see, Sir Charles?
And pray, madam, have you and my son had more than one interview?
Yes, sir. Several.
You see?
But did he profess any attachment?
A lasting one.
Did he talk of love?
Much, sir.
Amazing. And all this formally?
Formally.
Now, my friend, I hope you're satisfied.
And how did he behave, madam?
As all admirers do, mentioned his heart, gave a short tragedy speech, and ended with pretended rapture.
No, I'm perfectly convinced indeed. I know his conversation among women to be modest and submissive. This forward, ranting manner by no means describes him.
Then what, sir, if I should convince to your face of my sincerity? If you and my papa in about half an hour will place yourself behind that screen, you shall hear him declare his passion to me in person. I see he comes.
Agreed. And if I find him what you describe, all my happiness in him must have an end.
And if you don't find him what I describe, I fear my happiness must never have a beginning. Quick, behind the screen.
Oh, my good girl. Though prepared for setting out, I come once more to take leave. Nor did I till this moment know the pain I feel in the separation.
I believe these sufferings cannot be very great, sir. A day or two longer here perhaps might lessen your uneasiness.
It must not be, madam. I've already trifled too long with my heart.
Then go, sir. I'll urge nothing more to detain you. Though my family be as good as hers who came down to visit, and my education, I hope, not inferior, what are these advantages without equal affluence?
By heavens, madam, fortune was ever my smallest consideration. Your beauty at first caught my eye, for who could see that without emotion? What at first glance seemed rustic plainness now appears refined simplicity. I am now determined to stay, madam, and I have too good an opinion of my father's discernment when he sees you to doubt his approbation.
No, Mr. Marlowe, I will not. Cannot detain you. Do you think I would suffer a connection in which there is the smallest room for repentance?
By all that's good, I can have no happiness but what's in your power to grant me. I will stay, even contrary to your wishes.
Sir, I must entreat you. As our acquaintance began, so let it end in indifference. Seriously, Mr. Marlowe, do you think I would ever submit to a connection where I must appear mercenary and you imprudent?
No, madam, every moment that shows me your merit only serves to increase my diffidence and confusion. Here, let me continue. Let me kneel before you.
I can hold it no longer. Charles, how hast thou deceived me? Is this your indifference? Your uninteresting conversation?
Your cold contempt, your formal interview? What have you to say now?
I'm all amazement. What can it mean, you two behind us listening?
It means that you can say and unsay things at pleasure, that you can address my daughter in private and deny it in public, that you have one story for us and another for my daughter.
Daughter? This lady your daughter?
Yes, sir, my only daughter. My Kate. Who else should she be?
Oh, the devil.
Yes, sir, the very identical, tall, squinting lady you were pleased to take me for. Oh. She that you addressed as a mild, modest, sentimental man, and as a bold, forward, agreeable rattle of the ladies' club.
Zounds, there's no bearing this. It's worse than death.
In which of your characters, sir, will you give us leave to address you?
Oh, curse on my blundering head. I must be gone.
By the hand of me, buddy, but you shall not. I see it was all a mistake, and I'm rejoiced to find it. You shall not, sir, I tell you. I know she'll forgive you. Won't you forgive him, Kate?
I will.
Yeah, we'll all forgive you. Take courage, man.
I'll try.
Very right, my son.
So, boy, take her. And as you've been mistaken in the mistress, my wish is that you may never be mistaken in the wife.
Well, having stooped to conquer with success and gained a husband without aid from dress, still, as a barmaid I could wish it too, as I have conquered him, to conquer you.
All's well that ends well, and a good joke is a good joke. That is the end of She Stoops to Conquer. Next week we are to visit with another fine writer of English comedies, Richard Brinsley Sheridan, and hear his finest comedy, The School for Scandal. I trust you will be able to be with us then.
Today's performance was produced under the direction of William S. Rainey, who also adapted the play for the microphone. The commentator was Burns Mantle, prominent American dramatic critic. The music was arranged and the orchestra conducted by Joseph Haunty. Included in today's cast were Margot Gilmore, who played Kate Hardcastle, Alfred Shirley as young Marlowe, assisted by Harry Cooper Cliff, Lillian Tong, Mark Smith, Charles Webster, Eustace Wyatt, Kay Strutzi, William Podmore, Harry Neville, and Ivy Scott. The Great Play Series is an educational feature of the National Broadcasting Company. Next week at this same hour, School for Scandal by Sheridan will be presented. A study manual, Part 1, giving complete background material for the Great Plays by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience at the cost of 10 cents. Send coin or money orders to the National Broadcasting Company in care of Great Plays, Radio City, New York. consult your local library for reading material on the remaining great plays of the series. She Stoops to Conquer was a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
And now, Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people look upon their own everyday lives as being routine, without much excitement. But that shouldn't stop anyone from having an active imagination. This is why we make our escape from the humdrum with stories of adventure, mystery, and murder. Another mental activity most people enjoy is fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. The stranger the shapes, the more challenging that puzzle becomes. Our present puzzle concerns a young man who is called upon to use all his wits in figuring out the whereabouts of a string of deadly pearls.
Now, it's absolutely essential, Keith, that you understand the importance of this assignment.
I believe I do, sir.
If those pearls aren't recovered, and recovered soon, it's an established fact that someone else will die.
I understand.
And no matter what happens, no one on that island must have any idea who you really are or what you're doing there.
Check.
You better be a good actor.
I think I can manage that. What do I have to lose?
You could lose your life.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Pearls, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht and Kate Reed. Although the FBI and the Honolulu police were in on the case, because of certain peculiar circumstances, it was important that the criminal be apprehended by a private investigator. This hazardous assignment went to Keith Spencer, a young man who had proved his physical courage in wartime service. But other qualifications were required for the job, as explained when Keith had his final briefing in San Francisco with the head of the Gordon Investigating Service.
Afraid we've given you a rough time these past few days.
Oh, I didn't mind, sir. Only I am anxious to get going.
You do type, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to prove it, so let's do two things at once. Take over this typewriter, and I'll dictate some paragraphs.
Okay, shoot.
I, Keith Spencer, am unmarried, with no living relatives, and no dependents. From this day forward, and until the completion of this assignment, I have assumed the identity of Robert Keith Ryder, and under no circumstances will I reveal my true identity.
Is that all?
Yeah, if you'll sign it.
Sure, got a pen?
Here. Oh, I suppose you should have signed a statement about your ability to play bridge.
What?
You did assure us that you play at least an average game of contract.
Well, sure, but I didn't realize it was all that important.
It could be crucial. Our three suspects are avid bridge players, when they can find a fourth.
Okay. Now, before I leave, let's go over the basic facts once more.
All right. The missing pearls were cultured. A single strand, about 24 inches long.
So they'd hang down about 12 inches if someone was wearing them. They don't sound very spectacular.
Yeah, but they are. Jonathan Kohlmeyer, who bought them, was a partner in a watch company which made radium dials.
And somehow he managed to have the pearls treated with radium so they would glow in the dark.
When he first thought up this scheme, did he have an ulterior motive?
Who knows? It was what happened later that we care about.
And you don't think he started out as a murderer?
Well, that's beside the point. He became one. And when he found out how easy it was, he did it again 3 times.
Now, clue me in. Who did he bump off first?
The first woman he gave the pearls to was said to be very frail. When she died in an accident, Kohlmeyer was in a state of shock. So no one accused him of complicity in her death.
Yeah, but apparently he did retrieve whatever presents he'd given her.
Oh, yeah. He was that type. Then he got married. He gave the pearls to his bride, who wore them constantly. She loved that string of pearls.
How long did she last?
Radium can be a slow death. But it caught up with her after a while, and when she was dying, the doctors suspected radium poisoning.
So why didn't they nail her husband right then?
It never occurred to anyone to suspect the pearls.
How could any smart murderer pull the same stunt again?
He fell in love with a young and brainless beauty. Must have really liked her because he didn't give her the pearls for a long time. Not till he retired and they moved to Hawaii.
What did she do to deserve such a present?
Started playing around with another man. That did it. Kohlmeyer gave her the pearls. She moved out, went off with the pearls and her new boyfriend to a scarcely inhabited island, a small one, well offshore from Oahu. And when she developed an unexplained malady, the boyfriend left her.
Big-hearted guy.
Well, after her death, there was an autopsy. And this time, no question. Radium poisoning.
Now, why didn't the police move in and confiscate the pearls?
There were no pearls to be found.
Now, isn't it possible that Kohlmeyer had been there and gotten them?
No way. Kohlmeyer committed suicide without returning to the islands.
Without a confession about what he'd done?
Good Lord, no. He was a respected businessman.
Now, you think the pearls are still on the island?
We're sure of it. But more than that, Keith, we've narrowed down to 3 people who lived nearest the cottage where the last victim died.
So my job, then, is to make friends with these 3 people and find out quietly which one of them has the deadly pearls.
Well, you make it sound too easy. Each of these people is highly eccentric. The few people who come and go from that island are under constant surveillance.
Including me.
Naturally. The pearls were usually kept in a narrow box. It looked like an ordinary jeweler's box, but it was made of lead.
Protection against the radium, of course. Means it would be heavier than most boxes that size.
Well, that makes it seem more elegant. The box is covered with purple velvet and lined with satin.
How original.
I know. It won't look much different from any jewel box you've ever seen.
I can't help thinking how useful a Geiger counter would be.
That's totally out of the question. When you bring a Geiger near a suspected object, it starts ticking.
Sure, I know. No gadgets to make life easier.
Just your own ingenuity. And it better be damn good. Well, there's not much more I can say, except to wish you luck.
I did my homework, and the more I read about those 3 characters on the island, the more curious I was to meet them. The Honolulu police cleared me, and then I was completely on my own, with a photograph of the cottage and a map that showed how to find it. I was given a putt-putt stocked with a supply of canned goods, stowed the typewriter in duffel bag, and at last I was off. It was a cloudless day, and I found the beaching cove on the island without any trouble. You couldn't see the cottage from the beach, but I knew how to follow directions. Lugging my big canvas bag, I headed up a steep and winding path. And there it was, a neat, modern cottage with an enormous deck from which there must be quite a spectacular view. But I had a spectacular view myself just then, because on that deck was a dazzling blonde, obviously sunbathing. She sprang to her feet in all her glory, and I would have been speechless, except I knew I couldn't be.
Who the hell are you?
This is the Kohlmeyer cottage, isn't it?
What business is that of yours?
I'm the new tenant.
This place is not for rent.
No, that's right, not anymore. I've signed the papers. It's mine, for at least a year.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Robert Keith, a writer in search of a quiet place to hang a typewriter.
I don't believe you. The last thing we need around here is a writer.
Lady, I am planning to live here.
Not if I can help it.
Okay. I've answered your questions. How about answering one for me? Who are you?
None of your business. Since you claim the house is yours, let's see you open the door.
That's just what I was about to do. Now, I understand it takes 2 keys. And here they are. Both of them.
Where'd you get those keys?
Now, do you believe me?
Big deal. You opened the door. And now I know who you are. You're a policeman. They sent you here to spy on us. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. When the supply boat comes around tomorrow, I'll send a message back to my lawyer. No penny anti-flunky is going to be spying on me.
I assure you I'm not
Don't
going
bother to unpack your things, Robert Keith, because tomorrow...
Really, Miss...
Mrs. Walsh. Mrs. Barbara Walsh. And you'll find that I have protection against people like you.
The gorgeously suntanned Mrs. Walsh slipped her feet into sandals, picked up her beach towel from the deck, and started along the path which led from the north side of the cottage. You must understand that during our entire conversation, Barbara Walsh was completely in the buff. No bikini, nothing. Except around her neck and dangling in long loops over her well-formed body. Not pearls, but necklaces made of those decorative native seeds strung together. Ropes and ropes of them.
Robert Keith may have thought he was prepared for anything, but this introduction to his new home was an unsettling experience he hadn't counted on. He has now had a most revealing look at one of the 3 suspects. We'll be there for his encounter with the others when we return shortly with Act 2. Robert Keith found the cottage very much to his liking. He had expected something rather dark and sinister, but one wall of the living room had a big picture window, and in the bedroom there was a slanting skylight directly over the bed. It was certainly no place to hide, and Keith realized that whatever he did could be watched at close range, if anyone cared about what he was doing. He spent the first evening getting settled, and after a late supper of canned goods, he turned in for the night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was sleeping soundly when...
What the devil? Hey, who's out there?
Well, bless my soul.
Hey, would you mind pointing that gun in another direction?
Not until I find out what you're up to.
Now, look, I was sound asleep. I'm living here.
No one lives in this house. Put up your hands.
Now, put down your gun, would you, sir?
Sir, I'm a man of honor. Colonel George Madison's the name, Army retired. And no one sets foot on this island without reporting to me.
Yeah, well, I was sorry. I didn't know that, Colonel. And if you'll come in, I'll show you my credentials. What the hell's that? Is there someone else out there?
No. Wait a minute. I'll check you out later. Right now, I recommend you go back to bed. Oh. There's a wild boar under the deck, and I aim to get him.
When the sun came up, it was another cloudless day. And after breakfast, I decided to pay a visit. Not eager to encounter either the gun-happy colonel or the wild-eyed lady with no clothes, it seemed wise to seek a formal introduction to the 3rd island resident. The path to her property was overgrown with luxuriant shrubbery, but it opened up into an area dotted with palm trees surrounding a small stone house. Squatting in the midst of a flower bed was a gnome of a woman wearing one of those loose garments the Hawaiians call muumuus.
I wondered when you were coming.
You were expecting me?
Of course. You're the writer who's moved into the death cottage.
Moved into the what?
Well, surely the rental agent told you that the 3 former tenants died there.
I think you're just trying to frighten me, but I don't scare easily.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Keith?
Well, you know my name. Well, since we're going to be neighbors, perhaps you'll tell me...
I'm Nora Babcock. And if you'll help me up, we'll go to my porch where the coffee's perking.
I assisted Miss Babcock to her feet. The aging body was stooped and slow-moving, and her hands were badly crippled, yet she used them capably to pour the coffee when we were seated at a wicker table on her porch.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keith. I've lived on this island for a long time. That house was just a shack when the poor man, a writer like yourself, was stabbed to death in a ghastly pool of blood. The cottage was rebuilt before an unfortunate woman was strangled there. And then it was fixed up with all that glass to let the sun in. But nothing could save the last dear lady who simply wasted away.
Well, here's hoping I'll have better luck.
That depends. When were you born, Mr. Keith?
You mean what year?
No. The date. The day. The hour.
Oh, I was born in August. 14th of August.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
You certainly don't look like Leo. The lion. And I would have thought that a writer... but no matter. There may be other factors. You belong to the northern sign of the zodiac, the middle point of the magnet of the fire triplicity.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you'd better not laugh at me, Mr. Keith. I'll tell you right now that you and I are destined to be enemies. You belong with Sagittarius, Libra, or Aries.
Oh, come on, Miss Babcock. I'm really not so bad. Now, tell me about your sign.
I'm Gemini, the positive people of the air triplicity.
You mean air and fire don't mix?
Dangerously, Mr. Keith, very dangerously. Your sign is governed by the sun, and your gems are carnelian and sardonyx.
I wouldn't know a sardonyx if I stumbled over one.
My governing planet is Mercury. Emeralds, moonstones, and pearls are my sign. And I have a very special affinity for pearls.
Mrs. Walsh had obviously passed along word of my arrival, which was why the colonel had come trying to flush me out, and a reason Miss Babcock knew my name and occupation. So, that afternoon, I became a spy, hidden in the underbrush with binoculars trained on the three of them walking along the beach. I was darn sure they were planning some strategy to get me evicted. Then, Colonel Madison left the two ladies and headed up the trail toward my house. I went quickly to the typewriter and pretended to be busily at work.
Hello there, Mr. Keith. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, that it is. How are you, Colonel?
No, couldn't be better. Say, I'm sorry about last night. Wouldn't want you to think we're not hospitable around here. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please do. I was beginning to feel like an outcast.
I gather you've met the ladies.
Yes, they didn't exactly give me a warm welcome.
Pay no attention. Batty old Babcock won't be a problem. She's usually off in outer space, talking to the stars.
I gather she's hipped on astrology.
Oh, mad as a hatter, even though she does play a good game of bridge. You say you're also acquainted with Barbara Walsh?
If you mean, have I had a good look at her, you're darn right.
Stunning, isn't she?
You said it. Well, now, tell me, Colonel, what's a woman like that doing all by herself way out here?
Oh, but if this were a British colony, I'd say she's a remittance woman.
She's being paid to stay away?
Yeah, being paid very well. The big man in her life is a mafia type. They nabbed him. My guess is the family's afraid she'll talk unless she's kept well out of the way until he's released from jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, drug traffic, I think. I don't know. Dealing in stolen goods. Let's talk about you, Mr. Keith. You writer fellows interest me. What's your special subject?
I'm a novelist, science fiction sometimes, but mostly light stuff.
Know anything about pearls?
No, not much.
How'd you like to come over to the other side of the island and watch the pearl divers?
Pearl divers? Here?
Oh, well, it's not like Ceylon or the Sulu Sea, but they go through the motions here twice a week during the season. Occasionally they come up with a creditable pearl. Come along if you want to.
Well, I'd like that very much.
Fine. Oh, wear some stout walking shoes, and I'll pick you up in about an hour.
The colonel arrived in his old army uniform carrying a sturdy walking stick. We started off on a barely marked trail, and I marveled at the beauty of the place with its lush flowers and brightly colored birds.
Not that way, Mr. Keith. We take a sharp turn over here. Go up the hill.
Just a minute. This island must be more populated than I thought. I hear music.
Oh, that's just Barbara Walsh with her radio going. She has it on all day long. That or her stereo. Come along. Get ready for a steep climb.
The path went straight up, and I had to scramble to keep the colonel from getting too far ahead. But quite suddenly, all the lush greenery ended, and we came out on a rocky promontory overlooking the sea.
We made it.
That's quite a view.
Hey. Now, you see those small boats way out there?
Yeah?
Those are the oyster fishermen. The flat-bottomed boats are dragging nets.
Uh-huh.
And from those kayak-looking things, you may be able to see the young men diving.
Won't they come closer to shore?
No, not much closer. It's too treacherous when the tides are running as high as they are today. Go on, out on that big rock so you can get a better look.
Is it steady?
Oh, like Gibraltar. Go on, Mr. Keith, out further. Don't be afraid. But watch your step, Mr. Keith.
Hey.
Oh, merciful heavens.
Help me, Colonel! Help me!
Hang on, Keith, hang on.
I'm trying to get a foothold.
Here. Grab my walking stick.
I grabbed the stick because I had to, even though I knew it was the same stick that had been pushed into the middle of my back just a moment before.
I'll say you're a brave man, Keith. I like the way you handled yourself back there on the rocks.
I wouldn't say I had much alternative.
It was all the fault of your shoes, Mr. Keith. That's what it was. I warned you to wear walking shoes. I say, Mr. Keith, why don't we stop by to see Barbara?
Right now?
Why not? We need a drink. And she has a good liquor supply.
Oh, I think I better get back and tend to these scratches. Just take a look at my clothes. I'm in no condition to go visiting.
Well, as you wish. I'll leave you then at the foot of this hill. And, yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Keith. Do you play bridge?
Well, I'm not the world's best, but yes, I play.
Oh, splendid.
I'm rather out of practice.
Well, heavens knows, so are we. Well, let's say my house, Friday evening. Come for supper, around 7.
Well, thank you.
Dear me, Mr. Keith, you did get scratched up. Your hands are still bleeding. Perhaps I should go with you.
I'll be all right.
Yes. Well, I'm off then to tell the ladies the good news.
Good news?
Well, yes. The good news that we found a new bridge partner. And I might as well warn you to bring a fat wallet. Our stakes are high.
After a shower and some soothing applications of witch hazel and ointments, I rested on the big bed under the skylight. The front door was wide open for the benefit of a magnificent sea breeze. Suddenly I was on the alert. Someone was on the steps leading to the deck. Then there were slow, heavy footfalls and the tap of a cane.
Mr. Keith? Mr. Keith? Are you all right?
Oh, why, hello, Miss Babcock. Yes, come in.
Oh, I heard you'd had an accident, and I thought you might not be able to fix your own supper. So I've brought you some nice oyster stew.
Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of you.
There. It's one of my specialties. Just warm it up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Sit down. Won't you share the stew with me?
No. I've had my dinner. Let me see your injuries.
Oh, they're nothing but scratches. I was lucky.
Could be serious. And you are not lucky, Mr. Keith. I looked at the stars last night, and the heavens do not bode well for anyone born under the sign of Leo.
But you see me alive and well. I could have crashed all the way down those rocks and into the sea.
Look out for more danger ahead. That was simply the first warning.
Miss Babcock knew what she was talking about, and it had nothing to do with the stars. I heated the oyster stew, and it was delicious. In fact, the best I've ever tasted. But about an hour later, I began to feel drained of all energy. I thought it was just a reaction from a rather strenuous day and decided the best thing to do was go to bed and sleep it off. It was a tremendous effort to get undressed, but I managed to drag myself, partially clothed, onto the big bed. In a prone position, I felt as though I were being suffocated, and panic was setting in. I'd been poisoned, and no one was going to save my life this time unless I did it for myself. Literally, I crawled into the bathroom for the well-stocked medicine kit. Yes, I was prepared with antidotes for poison, but time was too short to figure out which one would be appropriate. By now, my hands and feet were growing numb, and breathing was getting more and more difficult. I mixed up a heavy pink liquid in a glass of water, and just before blacking out, I was very, very sick. When I came to, I was lying on the bathroom floor, weak but grateful to find I was still alive. Very slowly, I got to my feet and staggered toward the bedroom, hoping at last to sleep off the effects of whatever had been in that poisonous stew. But my whole body sagged, and I knew I'd never make the bed, so I eased myself down on a narrow couch in the living room and fell instantly into a heavy slumber. Once again, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a sound which would have awakened the dead. The skylight in the bedroom, backed flat against the wall. I waited for minutes that seemed like an eternity. No movement. Absolute silence. So I crept into the next room, armed with a flashlight, and cupping the beam, examined the bed. It was a mass of shattered glass. In the darkness once more, I moved stealthily to the front door, opened it without a sound, and stared into total blackness. Slowly I raised the flashlight and then snapped it on full beam. Pointing straight down the path, facing directly toward me, stood the statuesque Mrs. Barbara Walsh, fully clothed in a long, dark kimono. And over her breasts hung a necklace of gems which burst into life like 4th of July sparklers.
I must warn you not to jump to conclusions. If you imagine that Mrs. Walsh was wearing the stolen pearls, think again. Diamonds are the jewels that glitter when exposed to light. A pearl is sometimes a gem of great value, but it is not a precious stone. And one can scarcely say that pearls sparkle, while radium, remember the dial on your watch or bedside clock? Radium glows in the dark. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Mercifully for Robert Keith, the next 2 nights and 3 days were totally uneventful. He dozed in the sun, occasionally pecked at the typewriter, and did a great deal of thinking. Keith looked forward eagerly to the evening of bridge, and as he approached the colonel's house for the first time, he found a charming, sprawling building with a table set out of doors on what the Hawaiians call a lanai. He was glad he had purchased a colorful sports shirt in Honolulu, although it paled beside the one Colonel Madison was wearing over his white slacks. Even Miss Babcock looked festive in her flowered muumuu.
Hi.
Ah, welcome, my boy, welcome.
You're looking much better, Mr. Keith.
Quite recovered, thank you. This island air will cure anything.
Anything but my arthritis. Where's Barbara?
Oh, always late. I suspect she's getting herself decked out, ready for the kill.
Oh, you expressed things so aptly, Colonel. If it's like old times, Barbara will come prepared for murder at the bridge table. Oh, and speaking
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Barbara. Well, you've outdone yourself. Hey, dazzling. Simply dazzling.
Oh, Colonel. And, Nora, dear.
I believe you've met Mr. Keith.
My lawyer has verified that he exists.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Keith, you may have the right to live on this island, but that doesn't mean that I have to love my neighbor.
No, Barbara.
However, since we have so little opportunity for social occasions, I propose we declare an armed truce.
But I'm not at war with you, Mrs. Walsh.
Speak for yourself. Peace for the evening.
Dinner began with oysters on the half shell. 6 enormous oysters for each of us.
And I should be interested in your opinion of these, Keith. Delivered by my favorite fisherman, fresh from the beds this morning.
Colonel, look. My horoscope said this would be a lucky day.
Well, bless my soul.
Oh, Nora has nothing on me. I found one, too. But I suspect you, Colonel. Come on, confess.
All right, I confess. Party favors. There's a pearl in every oyster shell.
You rogue. I must say this is rather a good one. Nice sheen.
Oh, I love them. Every one. They feel so good.
I thought the surprise was just for the ladies, but I see you've included me. Very pretty, Colonel.
Well, let that be the beginning of your collection. I hope you won't mind if some of them are already pierced.
You mean a pearl like this one has been removed from a string?
Yes, that's right. Part of my hobby. I seldom find a string that meets my standards for matching, so I rematch them and mix them. But come, let's finish our dinner so we can get on to the battle.
Afraid I'll have to pass.
I say 3 no trump.
Well, 4 hearts.
5 no trump.
Barbara, do you have a ring on every finger?
Only on 8.
Oh, I wish I could wear them. But my poor crippled
Oh,
hands.
shut up, Nora. You're just trying to distract me. I have a contract to make.
It was a cutthroat game, no question about it. Only, strangely, we were quite evenly matched. We played 3 rubbers, so I had my chance with each one as a partner. By this time, we were on a first-name basis.
Well, that's it. And as usual, top honors go to the ladies. In points, let's see. Barbara's first, then Nora, followed by Bob, and as is proper for a gracious host, I'm last. It'll take a minute to figure out who owes what here.
I think the prize should go to Robert and me for that last small slam. I wouldn't have dreamed that a Leo and Gemini could work so well together. And tell me, Robert, never Bob. Isn't there some way you could find out the hour of your birth?
What rubbish.
Well, if it would please you, Miss Nora, I suppose I could write and ask my mother.
Well, you do that. It's very important.
Oh, Nora.
Speaking of my mother, you've all given me a very good idea. Look, I'd like to send her a present.
A present for your mother?
You'll think I'm sentimental, but many years ago, my dad gave her a string of pearls as an anniversary present, and, well, they were her greatest treasure. Dad's been dead a long time now, and she was heartbroken when the pearls were stolen from her New York apartment.
Oh, well, say no more. I'll fix you up. How much do you want to pay?
Oh, now, just a minute, Colonel. I'm afraid you deal in merchandise that's too rich for my blood. I'm talking about a simple string of cultured pearls.
Couple of $100?
Now you're on the right track.
Ridiculous.
Excuse me, everybody, but I'm very tired. Time to go home.
Well, I'll be happy to escort the ladies.
Don't bother with me. Perhaps you're not aware that I spend most of every night wandering around the island alone.
Oh, go with them, Barbara. Well, you'll have to help me with the dishes.
That does it.
Walking with Nora Babcock was a tortuous business, and I had a feeling she was in pain every step of the way. And we lost sight of Barbara, although she had an unsettling trick of appearing on the path, sometimes in front of us, sometimes behind. When we reached the door of Nora's house...
She's out there somewhere, and I don't want her to hear. If you'll come to my house tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to talk to you about those pearls for your mother.
Fine. What time?
Around 2 o'clock.
Okay, be seeing you. Good night.
And now you may have the pleasure of seeing me home.
Oh, yeah, this is a pleasure and a surprise.
You want to know what I have against you, don't you?
I am curious.
Well, come to my house for a nightcap, and I'll tell you. What do you think of my pad?
Exotic luxury.
You writers have a way with words. But you don't fit the pattern.
And what pattern is that?
Novelists, I despise them.
Oh, come on. We're no different from anyone else.
My husband was. A woman hater who wrote about women and knew nothing about them. Oh, that man crucified me in his books. I know, you're different. I could tell from the way you talked about your mother. Come over here. Sit on the couch. That's better. Hold my hand. You know, it's been frightfully dull around here.
Pretty hands. But don't your fingers get tired under all those rocks?
Take the rings off. It'll make you feel any more comfortable.
Now, let's see. Rubies, diamonds, sapphires. Suppose you'd never stoop to wearing something as simple as a pearl.
On the contrary, my most prized possession, I own a string of priceless pearls. Over there in that velvet box.
May I see them?
I don't put them on display for just anybody. But if you're a good boy, I'll show them to you. Here, let me freshen your drink.
You have some fascinating things in this room. That Buddha, for instance.
It's carved from jade.
And, are these the pearls?
Put down that box.
Oh, you said you'd show them to me.
But it's locked, and I have to get the key. Oh, yes, Bob. I said I'd show you the pearls. If you're a good boy. And I will. Tomorrow morning. After you spent the night.
When I was having breakfast next morning in the sunshine on my deck, yes, I was alone. I had not spent the night with Barbara Walsh. In my line of work, it has to be business before pleasure. There was no need to accept a bribe. You see, when I picked up that purple velvet jewel box, it was light as a feather. But, as I was saying, while eating breakfast...
Well, good morning. You're a late riser.
Yeah, I went to a big party last night, Colonel. Come on, have a cup of coffee.
I brought you something. Don't pay any attention to the looks of the box. The velvet's worn. It's been around for a while. It's what's inside that counts. I'd be glad to sell you the pearls. Open the box.
Oh, they're beautiful. But these are not the ones we were talking about last night. I mean, this is a double strand. Obviously far more expensive.
I know. They can be sold for several $1,000s someday. But my price to you still stands.
Oh, no, Colonel. I just can't accept it.
My good man, I'm offering you the kind of bargain that comes once in a lifetime.
But it'll never do for my mother. Don't you have something else?
Yes, of course I do. I thought I owed you a favor.
Oh, you owe me nothing. Now, please, Colonel, if you'll let me go to your house, perhaps you could show me another string that would be...
I'll show you nothing right now. Good morning, sir.
The Colonel stopped off, and I knew I would have to change my approach if I wanted to look at his collection. Then I'd think about that later, because my next appointment was with Nora Babcock.
Come in, Robert. Didn't we have a good time last night?
You can be my bridge partner anytime.
That's very sweet. I meant to ask you, how did you like my oyster stew?
Oh, the taste was superb, but...
Didn't it help you to go to sleep?
Look, I'll level with you, Miss B. You put something in that stew, didn't you?
Oh, the usual dash of chili sauce and plenty of rich cream.
No. I mean something bad.
I don't understand.
That stew made me deathly ill.
Why, I wanted you to sleep well after your accident, so I did put in a drop or two of my sedative. The kind that helps me. From one of those bottles. Perhaps it shouldn't have been combined with the seafood.
Yeah, perhaps. I thought you were trying to poison me.
How could you have such thoughts about a poor old lady?
I take them all back.
Mm-hmm. When is your mother's birthday?
It's in June, like yours.
Oh, I knew it. My pearls were a present, and nothing would please me more than giving them to a Gemini.
Oh, that's very generous of you, but
Please, get the pearls for me, Robert. On that cabinet over there.
Okay.
You'll find the box is rather heavy.
You say these pearls were given to you?
Yes. Yes. By the dear lady who lived in your cottage. I took care of her, poor thing. And before she died, she gave me her dearest treasure. Open the box and tell me what you think.
I think they're perfect.
Oh, you don't know the best part. These pearls have a magical quality. Just wait until you see what happens to them at night.
Uh-huh.
Pick them up, examine them.
I like the way they look against the satin.
Oh, how I love them.
Nora, just when do you wear these pearls?
Oh, they're not for wearing. At least not for me. I like to fondle them. And before my hands got so bad, I used them the way the Greeks do. You know, worry beads. I've often taken them to bed with me.
Nora, these hands of yours...
Oh, it's not my hands. You see how hard it is for me to get around.
Yes, I know. Have you been to a doctor?
No use. I have my medicines, though they don't do much good.
I know a fine doctor in Honolulu. I think he can help you. Will you let me take you to him?
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Robert. It's not in the stars. How many times have I told you? I've been warned never to trust a Leo.
Look, Nora, for reasons I won't trouble you with, and that, of course, I wouldn't want the Colonel or Barbara to know, I'm not the person I've pretended to be. Would it make any difference to you if I told you I was actually born on January the 2nd?
Why, all the difference in the world. I should have known. We were destined to be friends from the very beginning, Mr. Keith.
Yes. Just Keith. That's my real first name.
I'll go with you wherever you want me to go.
Case closed. Miss Babcock's destiny was not written in the stars, even though she went to her grave believing it was. The deadly pearls were taken out of circulation, and Nora Babcock was given the best of care in a hospital, where they did what they could to ease the pain during the short time she had left to live. It was thought best not to shatter her dream, so she never knew that Keith Spencer was an orphan, or that her treasured pearls had been anything but a comfort. I'll be back shortly. Keith Spencer found a good deal more on that island than the missing pearls. He stepped into the lives of 3 people whose philosophies did not agree with his, yet with each he had at least one point of mutual understanding. Our mystery was solved with the apprehension of a victim rather than a culprit. Our cast included Kate Reed, Paul Hecht, Grace Matthews, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Something in the air? You bet. Excitement. Because 4 exciting new shows go on the air tonight, starting right now. ABC brings out its first Monday night surprise package labeled Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man. The Fat Man is the stalwart detective whose huge size doesn't slow up his progress a bit when it comes to sleuthing. And speaking of detectives, you'll want to meet hard-talking Ross Dolan, played by William Gargan. His business is crime. In his words, I deal in crime. And he follows in half an hour. And then the Dean of Music Makers, Paul Whiteman, and his new show, Forever Tops, the top tunes that will live forever. Paul Whiteman plays them on Forever Tops. And did you know that your top stage and screen laugh favorites, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, have opened a diner? What a diner. You see, that's what we meant when we said excitement in and on the air tonight and every Monday night on ABC. Right now, let's take a trip into adventure with Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man.
Wait, 247. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
The American Broadcasting Company brings you Dashiell Hammett's latest and most fascinating character, the Fat Man. The hard-boiled, hard-hitting adventures of a criminologist who tips the scale at 247 pounds. Tonight's adventure, the 19th Pearl. And now, here is the Fat Man.
One of the worst things about being fat is feeling thin. That extra load you carry around is something you never think about till you bump into a full-length mirror or drop a penny into a drugstore scale. Even then you don't feel fat. The only time you really feel it is when you run into a beautiful woman. That's when the old collar kind of chokes you and your hands look big and your legs are hard to cross. That's when you're glad you've got a busy job like mine, solving crimes. This one began in Grand Central Station, right near the information center. My mother was going away for a weekend. I was there to put her on the train.
You don't have to wait around till the gates open, son. I've gotten on trains before.
It's all right, Ma. It's a free night for me anyway. Want some peanuts?
For heaven's sake, no.
I do. Be right back. Bagged peanuts, Jenny.
All right.
Better make it 2.
Here you are. Okay.
Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's all right. I wasn't looking where... Please, will you do me a favor? It's terribly important. Here, hold this bag for me. Oh, quick, he's coming.
Who?
Don't let him see me. You mustn't know I'm here.
Why not? What have you done?
Nothing. Stand in front of me, will you? Quick. Put your arms around me as if you were kissing me goodbye.
Say, what kind of a game is this?
Please, cover my face and kiss me.
Okay, sister. How's this?
Hold it.
How long?
Oh, no. No, don't stop. Just keep your arms around me.
As long as you say, baby. You know, I've heard about things like this, but I never figured it would happen to a guy like me.
All right. That's enough.
I wish I thought so. We ought to do this more often.
I'll have to run now. He's gone.
Maybe you'll be back.
Oh, no. No. I mustn't miss the train. Thanks ever so much for helping me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to tell me?
No, there isn't time.
But I don't even know. Okay, sister. 2 ships that pass in the night.
Well, that was a fond farewell. Who was it, dear?
I don't know.
What?
Never saw her before in my life.
Is that why you were kissing her?
Don't make a romance out of it, Ma. She just borrowed me for a quick hug, and that's all there was to it.
Well, I don't know that it's wise to kiss strange women in stations, son. Have you still got your watch?
I've got more than my watch, Ma. I've still got her bag.
But how do you know she's on this train, dear?
I saw her duck into the car ahead.
Well, leave the bag with me. I'll give it to her as soon as we pull out of the station.
Are you kidding?
Son, we're going to start in a moment.
It's all right. I'll ride up to 125th Street.
Just to give her back her bag?
That's a good enough reason.
Well, be sure you get off at 125th Street. Oh, we're moving.
Okay, Ma. I'll take the bag up to her now.
What's the matter?
That dame's on the platform. I'm getting off.
Careful, son. Watch your step.
Sure. See you later.
Bye.
Good evening, beautiful.
Oh, you frightened me.
I didn't the last time. Want to play some more?
I don't think so.
Well, don't go away. I still got your bag.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's this all about, kid? Who'd you knock off?
I beg your pardon.
Well, you must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running away.
Why not? Can't I be running away from danger? There's a man following me.
The guy on that train?
How did you know he was on it?
Simple arithmetic. You got on to give him the slip. He must have followed you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got off.
That's exactly what happened.
What else happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, kid. Tell me the truth or I won't help you.
I don't know that I want you to help me.
Okay, sister. I'll walk right out of the picture.
No, wait.
Changed your mind?
No. A man who's been following me changed it.
Huh?
He's standing right over there on the platform.
You'll be safe here, Miss Evans.
Is this your office?
Yeah. Step in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Make yourself at home. Every chair in this place is comfortable.
Have you sampled them all?
Every one. There's one thing I hate. It's sitting on hard wood. Have an apple, Miss Evans?
No, thanks.
Awful good.
No, thanks.
Well, tell me now. How long has this guy been following you?
About 3 days.
And you don't know who he is? Or what he's after?
No.
What do you do for a living, Miss Evans?
I'm an actress.
On the stage?
When I'm working.
Maybe I've seen you.
Not in New York. I haven't done anything here yet.
Rich daddy?
No. No daddy at all.
And what keeps you in those gorgeous clothes?
I have a private income. My father left me some money.
Those beautiful pearls, too?
These aren't real.
Aren't they? Let me see them.
Don't you believe me?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not a very good liar.
What?
Even experienced ones take a deep breath after every lie they tell. But you've been pumping away like an iron lung.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here, Miss Evans. I won't take your case.
You won't get it, you insufferable man.
Keep going.
What?
Keep yelling at me. There's someone outside the door.
You overbearing, conceited pig. If I were a man, I'd give you the beating of your life.
That's enough. Well, what are you doing out here, mister?
Nothing. I was just...
Hey, come back here, you. You son of a gun. I'll make it much harder for you when I catch you. You going to stop, you punk, or do I have to dive for you?
Oh, you big ape.
I'm not as slow as I look.
Well, you didn't have to tackle me.
I'm sorry, old man. It's my old football training. Can you get up?
I don't know.
Well, there you are. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you were doing outside my door.
I was keeping an eye on Miss Evans.
That's an interesting pastime. Come on back to the office and tell us why.
It's my job. I'm a private detective.
Well. Who hired you?
Mrs. Stanton. Mrs. Jeffrey Stanton.
The banker's wife?
Yes. She wants a record of every move Miss Evans makes.
Why?
That's my business.
Well, maybe Miss Evans has an interest in it. Miss Evans! Miss Evans, where are you?
What's the matter?
He's gone.
A gentleman to see you, Mrs. Stanton.
Who is it, Carl?
He refused to give me his card, madam. He simply said the fat man is calling.
Fat man? What do you suppose he wants?
Some information, Mrs. Stanton.
Good heavens. What do you mean by coming in here unannounced?
But I was announced. I'm the fat man.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I certainly don't intend to do so now. Show him out, Carl.
I don't think Carl is man enough, Mrs. Stanton. You'd better let me stay.
What do you want?
Some information about Miss Evans. I couldn't get a thing out of that clam you had following her.
What clam? What are you talking about?
Shall I call the police, Mrs. Stanton?
No. No, I can manage this call.
Very well, madam.
Now then, what were you saying, Mr. I don't believe you mentioned the name.
I didn't. People remember me better as the fat man.
Oh. Oh, I know who you are now. Mr. Parker told me about you.
Parker?
The man you very nearly killed in the hall outside your office. He said you fell on him like a ton of bricks.
He had no right listening outside my door. Did you really hire him to follow Miss Evans?
I did.
May I ask why?
You shouldn't have to. I thought everybody knew I was anxious to divorce my husband. Miss Evans is just one of the grounds.
One?
The only one I'll need. You see, Mr. Stanton made the mistake of giving her a necklace.
What?
Quite an expensive one, in fact. Matched pearls.
Oh, I see.
You seem disappointed.
In Mr. Stanton?
No, in Miss Evans. You're not a friend of hers, I hope.
Are you sure he gave her that necklace, Mrs. Stanton?
Well, I believe it was a gift. I've never inquired. I don't really care to know how these arrangements are worked out.
In other words, your husband and Miss Evans...
Let's not put it into words, if you don't mind. There'll be enough of that when the case comes up in court.
When the case comes up, Mrs. Stanton, you'll have to prove it. And right now, your star witness, Miss Evans, is missing.
Oh, not really missing. Unless something's happened to her.
What?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care. Parker will find her sooner or later.
Where?
Probably at my husband's apartment.
Oh. Doesn't he live here?
No, not regularly.
Well, after meeting you, Mrs. Stanton, I can't say I blame him. Mr. Stanton in?
Yeah, he's in.
O'Hara. What are you doing here, Captain?
Come on in. I'm waiting for the medical examiner.
Oh. Who's dead?
Who do you think? Stanton lived here all alone.
He might have had company.
He did, a little earlier. There's a knife in his chest.
Who put it there?
I don't know. The murderer didn't leave his card. Want to see the body?
You might as well. Where is it?
Right over there in the corner. And leave those chocolate-covered almonds alone. The place hasn't been gone over yet.
When did all this happen?
Don't know yet. I just got here a few minutes ago.
And the body was right where it is now?
I'm sure it hasn't moved.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
How a guy gets stabbed in the chest without putting up any kind of a fight. No sign of a struggle around here.
So what?
Nothing. I just don't like it, that's all.
Why not?
Because the usual place for a knife is in the back. The chest, you see it coming. You got a chance to protect yourself.
Not if you trust the person that's coming at you. Not if she's your sweetheart or something like that. Then you don't see the knife till it's too late.
What makes you think it's his sweetheart?
I don't. I don't even know if the man had one.
Well, then stop putting a noose around her neck.
Whose noose? What are you driving at?
Nothing. I just don't like your theory, O'Hara.
Well, it's apparent he was killed by somebody he trusted. If it wasn't his sweetheart, then...
Will you stop mentioning his sweetheart?
Why? Is she a friend of yours or something?
Don't be funny.
Well, what are you mad at? What's eating you tonight?
Your theories. Stanton could have been sitting in that chair when he was killed. The murderer could have moved the body to throw us off the track.
I doubt it. The murderer didn't even have time to cover up the one clue that's going to convict him.
What's that?
Piece of string in the dead man's hand. You see how Stanton is holding onto it?
String? Looks more like a strong silk thread.
Probably something he tore from the murderer's clothing just before the knife went into his heart.
You don't tear single threads from a person's clothing, O'Hara?
Then what is it?
I don't know. Let's open his hand and see.
Wait a minute. We don't have to open it. I can see something between the fingers.
What is it?
A pearl.
Miss Evans. Miss Evans, if you're in your room, for the love of Mike, open up.
Who is it?
The fat man.
Alone?
Yes, open up, will you?
Well, what's wrong?
Plenty. I've got to talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in.
Shut up. You're in trouble, kid. I'm going to find out just how much. Where did you disappear to when I went after that guy that was following you?
I Ran down the stairs. Why?
That's what I want to know. Why?
To get away from him, of course. I knew you wouldn't let him follow me.
I wish I had. Where did you go?
Home?
That's a lie. I've been calling up here all night.
Well, I stopped off for a bite to eat.
Where? At Mr. Stanton's apartment?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, baby. Tell me the truth. I know half of it now. I want the other half, or I'll call in the cops.
What have I done that's wrong?
Lots of things. Most of them aren't my business. But murder is.
Murder?
You heard me. Don't stand there looking from one of my eyes to the other. Even a lousy actress can look innocent. She's beautiful enough.
Why do you keep saying I'm beautiful?
Because you are. And if I weren't a man and a half, I'd take you in my arms and...
And what?
Never mind.
Go ahead. Do it.
Are you kidding?
Do it. I want you to kiss me, darling.
My name isn't Darling.
You never told me what it was. What can I call you?
Nothing.
You've got to believe me, darling. You've got to trust me.
Why?
Because I trust you. Will you kiss me now?
Yeah.
Oh. You're awfully sweet when you want it.
Who gave you that necklace you're wearing?
What?
Who gave it to you? Why aren't you wearing it now?
I just took it off.
Where is it?
Don't you believe me?
Where is it? I want to see it.
I've got it.
Where?
Right here on my dress. Are you satisfied?
Not yet. Is this the necklace you were wearing in my office?
How many of these trinkets do you think I have?
How do I know? There must be more where this came from. Who gave it to you?
Mr. Stanton.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Because it was none of your business.
Well, that's a good answer. Is it my business now?
If you want it to be.
How do you want it to be, Miss Evans?
I want it to be Kathy, not Miss Evans.
Okay, Kathy. I'll take your case.
Have I got one?
You will have. The cops will be swarming all over this place by tomorrow morning.
Why?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
You didn't feel that way when you came in.
When I came in, I never expected to find this string of pearls. Not in one piece, anyway. You mind if I take them?
What for?
I thought you trusted me.
You still haven't answered my question.
I need these pearls to make your alibi stand up, Kathy. Don't forget, I'm working for you, but the police aren't. You're sure these pearls were bought here, Mr. Werner?
Quite sure. I matched them for Mr. Stanton myself.
No chance of a duplicate set looking exactly like these.
Very unlikely. Pearls are almost as individual as people. That's why they're so hard to match.
I see. This is your clasp, of course.
Oh, yes, it was made here.
And the string?
Oh, the string might be anybody's. There's nothing distinctive about a string.
But the pearls are distinctive.
Quite. Why did Mr. Stanton rearrange them?
You mean they're not in the right order?
Oh, the order is correct. But I only counted 18.
What?
The big one in the center is missing.
Hello.
Hello, Kathy?
Oh, yes.
This is the fat man. Do you want to swing for the murder of Mr. Stanton?
No.
Then do what I tell you.
But I didn't kill him.
Then why didn't you tell me you knew he was dead, you two-faced...
No.
Shut up. I know you were in Stanton's apartment tonight. You had to be, or you wouldn't have had that necklace back.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play dumb with me. You picked those pearls up off the floor and strung them together again. All except one.
What?
You stupid little fool. You left the most important one in the dead man's hand.
Oh, no.
Now, this is your last chance, Kathy. Meet me in my office in 15 minutes or I go to the police.
But I...
Be there.
Yes?
It's me, Kathy.
Come in.
What? Mr. Parker, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The fat man sent for me.
Where is he?
He'll be back. He stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh?
Come on in. Don't be afraid.
Well,
Come on. The fat man wants me to show you something.
What?
Look over there on top of the desk. See it?
What is it?
A pearl. The largest one of a set.
And what's it doing here?
That's the fat man's business. He just wanted me to show it to you. Recognize it?
I don't know very much about pearls.
Then you wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Not from you. Who told you it was for sale?
The fat man. He offered it to me for...
What's the matter?
There's a microphone hidden in this bowl of fruit. The fat man must be interested in your reactions.
Where do the wires go?
Over here, to the window and down the side of the building. He must be listening in another office.
He won't listen anymore.
Don't do that, you fool. Put that microphone down.
Why?
Because he'll know you smashed it. You want to get... Where's that pearl, Miss Evans?
I beg your pardon.
That pearl. You took it off the desk while I was at the window.
Oh, you're mistaken. I haven't been near the desk.
Come on. Give it to me or I'll search you for it.
Let go of me.
Not until you put that pearl back. Open your hand.
No,
Open
I
it,
won't.
I said. The fat man will kill me if you get away with this. Oh, come back here, you little devil.
Not on your life.
Just a moment, Miss Evans.
Mrs. Stanton.
Yes. I'll take that pearl, please.
Look out, she's got a gun.
Stay where you are, young lady.
No, you can't make me.
Stop. I told you to stop. You're wanted by the police for the murder of my husband. Get in the cab, Miss Evans.
Where are you taking me?
Get in.
I'll watch her, Mrs. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. All right, driver. Hurry. Police headquarters.
Right.
Why don't you start?
Gotta wait for the light to change, lady.
You gotta wait for me, too.
The fat man.
Surprise. How do you feel, Kathy?
Why, I'm all right.
You better have somebody look at that shoulder. Franklin Hospital, driver. Make it snappy.
Okay.
Just a moment. We're taking her to police headquarters.
With a fresh wound in her shoulder, she needs medical attention.
But I said...
Franklin Hospital, driver, and don't spare the horses. How is she, Doc?
Oh, she'll be all right. Bullet just grazed her shoulder.
You're very lucky, Miss Evans.
You mean you're very lucky? Don't you know it's against the law to go around shooting people?
I couldn't let her get away with that pearl, could I?
Why not? That isn't the one they found in your husband's hand. That's just a hunk of paste.
But you told us all to come to your office so you could trap the one who tried to steal it.
How did you know that?
It was obvious.
That's no excuse for shooting at her, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, I didn't really shoot. I tried to frighten her more than anything else.
Well, in any case, I'll have to make a report to the police. Will you come with me, Mrs. Stanton?
Certainly.
You're a dead pigeon, Kathy.
What do you mean?
Even a bald-headed jury won't save you on this one.
But I didn't kill him.
I think you did. What's your vote, Parker?
I won't say until I've heard all the facts.
But you know all the facts. Didn't you follow her to Stanton's apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Well, how long was she there?
About 20 minutes.
And she went right to the railroad station as soon as she left his apartment.
But I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
Then why did you pick up the pearls and string them together again?
Because I knew I was being framed. Somebody put that necklace in Mr. Stanton's hand.
That's a good one.
It's true. I didn't have the pearls when I went to his apartment.
What?
They were stolen from me this morning.
Can you prove that?
No,
Can you prove it to me, Kathy?
I don't know. Look at me.
I'm looking.
I didn't kill Mr. Stanton. I swear I didn't.
That's not good enough, Kathy. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help you get out of here.
What?
I'll give you a head start on the police.
Don't be a fool.
Mind your own business, Parker.
This is my business. If she killed Stanton...
Go on and give her a break, will you?
No, I'm just as responsible as you are. You can't make me a party to this.
Then turn your back on it.
You're crazy. It's a felony to assist a criminal. I'm going to call the police.
Get away from that phone.
For heaven's sake, use your head. They'll catch her anyway.
Get away from that phone, I said.
No, don't. Don't. I can't run away. You'll only make it look worse.
Why, of course. The sooner we call the police, the better.
Hello?
Hello. Get me the police department, please.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to make that call, Parker.
What?
You're not going to make that call if I have to pick up one of these knives and jab it into your ribs.
Yeah, put that down. Put that down, you fool.
Now, you see, Parker? Even on short notice, a man reaches out for the murderer's hand, the hand with the knife.
What?
Don't you understand? When a man comes at you with a knife, you reach for his hand, not for his throat.
What are you talking about?
Stanton. He couldn't have torn those pearls off Kathy's neck. If she came at him with a knife, he'd have grabbed for her hand the way you grabbed mine.
You mean she was framed?
You guessed it. She was framed by a guy who knew every move she made. A guy who knew when he could steal that necklace and plant it in Stanton's hand at the most effective time. Who fits that description, Parker? Who knew every move Kathy made these last 3 days?
Well, why are you looking at me?
Because you're it. You wanted Stanton out of the way so you and Mrs. Stanton could get married and live on Stanton's dough. You're no private detective. I found that out 5 minutes after I met you.
Drop that knife and stay where you are. I've got a gun.
Look out, Kathy. You may use it.
I will if you don't get out of my way.
Hello?
That phone's open, Parker. You're giving the police your whole confession.
What? It's... Oh!
Hello? Hello?
Take it easy, Captain. I'm bringing in a murderer. So you and Stanton were just good friends, Kathy?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Must have thought an awful lot of his friends to give them pearl necklaces.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but he was like that. He once gave a surgeon a brand new car just for operating on his hand.
What did you do for the old boy?
I went out with him, let him take me to shows and things.
Well, here's where I get off.
Am I home already?
This is it. Night, Kathy.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I ever going to see you again?
I don't know.
Why not? Don't you like me?
Sure. I like all beautiful women. Trouble is, I fall in love with them.
And what's wrong with that?
Having to fall out. So long, Kathy. Remember, nobody loves a fat man.
Listen again next week at the same time when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another adventure of Dashiell Hammett's exciting new character, the Fat Man. Next week's story is called The Unfamiliar Face. And, as the Fat Man says,
Know a man's face, and you know the man behind it. Line for line, it tells the story of his life. From the women he's known to the crimes he's committed.
Tonight's adventure of the Fat Man, played by J. Scott Smart, was directed by Robert Sloan. Bernard Green composed and conducted the original music.
Hold on to your nerves. Next comes a guy who keeps busy chasing fugitives and frails. It's William Gargan as Private Detective Ross Dolan, shooting his way through the mystery thriller I Deal in Crime. This is the American Broadcasting Company.